Okay, I like mistimed that and started like 5 seconds early. I don't think anyone cares. No one in chat anyway. Doesn't matter. Anyway, thanks for being here. If you are here, and yeah, we're gonna get started. Hmm. Okay, so the reason why I'm pausing is because I got a lot of noise that's happening outside. And it's not clear to me if it's being caught by the mic. Maybe when I'm speaking might be caught by the mic, but any which way. Alright, let's see. Anyone? Oh, okay. So, none of my guys are here yet. That's not surprising. Because black people always late to shit. It's just what it is. Alright, anyway. But we're gonna have all black everything roundtable in just a bit. I'm going to look at some look at some articles. While I wait for them to maybe show up, we'll see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's Alright. So there's an article out there that says Beyonce shows blamed for fueling inflation in Sweden. Okay, so literally the first article I saw. Literally the very first article I saw. Good. And it says Beyonce is now credited with increasing inflation in the Scandinavian country. Beyonce has won a record number of Grammys, has become one of the best-selling music artists in the world, and sold out, blah, 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 blah. Beyonce, as she's known to her leisure fans, is now credited with the most unlikely of achievements, according to one economic expert who says she is partially to blame for Sweden's stubbornly high inflation. The superstar's ongoing Renaissance tour kicked off at the National Arena in Stockholm on May 10th and 11th, with fans flying in from the United States and elsewhere in the world to see it, partly because of lower prices and partly out of sheer excitement. And the resulting surge in hotel prices and other costs paid by fans is partly why Sweden's inflation figure only decreased by less than expected, 0.2% in May, according to Michael Gran, a chief economist in Sweden for Denmark's Danske Bank. Perhaps all that isn't just down to her, as there are other events taking place, but when you think about what was the cause, she is the prime subject. It's not just out of the blue. We did hear a month ago that it was very hard for fans to get accommodation and that hotel rates went up. It seems to be a reasonable guess. Alright, so basically what this guy's saying is that, yeah, Beyonce, because she was doing her tour there, and that caused influx of international fans, like both within Europe and from like the States and other places, that it caused hotel prices to go up because there's so much demand for that, and that it was counted into inflation, and that's why the inflation rate didn't drop as much as it was supposed to be expected. It's a bit of a nothing burger, I gotta say. A bit of a nothing burger. All right. I mean, I'll take it. I'll take the win. If I was Beyonce, I'll take the win. Grant explained they say that one of the reasons it hadn't reached the target was the influx of foreign Beyonce fans in Sweden, which with 10.4 million people has a population similar to that of North Carolina, which has almost 9 million. I mean, yeah. So that's the thing. You know, Sweden's had such a small economy, like a tiny population, and it's not like a small economy, but like it's not like it's like it's more affected by like shocks like this, right? Like an influx of a couple of thousand fans. I don't know how big that arena was and how many international people came. And you got to think, like, would the Sweden population, if it was just up to the Swedish population, would that stadium be filled up? You know, like, just that population, is there enough Beyonce fans like within Sweden to fill up? I imagine maybe half of it. I don't know. But in any case, like if it's just the size of, like a lot of these European countries are like states, are like one of our American states, and they make this point here that Sweden has 10.4 million people, and North Carolina has almost 9 million. Like it's not big, you know. So like something that could have an economic shock within a state could one of our states here in America would have that sort of effect there, and where it would be like a blip, like a Beyonce concert is a blip in the larger American economy, right? Like we're not gonna know. So there's that. Okay. Let's see. Ba, 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 ba. None of our guests have arrived yet. Okay. And let's keep going. I mean, hopefully they show up. If not, then we'll have to do something else. Okay. Hey, Perry. Hello, hi, Perry. In our YouTube comment section. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you too. All right. So yeah, I'm just like reading news articles while we wait for my guest to show up. This is a Thursday problem, it's not a Monday problem, because it's all black people. I'll tell you. It's just the way it is. They are tend to be late. Okay. U.S. fans were facing prices of up to $900 for the American leg of the tour, prompting some to seek cheaper options in Europe. Again, this is Beyonce's tour. Prompting fans, so hold on. $900, up to $900 for an American leg of the tour. But the flight to, like, what? How much does it cost to fly to Europe, though? Right? Okay, let's maybe find out. We just like let's go to, was it Priceline? I don't know. Sure, why not? Priceline.com. I don't know. That's the first one in mind. So I'm gonna look for a flight. Okay. Well, we're gonna do this live. We're gonna do it live. All right. So from New York City, because that's the closest and biggest. That New York City. It's like, why is it only LaGuardia popping up? Who flies out of LaGuardia? John F. Kennedy Airport. Okay. To Sweden. Stockholm Airport. I'm guessing that's the biggest. Woo! Okay. So you fly out tomorrow. It'd be $1,902. We fly out on actually that's today. That's today. $1,902 tomorrow. $1,280. So score. But those seem to be the more extreme examples. One of the cheaper ones is 512 or 498. It's the cheapest one I see so far. What happens if we go out on the 17th and come back on the 18th? What happens? Find your flight. Okay. So let's see. If we do that, we got one person who finally decided to show up. Oh, it's like still $2,000. What the fuck? I mean, so I don't understand this. Let me see. Let's get the cheapest flight. All right. So, we come back. So we're gonna leave on July 25th and come back July 27th. Right, from New York to Stockholm. Find your flight. And it's searching. Taking a while to search. Wow, this actually is taking long. I don't know why it's taking so long. Another one was still over $1,000, $1,141. Yeah, so I don't understand. I I don't see the math here. That it costs $900 for an American leg of the tour. How is it cheaper to fly? And like New York is like the closest point to New York, like the closest major airport to Europe. So some people are gonna be flying even farther than that, like from Chicago or LA or whatever the fuck, right? So how is it price? How is this an intelligent move to? And it says, and it says the facing price is up to $900, like $900. According to this article, it looks like it's the max. Like if it was starting at $900, maybe that'd be different, you know. But if it's up to $900, fucking ticket to a concert. Then I just I don't see how the math works out. Why would you fly to Europe to do this? I mean, I could see a fan doing it just because they're hyped and like they got money like that to spend. Like I want to go to Europe any which way or whatever. I just want to follow Beyonce all around because she's just so great or whatever the fuck, right? Okay, that makes sense. But there, like, even if the Europe is uh like $300, right? Still, you have to get an $1,100 flight. I don't get it. But yeah. So now, yeah, no. Hold on. Let's see if we got you guys finally. All right. Let's see. Let's pull them in. Try to have a conversation with them. Where are my headphones? Where? Second, everyone. Started. All right. All right. Hey, y'all.
Hey, so caught what you were saying, and first of all, it's never financially smart to go to a Beyonce concert to begin with. It's not like we're talking like frugal people, but if you are gonna do it,
You seem a
like,
little low. You seem a little low. I can hear
do
you,
I?
but
Am I
yeah.
talking to the wrong part of my mic, or is that the same?
You might have been. Try it again.
Testing. You sound the same. Still low.
Uh, oh, there it goes. Just whatever you just did. That
I
was
I existed. I existed.
okay.
Um,
Well, go ahead.
how are you? Oh, but what I was saying is like, yeah, it's always crazy to go to a Beyonce concert. But if you are, like, I can understand some people making the argument of like, oh, okay, I want to catch, like, maybe she'll catch her second win back in the States. But the idea of like, okay, I want to catch it. I guess one of the first, like, I want to catch her when it's like fresh, when people are in like, the performers are still excited to be here versus like the 57th show. You might just get what you get.
Mm.
But I'm not a concert person to begin with.
Yeah.
Even though like Beyonce, I wouldn't do it. But like if there's any concert I could justify as like, wow, this you're gonna see an amazing performance, is probably Beyonce. I don't think
Yeah.
it's worth the cost of admission, but I think she's currently the greatest performer living.
I think there's uh a good argument to be made there. I've heard people say when he was still alive that Prince was just actually an incredible performer on stage. That like he was just like all over the place, so energetic and like the best they've ever seen. But I'm not a concert person, so I've never been to a major concert. Like I've like gone to like in college, I saw bands like local bands perform, and that was
Mm-hmm.
like big for me. I was like, oh wow, a local band, because I'd never done that either, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't gone into anything like major, like any artist that anyone anywhere would recognize. I've never done that, so
I've been to a few. I think they can be fun experiences, but like I said, it's just like for the cost of what you're getting for like I don't know. It's hard for me to justify spending money for short periods of time. So my thing is like a concert. Let's say a big concert is like 3 hours. I can't justify like $400 of my time, like $400 for 3 hours, a 3 hour turn. But I also can't justify, like, I'm also a person, I've told you before, I'm not a big traveler. And that's another part of the logic of like, even like
Mm.
vacations, the idea of like, oh, wow, we're going to go this place for 2 3 days. And then you spend like $1,100 or $1,200. Like, and I'm like, golly, like, you know what you had to do to save that money to go enjoy 3 days of life?
Pause for a second. Aiko, thank you for resubscribing for 19 months. It's awfully kind of you. I hope you're doing well. And maybe we should have all African everything because then we'd have a white person showing up because he's from South Africa. We'd have a white person show up and they would show up on time. That would be weird for us. But that's okay. Um, yeah. I don't. So I don't get you. I don't understand you. That sense because I love traveling and one day would like to be able to travel again. Won't happen anytime soon, it looks like, but I would like to travel. Um, and I've done so, gone to many countries in the past, and it's absolutely worth it. One, I don't stay for 2 or 3 days. I stay for like at least a week plus. And
And you're spending more.
yeah,
Like,
yeah, and it's worth it. Yeah, but like I don't know like what about my saving that money for if not for joy. I don't work to live. I live no sorry. I don't live to work. I work to live. That's what it is.
mhm.
Um and so yeah, that's the thing I'm going to enjoy. I don't spend a lot of money period.
Outside of that, so those are the things. Those are your splurges. That's what you choose to when you can. It's like towards
I buy
trip.
video games every so often, and I travel if I had money, but I don't have money. Um,
Mhm.
but yeah, that's what I do.
Interesting.
Um,
So my splurges are. I mean, I don't even necessarily get a splurge. My splurges are clothing and yeah, that's probably it. I think I buy clothes.
okay.
I don't spend much on like video games and stuff like that. I guess my computer was a
You
splurge for
don't
me.
look like you're the type of person that would buy clothes. I mean, from everything I've seen.
I know because this is like I always come like cozy to ABE, and then it sucks because I spend money on clothing, but I never get to wear clothes because like with my job I look
I mean,
like
as a naked model, yeah, right. Go
yeah.
ahead.
No, but I'm like I wear like basic. I look boring at work, and then like when I'm not at work, I don't want to go places to spend money, so I kind of wear
Okay.
like casual clothes. So I'm like, I
The
never get to
next
wear
all
anything.
black everything or whatever panel you end up being
Exactly.
on
I should
next.
be get
Yeah,
fancy.
yeah, just like all out,
Hmm.
like
I guess maybe
pretend
that's the time.
there's a girl here trying to impress.
Right.
Um, yeah,
We need to
that
get some girls on here trying to please ABE the dating show.
ugh, well,
We need to
uh,
find like six
that ain't
beautiful
happen.
black women.
I mean, it could be a gay dating show. I think we can make that happen, but it's just too few. Um, but people are it's like a trickling in now.
Mhm.
Um,
I'm gonna ask you. I know the answer because I know you. Did you see Spider Man?
I just haven't gotten around.
Sure, you haven't. Of
Like,
course, you haven't.
well, no, the thing is, honestly, like, I just don't have a lot of cash. And I already went. I told you, I saw the Little Mermaid with my mother. Because for like a Mother's Day thing, I just don't have a lot of cash, and it's like
Okay,
I
so
could
tell
just
me
wait.
this. This let's see, maybe next, either this weekend or whatever. I will send you ticket money and travel money, whatever you need to go watch this movie. I will send it personally to
Okay.
the
Well,
the Prime
uh,
account. All you need to do is find, I guess, 2.5, or I guess adding travel 2 3 hours of your time.
yeah, I mean, I'll do it. Like, yeah, I don't have cash right now.
You good?
Make
Uh,
sure you give enough for, concessions, and get them some
Oh
popcorn
yeah,
of
and
you
a
course.
you gotta get some
movie,
popcorn. Actually,
Yeah.
Can't go to the movies and let them go hungry.
you're right. You're right. I'm gonna get you right. I actually don't like Well, I do popcorn on dates, but I don't do popcorn when I go solo to
Yeah.
movies. But some
I
people
got
don't like going solo.
I just
Sorry.
pause for a quick second. I just wanted to say, everyone, yeah, if you're wondering like what's going on, we're waiting for people to trickle in so that we can start the show. So hopefully by 8:30, everyone will be here. But I'm not gonna hold my breath. But anyways, that's what we're doing. So we're just talking about whatever. So yeah, you said on dates you don't.
Yeah, no, on dates I kind of do. I do popcorn, drinks, etc. Like, it I guess the chivalrous, but like when I go solo, I usually don't do popcorn or anything.
Hmm.
I don't know.
I mean, I do sometimes. I do get some popcorn. Oh, shit's expensive. Like, and even when I did have money, like looking at those concession prices, it's like, I can eat at home. Like I can eat at home.
I almost always get something to drink though, even though it's like $7 for. I mean,
The
it's a
one
big drink.
I forget which. It's not AMC. It's the other one. But there's like the movie chain that has those corn dog like nuggets. You know what I'm talking about?
Pigs in a blanket.
No. Well, it's like a corn dog. It's not a
Oh,
pig and blanket. It's just like a.
I have no idea what a corn
It's
dog
like
nugget is.
it's like a miniature corn dog. It's mini corn dogs. They don't have like a stick on them or anything like that. They just fully encased corn dog thing. There is one chain. It's not AMC because I usually go to AMC, and they don't have it. But there's this other major chain that does, and those things are so fucking delicious. I like when I do end up in one of those movie theaters. I end up ordering 2 of those. I don't care about anything else. I just want to order that. They're so fucking good. Oh my god. If they sold them separately, I would. They might actually. Now that I think about it, I guess I could Google that. But
Harkins has the best concession stands for like regular food, I'd say, by far, like better than AMC. Like they have like a full on. Their food's just good. It's just so good.
they do so many corn dogs. Oh man, I've never, I never actually bothered to Google this.
Do you remember the like 3 months that Movie Pass was a thing?
Movie Pass? Oh yeah, I remember. That came back for a second.
Did it?
Yeah, you remember that?
I don't remember it coming back.
That did. I saw a news article. That was coming. I think it's still active. Movie
There's no way.
Pass. Hold on. Movie Pass. NBC News.
Unless they up the rate to like $40-$50 a month, there's no way. Because like I just remembered it being insane. It was like $10. Like, yeah, you can go 3 times a day. I was like, what?
This is from August 22nd, 2022. Movie Pass is coming back just in time for fall. The all-you-can-see cinema service has been shelved after a brief, spectacular run-up in subscriptions in 2018. It came back like beta launch around Labor Day weekend. The launch will feature 3 pricing tiers that will generally be at $10, $20, and $30. Generally was in quotes. $10, $20, and $30, with each level getting a certain number of credits towards movies every month. So they're not selling the movie tickets directly. They're selling credits to movie theater, to a movie, right? So you have to build up a certain number of credits. So I guess and $30 is probably you build up the most, and like it's like the best deal, probably, I guess, right?
Unlikely.
Yeah, and then you have to get another number of credits, and you can go. Yeah.
I remember when they released the idea of it, like I understood the concept of like if you ask the average person, probably like on the high end probably sees 3 movies a year. If I had to guess. And so the concept was like, oh, okay, you sign up for this thing, and they're expecting you to use it 2 or 3 times, but like over the year you're paying like $120 for it, so they like end up maxing out. But I think they underestimated how much people who really watch movies like would, especially if at like $10 a month. Like I remember I was like, because it was not too far long of a drive from my college. Like I remember I was going like daily. Like that was what I did. If I, like, all right, where are you gonna go see a movie? I ended up I'm almost single-handedly put Movie Pass out of business because I was like, if it was just out, I didn't want to see this. Like it was just like because I'm a person that loves the experience of the theater. I like sitting in the chairs. I like the room going dark. I like the surround sound. Like I don't. I mean, Netflix and stuff is cool. I watch all of those, but yeah, I super prefer the going in experience.
So that's really interesting. I didn't know I knew a movie pass like holder, like an original movie
Mhm.
pass holder. Because I would have asked the questions about that.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
yeah, like uh, I think so. One, I don't think it's just movie people like you, right? I mean, obviously
Mhm.
you guys were a problem. But like if it was me, if the price was that low, $10, I would go to the movie theaters more often. I mean,
Mhm.
like if the price really dropped that much, I'd be more incentivized to go as well. And $10 for a bunch of movies, like yeah, like why not? You know, like I would. It's like because you have the service, you know, and that
Mhm.
like is another thing that reminds people that like movie theaters exist. It's this because you're paying for this service, right? You're like, all right, well I got this thing, paying $10, and I don't have anything to do on Tuesday night. Why don't I go to see a movie? You know, and you would just go, like even if it was just like 5 or 6 times in a month, right? It would have been more than you would have done otherwise because you
For
have
sure.
this service. So that's what I would have done if I had been one of the originals. But yeah, the thing is that I'm not one of those people, as I've told you already, who enjoys the experience of being in a movie theater. Um,
Mhm.
what was the last? Yeah, The Little Mermaid is where I went, and like people talking and kids
Well,
say
that's especially a kids movie. Like you had to have a different expectation going
even
in.
in
Like,
Marvel movies you have the same goddamn thing. I've absolutely experienced this in fucking Marvel movies. No, don't bullshit me. Like,
mm, I mean, Marvel movies have kids too, but not to the same degree. Like Marvel movies has a lot of like,
and
especially opening night. If you
it's
go hit
been
like the
worse in
opening night.
Marvel movies in terms of like people talking and shit, like and dealing with that. Lord protect me while I'm in these streets. I like
Oh,
that.
I seen that advertised on Facebook.
Yeah, it's a good I like that cap Azzy.
That little brand.
Um but yeah, I I hated like I just hate that part. I hate like the traveling. That's another thing. Got to travel there. The prices of the concession stand, like where you could just stay at home, eat whatever you want. That's already in your fridge. I hate the sticky seats or sticky floors. And then I hate the seats, like the reclining seats that barely work. You know, like at least in AMC, right? You got those uh uh, touch screen things that like don't work. You know, I'm talking about the touch controls that
Oh,
barely
we in
work.
the South, we don't got those fancy things. We do got like reclining seats, but it's like a manual button.
Yeah, the manual button would be better though. That would actually be better.
Mhm.
Like just a physical button. They went fancy with it and they have these like these touch controls. And but like
Mhm.
they're awful. They're just awful.
I'm
And you
sure
have to
because I'm sure it's got like covered in like people's grease from like
yeah, it's like
popcorn.
it's built to be durable. That's the problem. Like it's built to be durable. That means it can't be sensitive.
Mhm.
And it's not great. And so you always have people struggling with it. Either it's you or it's like the person next to you who's struggling with getting this thing to fucking work. But yeah, I would like to just have like a button and it reclines.
Mhm.
Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm not that type of guy. If I would like build like a home theater. Like if I had, again, cash. But like I would build one of those. I'd have like I like an optimal viewing experience. Um, and the only time that like I think the theaters are optimal is when you're having an action movie where big set pieces and like booming sound as like things happen. Like that's when like they can provide the optimal viewing experience, but not the optimal overall experience, right? Overall, better be at home, better controlling the environment. And yeah.
Well, I like the lack of control of the environment because I enjoy, especially with Marvel movies, actually, the concept. Because I'm like, the movies themselves are fine, but I love when if it's an opening night, I go to a packed theater and like I hear like the people cheer if something comes out, like where the plot twist, yeah, like whatever. Like I don't even necessarily do it with them, but I enjoy being a part of it. Like, oh, okay, I'm feeling the emotions. Like I can actually feel what other people are going through in this movie because it helps. I don't know. It to me it like increases my experience versus me sitting at my house by myself. going
That's
through it.
that's interesting. I mean, like I can see like people do add something, right? I get that. People add an experience to being there, right? Like when people get emotional, right? Like it's something we have to be a part of that when people are going through all these emotions because of the film is evocative like that.
Like
Fair enough.
you hear like a little bit of tears or something going on, like somebody sniffling. Like I don't
When
know, all those things like add to the experience for me.
when Spider-Man died during Infinity Wars, right?
Mm-hmm.
When
Doing
like
like
the
dead silent.
when the dusting, no, people were crying. People were like,
Well, I heard like silence, and I heard like I didn't hear like bawling, but I heard in my theater, but it was like silent, and then you heard like sniffles, like.
yeah, I had sniffles crying. People were like,
Mm-hmm.
people being emotional about it. So like that was an interesting experience. But
Mm-hmm.
it's not worth it. Like first of all, the mod movies that actually get people emotional, like to the point of actually crying, is feeling far. Or maybe the ones I go to aren't don't fall in that category. And the ones that usually do get people emotional aren't the ones that big action set pieces, which perfect for being at home with someone I care about, which is no one. I don't have any of those people either. But it would just be me. But like still like. So can you tell me what else about like an uncontrolled environment that you like?
I think I'm super like in my like personal life outside of work and outside of here, and I don't really talk to other people. I have my like friends, but all of my like my closest friends I went to college with and stuff are all like living in different cities and states and doing their own thing. Super happy for them, but I just don't get to talk to them every day. So like as far as going into the thing like before the movie comes on, you figure out who's, especially if it's like something that's popular. I go to a lot of unpopular stuff where I'm the only person in the theater. It feels like I rented out the whole thing, which is cool. But like if I do go to something like big and popular, like oh people are sitting in next to me, like somebody might say something like, "Oh man, do you remember the last one?" Like, or they'll say something. They're like, "How many after credits is supposed to be?" And you just get to have like little conversations with people and figure out like what they, like you're sharing a niche enjoyment with people, where no one has to feel like weird or ashamed about liking this thing. Like everyone here probably likes this thing because they paid to come be a part of it.
I guess gathering people who are like-minded, who are
Mm-hmm.
interested in things you are.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair. Yeah, I just the extra, and I hear those things, and that's interesting because you can have those experiences. I've had those experiences as well. But it's just like not overall worth it. Man, I hope people show up soon. Sorry, audience members. People are once again very, very, very much late. I tell them what the time is, and this panel is always very, very late starting. So
I wonder
I
what's
just
different about this panel.
can't figure it out. But
You gotta fire these people, bro. You gotta fire these people. These folk, bro.
yeah,
If
they're
they
just
I
not.
late,
actually
what do
don't
we
know.
say? If they late, what do we say, bro? Cut them. we gotta do something about this, bro. Come on, man.
I
Come
don't know
on.
one of these people at all. And then there's another person on here who I really like, but has a terrible reputation for showing up and not showing up. And yeah, everybody else seems cool. I'm actually a little bit surprised.
Yeah. So I don't know. What we'll do? I'll try to think of something.
Don't worry. If it ends up something else ends up happening, I will. Oh, okay. So what you call it? Left in that message.
Yeah. So sorry, audience members. We'll get to it when we get to it. Worst case scenario. I mean, like one time I had to cancel because it was so late. I just like, all right, fuck it. I'm going to bed. But
I saw.
oh,
Okay, I seen something. This is this was on Twitter,
okay.
and it was like okay, what could Marvel movies do that would like just would be a really great scene? And now I see there's no other way this happening. Like there's no other way this doesn't happen. Okay, imagine like we're dealing with Secret Wars or whatever, or we're dealing with like the multiverse. All right, a portal opens up and like nostalgic Marvel like heroes and characters are all like popping up, and everybody's like you're just seeing them one by one, and then a portal opens. Chris Evans walks out, like young Chris Evans, and you're like, okay, like we're bringing back Cap, and then he says, "Flame on," in this Fantastic Four, the multiverse.
Oh,
And
that
I
would
was
be
like,
that'd be pretty cool.
that would
Yeah,
be
yeah.
so interesting because he was like, "Oh, we know this character, but it's like it's not the character you think it is, though." I think that would be a really fun moment
Yeah, yeah.
because people almost like blink for probably good reason blink that part of history out of their mind.
First of all, I thought, oh, okay. Well, at the time I enjoyed those movies, for what they were, right? But like I could recognize they weren't great movies. Like I like the idea of the Silver Surfer. That was interesting. But then there was the galactic space fart. That was unbelievable. Why they thought that was satisfying? Because I remember waiting to the end of that fucking movie. I'm like, okay, Galactus is gonna come. He's gonna show up any second now. Oh, here he is, finally.
Wow.
And he's a space fart. That's all he is. And then he like disappears. Oh, like they do something, and he like, I guess I won't eat the Earth. And but he doesn't even talk. He doesn't have any lines. It's just space fart. And disappears. But to be fair, DC also screwed that up when they did Green Lantern. Right? They had. Do you ever see Ryan Reynolds' Green Lantern?
I didn't. I like it
movie
looked
guy.
too bad to actually
The
watch it.
movie guy.
No, it's
the
because
movie guy.
I have such
Oh,
a strong
you missed
attachment to
How'd
Black
you miss
Green
that
Lantern
one?
that I couldn't do it. I stood in solidarity.
I saw that one on TV like 2-3 times, man. How you missed that one? You don't know.
Because I know I
There's
didn't
no
miss it.
excuse.
It was a conscious decision. I like I said, I stood in Black solidarity with
Uh,
the Green Lantern that everyone wanted, and I was like, "Why you making a Green Lantern movie?" in this
as
movie?
he just called you a race traitor. Did you hear that? Did you
That's
hear that? He
exactly what I
says he
thought.
said
Nah, because everybody know the white one was first, bro. The black one came second, bro. He
He gets no respect in my book.
slick, bro.
He
I'm
is
Black solidarity. What are you talking
John
about?
Stewart is so like as a person because Green Lantern. I guess you guys people know like because I've worn like Lantern shirts all the time. Like Green Lantern is my favorite DC hero. The DC franchise, right?
You don't really like.
And
DC, you like,
I say franchise because Hal Jordan, the original Earth Green Lantern, is actually extremely fucking boring in my opinion. He barely has a personality. He's supposed to be like wild and crazy, man. Who's like there's no fear and he's like so boring. I'm so boring. John Stewart, being the Black Green Lantern, he's actually like interesting. He's more dynamic. I like everything about him. And then Guy Gardner, who's white as well. He's great. I mean, he's got a ton of personality. Like he's not missing personality. Absolutely not. He's like you can easily base a movie around him. But anyway, so Hal Jordan boring. The Green Lantern movie was terrible for all kinds of reasons. Least of which is that, well, one of which is the reason that they didn't use the ring properly, right? The ring can do anything. Anything you can imagine, right? The ring can create. It's incredible. Like, you would think filmmakers, right, and artists would have a field day with what you could do with this thing. But just as usual, like they make like small, like oh, I'm gonna make a baseball bat or something, or I'm gonna make a brick wall or whatever, and it's like basic bitch shit that comes out of a lot of writers, right? Unless you're like they're writing like the Green Lantern comic proper, right? It's basic bitch shit all the time. And that's what happened in the movies. And then anyway, the villain, which his name is Parallax, is like a giant energy space bug, right? I'm gonna make it very simple for you guys. It's more complicated than that, but giant energy space bug, and they fucked that up too. Like it was like basically a space cloud too. Awful.
Yeah, that sounds terrible.
I went on a rant.
You know what would have been better if it was
a black one.
Like you were saying, like he's a much more interesting character. He's a dynamic.
Yes, it would have been
all I
Will
heard was,
Smith, bro.
and he's
It would have
black.
been Will
That
Smith,
was
but
all I
it
needed.
still would have been terrible, bro.
That was the only thing. It doesn't matter. I would have supported. He would have been black. That was all I needed, and that's the exact same reason. Whenever they eventually,
We would have had the same issues back then. Like, oh, we skipping the continuum. Oh,
Correct.
why can't we just? If we supposed to get Hal first before John?
No,
And then the basement dweller neckbeards would have been up in arms, man.
Ooh, you know
Basement
what?
dog.
Speaking of this, branches off into another thing. People are talking about. We're still a few years away. Clearly, I mean, maybe even a decade. I don't know. It could be a while off. But the assumption, and based off everything we know about other versions of the character, like Spider-Man's one of the most profitable franchises to make movies about. Period. It just seems like it works. Kids love it. Adults love it. Whatever. Um,
He's
they're
like a
going,
Batman in that case, in that
yeah,
sense.
yeah. They're going to do a Miles Morales movie. He's extremely popular with people.
They gonna use Griffin too.
No.
That's
Griffin would be
They got
good. Actually, he looks the part. He actually.
well, that's the
No,
question.
Miles would have a way fresher cut than this. Hold up now.
But I mean, he runs a fro right now. But the point would be like, would it be disrespectful for them to not specifically choose a Afro Latino? Because some people say that like we minimize his like the Latin part of his like character experience. Because I mean the Shamik Moore, who's the voice actor, he's not like Latino. And I think the way the character is depicted doesn't really give off like Spanish in many ways.
In the comics, do they? I don't think they like have him speaking Spanish often, right? Like,
Listen,
it's English comics, and they don't. I don't know.
It's
they
the
really
black. Is they're the Afro Latin. They're black.
Yeah.
Okay, they're not. We're not missing anything. Okay, he's fulfilling his role. All right, he's going to school where in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's living out the exaggerated. I've heard Afro Latinos say he's perfect. He's fine. Nobody's upset about.
No, but I mean he's a like fiction. He's a comic book character now. I'm saying it like whenever you're looking for a live casting, like would that be something that you feel is like important to be factored in?
No, because they would the real nerds, the real Black Spider-Man lovers, they would be upset that the voice actor or even the Spider-Verse character isn't Afro Latino enough. But then came across the Spider-Verse and everybody was okay. You know who Fantastic Frankie is?
No.
Man, well, she's Afro Latino. She's like a up and coming comic book and comic book anime, anything nerd related commentator and critic. And she saw the movie and she was just fine. She said, if anything, they had no spoilers, the new movie showed a more diverse dynamic between him and his family, and that Gwen was like the why everybody was upset that Gwen was the love interest, so to speak.
I'm glad that our friend Azzy has a Latin friend who can sign off on these things. Great. Griffin was going to say something.
Y'all, what?
Most Spider-Mans in at least.
Hold on, let me see if I can show y'all, man.
You're quiet, Griffin. Get close to your mic, please.
Yeah, man. You can't get your role sounding like that, bro. Come on, man.
Turn myself up.
Yeah.
You gotta have that exaggerated swagger of a black teen. Come on, Griffin.
Griffin?
I'm far past the teen. I'm 26, man. I'm gonna be 30 here in a bit. Oh man. Is that better though?
Yeah.
Okay, great. I do think it's in continuity though. Does most of the iterations from the Ultimate Spider-Man series all the way to the future ones where he's like on alien planets have a Gwen Stacy-esque character as the main love interest. So I feel like it's within continuity. I don't know why you would change that for Miles.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying like, do you think it would like? I know as us black, it's kind of selfish for us to say like, I don't care as long as he's black. But like,
well, you've been saying that the entire goddamn time.
Well, sure, but I say about John Stewart, but I'm saying that like I'm it's selfish that like I have a bias of saying that like, oh, the Latino part of his character isn't important. Like when in casting, if any other character like anything else like related to blackness, I would make it important. So I'm like, is that minimizing to me, or like should that be a major factor in casting?
Sorry.
I think that it should, just because I think that it's important to I think even to the Black experience, we'll just say, someone who is Afro Latino or Afro Latina, that is important to see, because I do have friends that are Black and then they do speak Spanish. They're from speaking Spanish countries and things of that sort. And they do identify as Afro Latin something. So I think that it is important to think about backgrounds and stuff when casting.
Because the voice actor Shamik Moore, who is actually a fantastic actor, in his own right, he's already spoken about like when it happens, like because the other thing he's getting older. Like technically he's supposed to be a high schooler, but I think Shamik Moore at this point is like our age. I think he's like 28. But he was saying that like even in like
Whose age? Your age, I
well,
guess.
well, I heard Griffin's age 26. I don't know how old as he is. I'm just assuming in like the ballpark.
I mean,
Regardless, like
you're the old man here, so go ahead.
anyway, um, yeah, he's like 28, and then it was the idea of like he was saying that like when it does happen, like he's definitely throwing his hat in the ring. Like he said, "Oh, lose weight, get in the best shape of his life," which he's
Yeah,
not a
I
big guy
mean, people
anyway.
play younger all the time, but
Mhm.
I think I saw this guy's face. He doesn't look especially young. I mean, not like I'm saying he's like ugly or anything, or but he doesn't like some people are just have an easier time playing young than others.
Yeah,
I
taking
think he
on
kind
the
of does.
face.
I mean, he wears a beard now, but he's got like that Hollywood short disease that every
Short
actor in Hollywood
disease.
has.
How
Like
tall is he?
Hollywood, if a Hollywood like actor starts acting as a kid, it seems like they never like grow.
I don't understand. That's a weird
How tall is
generalization.
he then?
Oh, let's see. I mean, he's probably like 5'9", 5'8", somewhere in
I
there.
mean, like, I don't know. Like, not all Disney stars are Tom Cruise, brother. They're not all 5'5". That's a weird.
Name a Disney kid that actually grew up. That's like didn't end up being like stunted.
As far as like height, I don't know their
Are you
exact
talking
heights. I
about
don't even know
emotionally
their
stunted
data.
or
No, I'm
physically?
talking about physically. Like I feel like Disney actors, like well, not
Shia
Disney. He
LaBeouf.
wasn't a Disney actor, but I'm saying like child actors. I feel like seem like they always look like children. Like child actors almost never grow up.
Okay, so we're talking. Okay, I don't know how old everyone is here because I'm 33, right? So I grew up watching Disney Channel and
Oh,
watching Lizzie McGuire. Okay, so on Lizzie
Lily still looks good.
McGuire, the guy that Gordo, right? The guy that played Gordo was in his 30s. Okay, playing a little like middle school like guy basically, and they have like an actual teenager, and then they have this guy who's in his 20s 30s, and it's just like, and then they do eventually kiss and stuff too, which I already have issues with that too. But that, I mean, that happens later on, you know. But yeah, like sometimes also too, Black just don't crack and we can just get some good roles. But like, yeah, like when it comes to
Bro.
casting, they don't think necessarily about the age. They want someone who looks like they can play the part. Because to discriminate based on age is just ageism, and you can't do that in
No, wait a
Hollywood.
minute. They can absolutely can. When we're talking about performing arts, and they absolutely can. Yeah,
Yeah,
like if you
definitely
want,
when
Gordo's a
you're in the
child.
union.
you can
Yeah.
discriminate on age and race, and like if you want if there's a white role and you want a white person, that's okay to say, well, no black people for this role. You can do that all the time. Of course, you can.
Yeah, they're very specific. I have a friend who acts in Hollywood. And so like they're very specific about what they're saying in what the requirements are to leave it kind of genuinely open. So it's like, say if they want someone of Asian descent, right? And they want someone who specifically speaks Tagalog, for instance. They'll be like people who speak different languages, Tagalog or Chinese or whatever it may be, Mandarin. Um, they'll like kind of put that in there as like a general
And,
thing.
and what I've heard is the exact opposite, that they're not general. Like the fact that someone did a video when they researched all this, right? Like and they're actually quite specific about what they want, right? Like very, very direct. We're looking for this type of person, like with this, like if they're looking for a certain ethnic background, we'll let them know about the ethnic background. If they need them to speak something, obviously, like they'll say that. But also even further, if they're like because the video was about like how do they handle like looking for actors who aren't beautiful. Well, they'll say like, yeah, we're looking for people who are uh like
Your Steve Buscemi.
less than, I don't know, they use specific wording, but basically like they're very direct in saying that they're looking for people who are not like conventionally attractive to fill those roles, because sometimes you need that kind of a person, right? Or if you need like a very specific trait, or someone with like a really funky look, then they'll put these things in there so like not bullshit around, because that would waste their own time too, right? Like they're attracting a bunch of people who don't fit what they're looking for, then they're wasting their own time. Why go through this? Why waste anyone's time? They just be very, very direct. And so there are actors who specifically play quote unquote ugly individuals. And yeah, like they'll tell you, they're very direct. When they're looking for a person like me, they'll let you know.
Also, I watched Lizzie McGuire growing up. Gordo was a child. I think you're thinking about like I'm pretty sure
Gordo
Gordo
was
12.
not a child. If you
No,
Google it, like
I
he was
even looked it up
like,
to verify. Yeah, Gordo was like 12 when the show came out.
no,
Yeah, I think you're
no,
thinking.
but
I
no,
literally
like
just looked
no.
up.
I'm saying like the character played that he was 12.
No,
But like,
his age is he's 38 right now today, and it came out in 2001. He was like 12. I think what you're thinking of is Hannah Montana. Her brother Jackson was like 30.
I didn't
That was
watch
past
Hannah
you.
Montana. Hannah Montana was way past my time.
But yeah,
Okay.
Gordo was a child.
Nope.
So we have
Just look it up.
we have enough people here. We're still missing people, but we'll see. Pace, can we do a sound
Yeah,
check?
can you
here?
hear me?
Yeah, we can
can
hear
you
you.
hear me?
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
I had to do a speed test. StreamYard hates when you use a green screen, apparently.
Yeah. So why do you do, if that's the thing that's your problem, then just don't do that then, right?
You see your background.
Nah, it's because I'm in a different room.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know.
So
just,
this room isn't set up for doing live streaming.
I mean,
So
is this room
that's what.
set up? Okay.
You do
Hey,
have
it's
like an
set up,
aesthetic going on at this point. You the blue Beatles.
Yeah.
What it is.
Oh, by the way, Prime, I don't judge other guys, but you're being a little hard on yourself about that, about if they want people like you to be active with them,
Fair enough.
I
Yeah.
thought you
Show
talking
some
about
more
black. That was rude.
and show some more confidence.
Okay, fair enough.
Maybe if you were a Trump supporter, you could get there.
Maybe Trump supporters tend to be more beautiful. This is known. But okay, so we're just gonna go with this many people.
It's the orange hue.
It's the orange hue. Oh God. A black person with an orange hue. Oh boy. But anyway, yeah. We're gonna go with this. Sorry guys, I'm not sure how much my audience stuck around for this long, but we're gonna get
This
started.
is crazy, like actually insane.
Sorry, what?
I was just saying this is like actually insanely late.
Yeah.
at this point.
But we're gonna roll with it. Okay, so debate queen, are you there? Debate
Yes,
queen?
I'm
Okay.
I'm just drinking some water.
Okay.
I can't show my face, so
So this is all black everything round table, which we have whenever people show up. So we have a great group of individuals. I'm gonna introduce them, and then we'll get started from there. We'll decide what we're gonna do. Start with my man Bam. How are you, Bam?
I'm doing great. My name is Bam. I'm number one on the stage, number one in your hearts.
All right, thank you so much, friend. Next we have Azzy, who is here as well. And how are you doing, friend?
I'm doing all right. How's everything?
Okay. See, I gave you a normal intro. Nothing to get upset about. All right.
You always start giggling.
Oh, as he makes you laugh.
He had something up his sleeve, man. He had a self-discipline, self-restraint.
As he makes you laugh, and as he doesn't do anything, he's just existing out there. He amuses me. But anyway, moving on. We have DeAndre Pace. Thanks for being here as well, friend.
Thank you for having me. Gives me something to do on Thursdays other than drink bourbon and play poker all the time. So
Drink bourbon and play poker? You know what? I guess you feel like you're like the type of guy who would do that. Drink bourbon. Does anyone
drink
else?
bourbon, play poker, and smoke cigars, and kick people's asses while we're doing it. That's kind of our thing.
Does anyone here share those hobbies? Bourbon, poker, cigars. Anyone here?
I like spades.
Okay. Well,
Hey,
And see, I never learned how to play spades.
oh
Yeah,
no.
I like my life. I want to have like long years. You know what I mean?
Hey,
Those habits,
the secret
they
to
don't
long
add up.
life
They don't
is
add up.
a Cuban a day.
it's a cube in a day.
That's
All right.
that's not. That's not
Especially,
no, brother.
especially if it's Cuban women.
Yeah, there you go. No,
Maybe,
I endorse that
maybe,
one.
maybe.
I endorse that.
Hey, he was a little
Uh,
anti-science. You know, you're a little too conservative.
okay, but fair enough. As I suspected, you're one of kind within this crowd pace, but I'm very happy to have you as always. Next we have Debate Queen. Debate Queen, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you. Yeah, y'all can just call me Queen. And yeah.
Thank you, DQ. Let's go to Griffin. Griffin, thank you for stopping by. How are you?
I'm great. I apologize for being late. I have quite a story behind this, right? So I had just come back from training up north. I don't know if you guys have seen all that nice orange smoke in the world, but I was, or like I'd say maybe a good 30 meters from one of the largest ones recently up north, up here in Michigan. So that's what I've been doing, and I got injured up there actually, and that's why I'm here today. So I got to come back early from training and come back here and chill with you guys. And that right there is why I'm a little late because I was getting some medicine and stuff like that before I came on stream.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that was really bad. I'm glad.
Sounds like excuses. We don't care about excuses. Our military is weak.
we are kind
Okay.
of suck. But anyway, no, the wildfires are kind of crazy seeing them up close.
Oh wow. Well, I'm glad that you're absolutely safe. And like we were, like it's a dangerous job handling things like that.
Oh
So
yeah.
I'm glad. Well, I'm glad you didn't get hurt. And I'm happy that you
Well,
were able to help out or whatever.
Yeah, man.
He did get hurt.
yeah, I was gonna say that's the entire point of me being here.
Oh, sorry. I maybe I missed that because I was typing something. Oh, I apologize. Damn. I'm sorry. I was typing something, so maybe I missed that part. You did get hurt?
Always like a liberal to miss the details.
Fair enough. I'll accept that one. I'm sorry, Griffin.
That's
Yeah, please repeat it. I apologize.
Oh no, it's nothing major. It was an injury I already had that I aggravated while I was up there. We actually weren't fighting the fires directly. That wasn't what I was trying to insinuate. We were just training and they happened to be there around us and we just decided to keep training through the fire because the army, I don't know, that's their decision.
Sounds like the U.S. military.
It's
Okay.
called
Yep,
breeding
yep.
toughness.
The army, that's
Yeah,
not where it's at.
resiliency.
The Air Force is where it's at. Chair Force. You don't have to be out in that smoke,
Wait,
hurting
no,
your
no.
lungs.
They had you. They put a mask on you, right?
No, they didn't. You think the
You
army
know,
cares that
no.
much?
That's
This
like
is exactly what
no,
I'm
no.
saying.
They could have killed you, and they could have killed
No, they
everybody else
wouldn't do
there.
that because look, you go
Yes, they
to
would.
you go to Paris Island in the
Currently,
Marines, they
law
train you
for
in a
burn
gas
pits
in
in
a
court
in
right
a
now.
gas chamber with no mask.
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
so
and they
Don't
they
no, you
can
currently have
die
a
out
law
there too.
against the Supreme Court for burn chambers. I mean, for burn pits right now from the involvement of soldiers in the
That's exactly what I was about to
Yeah,
say. The burn pits, exactly.
that was
Scarring
that.
lungs
You're gonna go to
forever.
medical and they're gonna tell you, did you change your socks?
Might
yeah.
as well have been in 9/11 at this point and inhaled all that
Who's
shit
that?
because it's the exact
Oh boy, I
same
know
shit.
problems.
Exact
Already late.
same
All right,
shit.
settle
Okay.
down, settle down. All I wanted to say
Let's.
was being out there is like smoking. Like I was out there, I was cut out there for a while. It was like smoking half a pack of cigarettes
Mhm.
all at once. So yeah, they
Yeah.
could have killed you.
I feel like smoking some of my cigars is like that.
Man.
Okay.
Conservative,
All right. So
man.
we got to move on. We're already really late. Thank you, man. Brave GG for subscribing for 5 months. This was 5 minutes ago. Sorry I didn't get to it sooner. So did you hear about the new proposed changes that Twitch put in their guidelines and then moved it to all virtual us? How does that impact the stream? The changes that I heard about, maybe you're talking about something specific. If you are, man, brave, if you're still there in the audience, let us know. But the proposed changes that I heard about didn't seem to impact my stream in particular. But if you're talking about something specific, let me know. Okay. And thank you, Lila Walakai, for joining us. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew I'd be about 45 minutes to an hour late, so thanks for still having me. Glad to be here. Thursday, ABE is the place to be.
That's right.
Don't
Yeah.
worry, Kai. We were all late.
Man, y'all don't know.
Not me.
No.
At least I warned him. I warned
Well,
him.
well, technically, I was on time with Bam, but then I had
Oh.
computer issues.
Okay.
Same. I was on time too. I had to restart my
Y'all don't
stupid
act like
computer.
y'all want to be here,
Wow.
man. I'm telling you, if y'all was working with my folk, man, would have been fired, man.
And I could-
Okay.
I mean, I could
I
have
don't
been
know
like
why.
Smooth and Gambit last time and fell asleep.
But fair enough. But I don't know why all you late people are like bragging about who was like the least annoyingly late.
Well, we were
Like,
here though.
I'm sorry, no. The person who came here soonest was Bam, right? And he was still like 7 minutes late.
It was
Right?
not 7 minutes late. It was
Yeah,
Oh, it was
It was
2
like 2
minutes.
minutes.
I was here.
you
it was
were
2
not
minutes.
2 minutes late. No, I did. No,
You
you
weren't
weren't.
paying
I checked that
attention.
multiple. I was
You
paying
didn't check.
attention. I did check. Yeah, I did. I was
promise you
checking.
didn't.
I
'Cause
checked multiple times.
I was watching
I
chat.
checked multiple times.
I was watching chat, and
I
this is
checked
when you were going on.
multiple
No, absolutely.
times. I read the article and I checked multiple times waiting for people. Okay. Any which way, we're moving on from
We were
ours.
sitting in there around like 8. I was there like 8:08, 8:09.
Okay. All right. You guys are all proud for like not
I
being
was on the
time.
freeway
That's
listening.
Read
to
the
you guys.
topic.
That's
We're all
fan-
proud for our, lateness
Read
of
the
being
topic.
black people. We all running on black
No,
people
we
time.
not.
You know,
No, we
LaBelle
not.
Yes,
Crawford
we
had a
is.
really good
Yes,
joke
we is.
about that.
No, we not.
Okay, all of y'all.
Let's read
All
this
of y'all.
Okay, we're moving on. We're getting started. All right.
Send them the blue ski.
That's but look at guys. The ad makes me laugh all the time. It just does. All right. So we got to short change one of these topics. But well, all right. You know what? Maybe we'll just split things differently. All right.
I have a-
Speed run the topics.
So topic 1: in Hyde Park, a woman was fatally shot by police officers. They were responding to a domestic dispute call. The woman produced a knife and didn't drop it when commanded. Officers tried to stun gun to no effect. Then shot and killed the woman. This woman was small, and there were at least 4 heavily armed officers present. What level of danger should cops be expected to endure before using lethal force? Should they put others' lives before their own? If they use lethal force inappropriately, what should be the consequences? Right, and shout out to my man Bam who helped come up with both of these topics. So yeah, pretty simple. This woman, the cops come, domestic dispute call. It looks like the situation was under control, and the woman might have been cuffed, but then I think maybe she put like a pocket knife or something from like inside her clothes. And the cops freak out, and they try to disarm. They take her down to the ground, and apparently one officer did this any which way. Tried to disable her, but was maybe unsuccessful. And the rest of them were freaking out. And then they hit her with a stun gun, and then they just like straight up shot her while her partner, her romantic partner, was screaming in the background like, "Don't kill her, don't kill her," and then "Don't kill me," because he expected they might execute him too. So yeah, a pretty unfortunate situation. I'm wondering what cops should be expected to do. Let's go to our friend Bam, and we got to keep intros short, guys. We got to move things along. Bam.
For sure. Like, the situation itself is like really crazy. Like, hindsight's 20/20 in these types of situations. Like, so I don't expect police officers to be superhumans and like getting knife fights. But if you've seen the video, like there was a cop that did like first of all the way they were handling her in the beginning was like way too lackadaisical to begin with. Like it seemed like they were walking casually, and then they were surprised that she had access to her pockets to pull out a knife. And then I guess because she was a woman, they assumed like women aren't violent, and then she pulled out a knife. Then one cop ended up throwing her down, like, but the other cop just kept yelling, "It's a knife! It's a knife! She's got a knife! Put down the knife!" Instead of actually doing something. I guess and what Prime happened ensued. Like, I don't know if they should be like. I don't think it's what they did was illegal, but I think that it was like a failure on their part to properly do their jobs.
Let's go to our friend Debate Me.
Yeah, I think this is just a continuation of cops being cops and shooting people, especially because their children were in the house too. So that sucks to know that their mom was pretty much executed over this shit. And I don't think that it should have went down the way that it did. It's a fucking knife. Like, you have a knife over a gun. You have a taser. There are ways to take someone down, that like doesn't involve lethal force. And I just don't think lethal force should have been used during this altercation.
Ace.
I think I having looked over the evidence and whatnot, it only takes about 2.5 inches to kill with a knife, and that's a lethal weapon. She caused her own death. She got what she deserved. To say anything otherwise is disingenuous. She is in command of all of that, and no police officers are not expected to put other people's lives before their own safety. Their safety comes first. They are human beings just like everybody else.
Okay, thank you. And man, I hear you. It only takes 2.5 inches to get the job done, right? I know from experience. Let's go to my man Azzy.
Jesus Christ.
And different type of story, say.
Bro, what? A woman just died, Prime. God. What? Listen, I'm sorry. She ran at the cops. Listen. She got hit with the stun gun. She could have faked, at least fell to the ground, like faked it. But the adrenaline was so, she was not in her right mind. She grabbed a knife and ran at a cop. All of them armed. I don't know. Maybe she was, I don't know. Maybe it was depression. Maybe it was, I don't know what her mental state was, but it wasn't right. And unfortunately, yeah, she got sent home. That's all I have to say on that.
All right. Let's go to our friend and someone. I didn't say this before. But like I'm really happy to have you here, Griffin. Yeah, nice to see you again. But just want to put that out there. But Griffin,
You was
please.
the flaky friend. That's what I was talking about earlier. You missed it.
Wow.
Oh,
So it's nice to be here. Thank you for having me despite my lateness at this point. But aside from that, back on to the topic. I can't believe the callousness I'm hearing from the people in this panel.
Callous?
Yes, callousness. A person died extrajudiciously, right? They did not in any way get what we are all, even if you're a constitutionalist, right? A conservative, let's come to you, Pace, and say you believe in, the Bill of Rights above all, and like you as an American have these rights. She got no trial in any way, no jury amongst her peers before she was executed, right? We all agree that's what this was. Secondarily, we talk about police not having the ability, I mean, not the ability, the obligation, due to the Supreme Court ruling even, to put their lives on the line. It's ridiculous. When you sign up to be a public safety officer, specifically in these scenarios where you're given live weapons and body armor and things of this nature to keep you safe, it's exactly expected of you, at least by the public, that you put your life on the line. But in these scenarios, had they properly de-escalated and been there as a force to actually solve this domestic scenario, because I believe this woman is the one who called the police, right? She was the one in need of help, And I highly doubt that if the police came there in an actually de-escalating and peace-resolving manner, that this scenario would have went the way it would have. This is just the prime example of people being acceptable of a totalitarian police state.
Mordecai.
Yeah, I'd really like to know where the scenario went south because bottom line, there's 3 officers, 1 woman. They're all armed, they have body armor, the whole deal. 4 officers, sorry, I was reading, I only counted 3. There's 4 officers. So you could have had 3 officers dangling keys in front of her face to keep her occupied, but 1 officer came and tackled her. It wouldn't have been a hard thing to do. 4 versus 1. But then they decide to shoot at basically point blank range in the home where there's children present. Anything could have gone down in that situation. I've actually seen a one-on-one where an officer was approached by a man with an axe. The guy's swinging the axe at him. The guy's just like, whoa, calm down, sir. There are other ways to get this done. I really wish she had not lost her life.
Same here. Open to the panel.
Yeah, I think that there's. Yeah, I feel like everybody's wrong here except for me. What else is new? The like to I guess sort of down the line, like Queen, to your point of like it's just a knife. I think the stats say like within 10 feet, a knife is actually like more fatal than a gun. Like
Not this time.
Listen, you have body
in the
armor
amount
on, though. Like, you have body armor. That body armor is going to literally stop that knife.
But that's
That body armor
they're
is
saying
not
that she hits
it's not
them.
designed to stop piercing weaponry. It's
Yeah.
designed to stop it's designed to stop bullets and things like that. But
It doesn't
cutting
matter
through
because the person
cutting through the
generate
fabrics.
enough force for that knife to. Okay, so like, as
But that's
someone
just
who
hoping
does-
that she hits them.
You don't
there
have to
instead
you
of,
don't
like,
have
the
to
neck.
hit her hit him in the armor. The neck is right
We're
there.
not looking at the realistic scenario here. We have men who were physically much larger than this woman, right? We have people who, in every scenario, could have detained this woman. It's the moment they made contact with her. Everybody here has either wrestled or, I hope, has wrestled or been in some kind of physical altercation to understand that, like, when you're bigger than a person, you have such an advantage in physical combat with them.
That's what the weapon is for. It's because
Yeah,
it's called the great
we're gonna keep it
equalizer.
there.
And the fact of the matter is, I'm very disappointed in you, Griffin, for not championing in women's rights and the equality of the sexes to treat her as you would treat any other man and kill the bitch.
Wow.
Y'all are so disrespectful. I
My
mean,
man's a savage.
golly. Go ahead, Griffin.
I mean, in all honesty here, when I'm talking about a totalitarian police state, we understand that people should be given the right to at least a fair trial before they're fucking executed. I hope that's what something that we all agree on. And
Yeah,
we
but that
see
doesn't apply when you get
it
to the
does.
point
It
where the
always
Second
applies.
Amendment has to be used.
Okay,
And you
so
need to be taken into custody first and indicted.
thank you. Thank you.
Exactly. But when the
But
Second
this is the
Amendment
thing,
has to be used, that those go away because if you believe
No, they
that
don't.
your
And you stop
rights
them
have
being
been
consistent.
violated to such a degree where you have to take arms to defend yourself, their rights to a fair trial has been abolished. Now
No,
it
it
becomes
literally
your
have
right to
That's why
a
we
fair
have
and
like
free
the
trial
castle
based upon whether or not the evidence supports that it was
Let's let Griffin
truly
respond.
indefensible.
Pace, you're not even being consistent within our own laws. We already have specific laws pertaining to the Second Amendment. Oh, what happened? Sorry, my laptop having some issues. Where we have like the Castle Doctrine and the Stand Your Ground law and the right to retreat. We already have specific laws tailored to your Second Amendment. We understand that even in scenarios where the person feels threatened enough to use a firearm, that they have to have their own series of like what's the word I'm trying to look for here? They have to act within a certain level of carefulness within the letter of the law. Otherwise, you still get charged with murder, like shooting people in the back, things of this nature. We understand that there's
Yeah,
limitations.
but I think that people when they see the Second Amendment, they see arms and they think guns. Guns are not the only arms.
We understand how less lethal
So
a knife is, though.
a
Come on.
knife is the
Knife's not
most
that
used.
lethal,
It's the
man.
most commonly used weapon in murders. It kill more people are killed by knives every year than they are by guns by a long shot. So let's
Maybe in the UK,
data.
but not in America.
yes,
Actually,
in
the U.S.
America,
has a higher rates of knife crime than the UK.
yes, and
Oof.
blunt weapons for
Oof.
that matter too.
Wait,
Go-
DeAndre, how is that? Wait, how is that consistent? If the number one killer of one of the top 5 killers of children in America is firearms, How can you put
It's
knives up there?
children.
You can
No, that's not
have
entirely
different.
That's why I
You
was
can
saying.
have different statistics. Children are
No.
dying. Those children that are dying from firearms are usually dying because they weren't even the target to begin with. It was a stray bullet. But that doesn't take away from the
We're talking
statistics
about even in
that
schools, though.
Yeah, maybe
No,
they went to
that
school that
my
day.
entire point is when I can
um
present something as this is the most lethal option, right? When I was talking about you misrepresenting the data earlier, just because knives might be the most commonly used weapon, we're talking about the overall lethality of the object, right? It is way easier to kill a person with a gun than it is to kill a person with a knife.
It's not
Regardless of that
necessarily true.
10 feet bullshit, that 10 feet stops applying the moment a person already has a pistol trained on you. The entire point of
No,
that 10
it doesn't
no,
actually.
it
That's the thing.
doesn't.
It's really hard to hit a
That
moving target.
stops
If
when
someone
the
is,
threat
If
you
I
don't
stops.
understand how
can,
much ground someone can cover and like how fast someone can
The,
cover 10 feet.
the
Like,
I don't
10
know
foot
you can
rule
cover
is
that in like
about a
2
draw.
seconds.
are you
It's about a
Look,
draw.
look.
I'm
I
pretty
would
certain.
agree.
can I just can I correct the record that knives kill 1,500 people or are murdered with knives each year on average, making it the second most common weapon used in homicide. So it is the second. It's not the first.
Oh,
I didn't say
where'd you
that's
get that
true.
data, please?
Gun violence is still number one.
Yeah, I
So
just looked it
DeAndre,
up too. She beat me to
yeah,
it. Handguns number one, 45.7%. Then it's broken off to firearms of types unknown. That's 23.6%. Then rifles are 2.6, shotguns 1.4%. But that like equals like all of that is almost 65% of the chart. And then after that, knives are 10%.
so not more than just misrepresenting the data, you just straight up lying, DeAndre. That's even better. I appreciate the rest of the
Oh, that must
conflict.
be new data because the last
This is
time I
from
checked that
2019.
statistic,
I mean, not
And
really.
what I'm
last time I
reading is
checked
from
it was
2023.
last I checked was in 2016. So that's probably new data that I haven't seen. But it doesn't change the point you mentioned about training a firearm on somebody. Instantly neutralizes a threat. It does not. If the
It doesn't
if
mutually
the aggressor
you're
continues to charge, the threat of imminent death does not stop until the threat is
misrepresenting my point.
neutralized.
You're misrepresenting my point. When I was talking about the 10 feet rule, we're talking about a
It's
person already having
21.
21 feet. Even more so to the point. We were talking about a person already having a weapon trained on you and the target being stationary in that moment. When you talk about a person charging at you, even more so, we're talking about this woman charging at you. Because when you say charge, from what I understand about the article, it wasn't like she was fully she had like full access of all her limbs. She was already partially incapacitated from that point. There was no reason to suspect that she could have seriously harmed them in that regard if you're really looking at this. And again, we can talk about the tools that we give our police to respond to these scenarios. Why is it that police in our country are incapable of carrying the same tools that police in other countries carry? Other
I
countries
mean, they
have
used a taser. They walked through the like use of force guidelines that
stop.
you
You've
actually they
already
could have went
No,
straight to a gun.
that's so
you've not
much
talked
I'm
more.
saying
There's
a
so much more
baton,
than
a
that. Just
baton would
that.
have been more understandable in this situation than
So
shooting
hit the
her.
bitch. Hit the
I
bitch in the
don't know.
head with a baton.
I think that once she's like one again, there's two ways of thinking about this. One, your argument of like if the gun's already up and pointed, you would have had an issue if like walking through the house with her in handcuffs, they had like a gun like aimed at her. Like you would have
Yes,
said
that's
that.
not entire. I mean,
So that's
yes,
what. So that throws out your entire argument about
it
like
doesn't throw
it's
out my argument.
faster.
No,
Like
no,
it's
She
no.
didn't
What I was
care. She didn't care that the gun was trained on her. She kept
no.
going. They
She was
tased her
out
and
of
she
her
didn't care.
mind.
You don't know. You just said you don't know what you're talking about. I'm saying that didn't happen. So like Griffin's argument of like it like a person isn't a threat with a knife if the gun is like already
that
up
wasn't
and
my
actively
argument. That
pointed
wasn't
at
my
them.
argument.
I'm saying that that's not a thing. That was
I was
but
simply refuting the misinformation that was being given earlier.
it's
That's
not
all.
misinformation though. That it
It
is
was.
true that in a close quarter situation, like I said, it may actually be 21 feet, but I said tend to be
21-foot
conservative.
rule counts if your gun is holstered within 21 steps. You can get to that person and stab them before they can unholster and fire the weapon. That's how the rule goes.
For sure. Like
That's
and
the
that's
entire point. You
it's
were giving
super.
misinformation earlier. That I wasn't making a point based off of that. My point is that the police are overly militarized. That's my consistent point, and that we need to change their tools and equipment so that changes the way they interact with these situations from jump.
Well, the
will never
argument should
make.
have been they should have been more militized in this situation.
No,
Like
no, it
the
isn't.
fact, 'cause the
No,
thing,
no. The thing
are
that they're
you?
changing.
Wait a minute. You're not just let me understand what I'm saying. The reason I'm saying this, they probably should have been more militarized. And I'm not talking about like the types of things they carry. I'm saying in the way they handle the situation. The reason that this happened is because they were like kind of lackadaisical with it. They was like,
Yeah,
she's a
No,
woman,
it's
she's
not.
probably not a
I
threat.
agree with you on that,
Her
Ben.
hands were in front. They're like the cop was like a few feet away from her in the back. They didn't search her pockets because she didn't. It's not like she wouldn't grab it. She pulled it front, so they didn't properly search her. Like it's kind of like they didn't want to come in with an aggressive style. They probably were like, oh, we're just gonna
That's
talk this
on
out.
them.
We're gonna
That
have a conversation.
then they didn't follow their own
So you're
procedure.
asking.
That's
So again,
No,
you're
that's
I
their
Then
wanting
she
to
fault
lost
that
her
they
life
didn't
for it.
follow their
Look,
own
you know
procedure.
what, the big
Then say
queen. I
that.
actually
You're just
agree
going to
with.
be on both sides of that argument and say that
But
they should
I
have
actually
been.
agree with the big
I,
queen
I
on that one.
disagree somewhat, Bam. It's not that they needed to be more militarized. They needed to follow the proper procedures they already had in place. Because they were lax in following those procedures, this person had to lose their life.
Well, that's what Griffin
Well,
wants them to be more
No, that's
lax.
not
Though.
what
well,
I'm
I
saying.
Griffin said
don't
it
think that that's
specifically.
the.
You
I
said
don't
that
think
you
that
said
that's the case,
they wanted him to
Kai.
go in there and de-escalate and be
What'd you say?
kind and talk to her like that's what they were doing, and
You're
that's
not
the
even
reason this
listening.
happened.
See, first off, Bam, you've lost the plot because you're so convinced you're correct. This woman called for a domestic dispute case, right? From the
It
very
doesn't
fucking beginning.
matter.
It
It
does
doesn't
They
matter
matter.
who
should
It
called the
no,
does.
they
police.
should
It
have
doesn't
sent
matter.
in an advocate
They should
to
have
help
treated
No,
her
you
like a
don't
diffuse
send
threat.
in
the
an
problem.
advocate.
Which
No, you
now
don't do that.
they're going to do that. Now they're changing their policy and they're going to have advocates come out for domestic disputes. But they should have already had that shit
No,
already
no, no,
had
no,
it
no, no,
already out. Because if
no.
she was already not, it seemed like mentally there or whatever, she's having a domestic dispute. You have a cop, then you have an advocate there who's also there to help to diffuse and figure out shit.
That would have
Those
led to
are the
even worse
tools, those are the
scenarios than that.
tools in your belt that you
No,
need to
no,
use.
That would have led to even worse scenarios than that.
You got another victim.
I agree with you earlier about that they should have showed up with the proper protocol with what Kai said, but saying that they should have sent an advocate in, statistically, domestic violence things are the most dangerous calls that a police officer can take because of the heightened emotions. You don't know what to expect. This is when police officers are usually getting harmed the most, is in domestic calls.
I thought that was
So
stops. I thought
they
that was
should
traffic
have
stops.
showed up
out
as
there like that.
to Kai's point. They should have showed up and and gone through
Treat
proper
everyone like a threat.
protocol. Well, no, not treat
Or
everybody like a
potential
threat,
threat.
but they should have handcuffed both individuals and separated them so that they can get to the root of what was going on without giving them the ability, either one, the male or the female, an ability to even be perceived as a threat. That's what their first thing should have been. But the fact that they came in and they didn't go with that idea and mindset in mind, it allowed this woman to become an aggressor. And once that happens, you cannot diminish the threat of her just because she is a woman.
Yes, first off,
No, but that's not every city and not every state has those same policies. Like here in Colorado, we have those same policies that like if it's a domestic dispute, both people are going to jail. It doesn't matter who started it first. Both people are going to jail. Okay? But that's different, say
Probably a bad policy.
from California where I'm originally from. That doesn't
Well,
happen.
I agree.
You
I
know?
agree with you on
Like
that
when you
because a
call the
lot of
police,
times,
you can be
even in states where the policy is to arrest both of them, many times the police officers try to get down to the bottom of it, so they don't have to arrest anybody. They'll be like, okay, which one of you needs to leave and come back the next day or whatever. Diffuse situation will get tempers down. You know, they're not looking to arrest somebody. But in this particular case, or in any case, what they really should do, regardless of whether they're going to arrest somebody, is they should at least place handcuffs on both of them, get them separated so that they can try to
no,
Not
this
when
is
you
not
have kids
to
in the
minimize
house.
the threat. Doesn't matter
So,
about the kids. The
at
kids
all.
are going to see worse than that with the fights that's going on every day between the two parents.
I'd rather see my parents fighting than dead.
So
Thank you.
let's go to Griffin and then Az, I want to make sure if Az wants to say something, I want to make sure he gets in. But Griffin,
Thank you. So, Pace, just a quick couple Google searches has brought up a myriad of programs from the CDC, the Call Crisis Division, Cahoots. These are organizations in Austin and Houston and across other metropolitan cities across the United States. They show consistent not only cost saving when it comes to involving mental health workers and social care workers with their police in recalls to household calls or things that are for either nonviolent or, in this case, domestic violence. all of these so let's say, like I said, the crisis call diversion center program, the cahoots, and a few others across Houston and Los Angeles and a few other cities, right? These research the research put out by these organizations from these calls consistently over the past 5 years, these go back all the way to 2018, have shown that just having these mental health people there not only reduce the cost by, in one regard, it's like almost $3 million just alone in 1 year of reduced costs, right? But it also increased the amount of times in which the individuals were successfully separated from each other and like didn't go on to have reoccurrences of domestic disputes later on, right?
This
So
doesn't seem applicable to this
what do you
situation
mean
at all.
doesn't seem applicable? What we're talking about is the way the police responded to these scenarios and how we can handle these scenarios without A, violating people's constitutional rights to trial and jury, and extrajudicially executing them, and B, resolving these scenarios that is safe in ways that actually help the scenario in the future, right, to not reoccur. That's the main
But
point.
none of that would have applied to this situation.
It would have.
Yes, no, it
Yeah.
A
wouldn't
social
have.
worker
Yeah, if
being
they
there,
would,
if she
if
pulled out the knife, they still have to shoot.
Dude,
A
Well, if she
social
pulled out the
worker
knife,
been there
charge
would have
as a
made it a
social
hell of a
worker.
lot worse. They would have shot her faster.
no, they would have been there to de-escalate.
No, they
They
would
are
have shot her
trained
faster.
to
These cops,
de-escalate the problem. And none of
she
these
wasn't
cops were
escalating.
even there doing there to de-escalate. They could have been like, hey, put the knife down. Like,
Ben, let me actually
try to talk to her
They shot her
You know
with
how
a
reasonably.
fast
taser.
this
What else is
situation
there to
happened?
do? If you
Bam.
shoot somebody with a taser and they still come at you with a weapon, do you think that they're going to put the weapon down because you say, "Hey, put the knife down. Put the knife down. I know I just
This was
shot you with a
fast.
taser. Put the knife down."
That's not how this happened at all. Like, first off, do you understand the way you introduce force and stuff into a scenario changes everything, right? So I'm literally the training I was doing up north is called RRF, Rapid Reaction Force, to like respond to civilian like fucking quote unquote riots and all that bullshit. Then the number one thing there is the way you present yourself when you arrive at this scenario, the perception you give to the people you're there to quell entirely dictates how they respond to you in return. So when
I
these
agree with that. I agree with that, and
None of that's
that's why
applicable.
I
I don't
agree with
care
Bam's
if
point. That's why I agree with
100%
Bam's point. They showed up and they
no,
were weak in how they treated her.
no. My entire point is this woman needed help, and instead of getting help,
They were helping her.
they weren't helping her. They were not.
They
helping her.
killed her. That
How did
ain't helping.
Well, they
It's like
helped
you're not.
relieve her
Wait,
from her depression.
did y'all just read the article or did y'all watch the video?
I didn't
I
watch the
watched
video.
the video and I read the
The
article.
video doesn't show the video doesn't show the way everything there like.
Correct. So, but all we know from the video is that when they were walking her out, it seems that they weren't like yelling at her. They weren't doing. It seems like they were actually really calming to the situation. Like it seems like her reaction came out of absolute. Her reaction came out of absolutely nowhere. They weren't handling her aggressively. Apparently, they didn't even search her. They didn't even search her body. Like it seems like what you're asking for doesn't seem
That's
adequate to
the
the
problem.
situation. Bringing
They
in
were
a
too
social
kind.
worker and having her like talk to them and talk them down in these situations. It seemed like it came out of nowhere. She pulled out a knife.
Coming out of
Wait
nowhere.
a minute, just finish this. She pulled out a knife. And then she immediately started like swiping at people. That the one thing you don't want, actually, the biggest thing you want to do that like this is like psychologically in training. Like you actually, you're not supposed to actually talk like sweet to someone whenever they're like have a knife. You're actually supposed to like yell. You're supposed to tell them like that's a huge no because the point is like you're supposed to scare them and let them know that they effed
No,
up.
you're there to de-escalate.
You're
That's not
supposed to
yelling.
Wait,
You're
no,
supposed to be
de-escalation
like
doesn't mean that-
assertive, but you're not there to yell.
I read
That's
the
already
article.
what they were. They were already there yelling at her
Yeah,
already.
they weren't yelling
That's
at her.
not. Yeah, they were.
No, they
Yes, they
weren't.
were.
According to the
Okay,
article,
okay.
they came in and they de-escalated, and then things went crazy.
Yeah, we only get
Exactly.
40 seconds. We only get 40 seconds of the video, so we don't know what happened before. I mean, we were told they de-escalated, but who the fuck knows? I don't know.
True.
Like I'm just saying.
Wait for it.
But
Release the whole video.
Azzy.
So they took her down. She pulls a knife from her pocket.
So she pulled the knife before they took her down.
No,
They took her down because she pulled the knife.
So what? So apparently she was already had handcuffs on. So the progression was she had handcuffs on. They're leading her outside the apartment or house or vicinity, whatever. She pulls the knife out of the pocket, which they did not know she had. She's within, I could approximate 5-8 feet probably even less, because you can see how close she is to the lens of the camera, the body
Especially
cam.
if she was handcuffed, she'd have to be close.
Like by the time you see the person, like the gun, the aiming of the gun, it looked like he just shot from the hip. Didn't even aim properly. Just tried to get her down, and the man screams about 3 or 4 times, "Shoot her! Shoot her! You shoot!" It's like 3 times, 3 or 4 times. Shoot her! Shoot her! Shoot her! By that time, I feel like an officer could have been critically injured, if not bled out, lost his life. Now, I want to say that I want to make note that these officers aren't, not every officer, right? Even though we say you're supposed to lay down your life,
No.
to serve the public, these individuals are not soldiers, and it's apparent. They're not trained that way. They don't have the mentality for this. We don't expect them to be soldiers, to lay down their life. We just say so. We just say it.
Ozzy, I'm very disappointed. Like, I had to interrupt you here. I'm watching this video right now as you're speaking. They have this woman. Now, again, here's to speak to how they aren't de-escalating. They have one of her hands gripped behind her back. The other officer
Mhm.
has his hand on the back of her neck. In what way is this woman who called you for help being de-escalated? She's being detained right here. This is a woman who's calling for a domestic dispute, having another man come in.
Yeah,
and
she's
manhandle
being
her.
detained.
This is
De-escalation
like
so
That's
within the
de-escalation.
42-second scope that we have
De-escalation
available
can
to
be being
us,
detained.
she's being detained. So
Like,
this is
you're saying that,
beyond
like,
this is
you can
beyond
justify having people
de-escalation.
detained.
And so
This is
she's
beyond
resisting
If
arrest
you
at
have
that point.
if you have handcuffs on, this is beyond the point of de-escalation. De-escalation
is my
often happens
entire
before
point.
you're
This
being
is how you
detained.
de-escalate. Sometimes somebody has to be removed from the situation.
No,
I was gonna say that. Thank you, Bam.
no. You guys are
Sometimes
Yeah, and at that point, she's resisting arrest at that point.
Pace,
So it moves on to even murder,
but
even more than that.
Griffin, I will lend you an olive branch, and I agree with you. Yeah, there should be a level of de-escalation before you get to this point. Of course.
No, olive branch. This is basic human rights. Why is it that this woman who called for help was handcuffed?
Because you were
Explain
being
this to
removed
me.
from the situation.
Because-
You
Hold
don't
on,
know.
because you
no. You
you don't
can't
know
say, you
who-
can't make it. You can't ask a question like that because number one,
Yes,
it's very
yes.
regressive. It's
You don't
because
know
we don't
who-
have enough
you don't know
information.
Who started the you don't know who
Yeah.
started the altercation.
Hold on,
at the household.
Pace. Hold on, Pace. We don't
So-
have enough information. We
Yes,
only
we
have
do.
42 seconds. We
No,
only
no,
have
no,
42
not the 42 seconds. Not the 42 seconds. First off, the 42 seconds paints way more than enough information. It already gives that this woman was not helped. We talk about the fact that she was in handcuffs, right? So
You cannot
wait,
say that with your
Just
full
because you called
full
doesn't mean you can't be
confidence.
arrested.
wait, just give me a second to talk this scenario through. So she's in handcuffs, right? That means that at some point these people have had her in enough of their custody that they have physically gotten her arms behind her back and put metal bracelets on her, right? That means that there was a point in time in which they could have spoken to her rationally, but at no point is this happening, right? What we don't see in this video, what we don't see in this video, you just throw my whole entire argument out the way, which is crazy because when I brought up the organizations earlier that prove
You
that
did it yourself when you said you did it yourself by
How?
like your own words, where you're saying
How?
there's no point in which they enacted any type of de-escalation tactic before they put the handcuffs on her. When we get to the video, their handcuffs are already on her, so we don't
My
know what
entire-
happened
That's
to precede
in
this
no
moment.
way- that's my entire point. In no way, shape, or form can you tell me de-escalation tactics have been in place when the person is handcuffed. You can't tell me that happened.
No. You can de-escalate.
I
There's
put
plenty of
someone in handcuffs.
scenarios that we can think of where you can de-escalate and the person doesn't respond accordingly to the scenario, and you have to detain them. It happens all the time with actual criminals who do
But
not
that's not-
comply.
But you have to
So-
think about the reason this entire scenario was going down. This woman is obviously in distress. She's the one who called for the police, assuming that
It
they
doesn't.
Hold
that
on.
doesn't matter though. That
It doesn't
doesn't
mean
the
she
matter.
guy
can't
who-
be
didn't
removed
the
from the
guy- no,
situation.
hold on.
Just because you call the police
Hold
doesn't
on,
mean
hold
you
on,
can't
hold
be the
on,
one that has to
hold
be
on.
removed.
Because I've been interrupted enough.
All right.
Didn't they detain Neely, the guy who killed Jordan Neely, even though he complied and they de-escalated the situation? Of course, the victim was already dead, but the guy who, well, as of late, just got indicted. The guy who killed the homeless individual for chokehold, and they still detained him.
What about this?
Well, you can
They
see that
detain. They
there are
detain
several
anybody.
scenarios there are several scenarios that take place.
Because they don't know who the
just
aggressors
because
That has
just
nothing
because
to
she
do
has
with
the
this.
just because she has the handcuffs on her does not mean they did not enact any type of de-escalation tactic. If
Just
she
because
does
she
not
has the handcuffs
comply,
on her
and you
doesn't
know for
mean.
a fact she didn't comply when she pulled the knife out while being detained.
Brother,
Even
You
that's
with the
do
cuffs
my
in
not.
front of
entire
her.
point. It
That is
didn't help
that's
her. This is
literally the worst thing you could do in
so it's
Well,
not.
any
you know what?
scenario.
I'll give you an example because I had this happen to me
So why
recently.
wait. So why is it that in all these other states, why is it that all the programs I named that they have these more successful rates of these potentially more hazardous domestic scenarios? Why
Explain
is
the
it that
scenario.
That's a rate.
that's my entire
It's
point,
not a
man?
rule. Not 100%.
It's
You
not.
run
No,
into
it's not 100%. But it's
so this is
statistically.
this is one
That's a
exceptional situation.
non-point. That's a
It's
moot
not a
point.
non-point.
Go ahead, Griffin. No, I
Non-point.
was talking to
It
Ben.
shows
That's not
from
a
the
moot
very
point.
jump that we have more effective methods than the ones that were put in place, and they
I
were already.
agree.
Not true at all based on this situation. This is an acceptable situation.
This is
I
not
don't think the
acceptable.
majority of the situation you're describing involves someone pulling a knife on
Griffin,
the
in
cop.
every circumstance, when somebody is
Pulls a weapon.
non-compliant and pulls a weapon, they are legally authorized to use lethal force.
And that
Well,
is the
to
entire
go to
point.
Bam's
All
point,
that is
No, that is a very
that
fair
makes them an
scenario.
exception
This
It's
is
as
not
like
well.
this is like
It's
any
not fair.
any individual citizen. If somebody is coming at you with a knife, any citizen in
You
America
have the
is
right to
allowed
defend
to
I don't
yourself.
see
use
how you look at the situation and
lethal
think what we
force.
need right here is a
Everybody
social
is
worker.
not some martial art trained self-defense pro who
No
knows
one
how to
That's the
knows how to disarm somebody with a knife. And
Well,
even when you are trained, you could still lose your life as a trained professional.
as to your point, in martial arts training, the first thing that I learned when a weapon is involved, they no matter how skilled we are, the sensei always said, eh, one, either give them what they want, or two, get a weapon bigger than theirs to counteract the threat because you have no idea what could happen.
It's
You
these are
could slip, you could make a mistake, but the issue here is, and like I said, I'll give you an example. The police, they come there, what their duty is to try to get answers and get rationale. And if a person isn't rational, they can't do that if they're coming at them crazy, if they're one for a knife. I had a person come to my home the day before Christmas and just tried to steal things off my property. I chased them down. I chased them down. I didn't attack them. I chased them to take my property back. Well, the police come after that. I'm clearly irate. I'm very angry. I want to attack this individual. And so the police come. They see me with a weapon in my hand. Haven't hit anybody, but they see me with a weapon in my hand. I'm the one who called the police. I'm the one who's telling the police what's going on. They put the handcuffs on me, put me in the back of the car. I've got lacerations from where I was attacked, but I'm the one with the handcuffs on. They handcuff me, they talk, they get the story. After everything is said and done, after I'm calmed down, they didn't even they pull me out of the car, they take the handcuffs off me, and I get to go back in my home.
if
This
anything,
this lady didn't do that. This lady was still trying to attack while she had the handcuffs on her. If I had tried to grab my weapon while the handcuffs were on me and attack the individual that had caused me to have a concussion and a busted lip, I'd be dead today because the police would have shot me. But because I didn't do that, because I complied with what the police said, I de-escalated. I tossed my weapon on the ground so that the police wouldn't perceive me as a threat. I didn't even have to go to court. They didn't give me any citations. They got the information, they gave me the code, and I was able to press charges on the individual that attacked me. This woman had the opportunity to do that, but she forfeited that when she decided to act a fool and try to slash at people even though she was handcuffed.
Yeah, this just doesn't make any. There's no proper scenario. Even if a mental health uh facilitator, physician, a caretaker came in to de-escalate, and coupled with the police officers, with the law enforcement, it if she had still pulled a gun, they would still be authorized to use lethal force. So, and this is not me saying I love cops. I got cops in the family, but this is not me saying, oh yeah, bleed blue. You know, all cops are great individuals. You should let them. You should have killed them from jump. No, this is me saying you pulled a gun, you pulled a knife. It's on camera. You are running towards the person who has the body cam. You have now forfeited your right.
So I want
life
to get some other people in here. If people want to join in, and so all right, we've been arguing a lot about this specific situation, but when it in general, when should cops use lethal force? Like
Never.
When a
you think
reasonable
never?
threat is presented.
Never.
Okay.
We-
Well,
Why
so
is it that
Griffin and
why is it that we don't see these consistent problems from countries around the world where police don't have firearms? They respond to knife crimes all the time. We just act like for some reason American citizens are like hyper dangerous criminals or something. Why
No,
is it that
that's
we
not
need
the
to
I
point
go-
mean,
at
they
all.
are more than usual. Like I
That is
said,
the
the
point.
United States has more knife crime than any other country.
Yeah, and knife crime is out of control in a lot of countries. And even though they don't respond with lethal
And
force,
surprisingly,
their
we
knife
don't see
crime is
massive
out of
amounts
control.
police
And
officers
people
being
lose.
stabbed to death every day, do we?
What?
What'd you say?
We don't see massive amounts of police officers being stabbed to death every day, do we?
That is a non
Not
sequitur.
true.
That has
There's more
nothing to
knife crime
do.
in South Africa.
Yeah, and that has nothing to do
Oh,
with what we're
maybe I'm
talking
thinking
about.
about like comparable quality of like countries, like first world countries, maybe.
Aside
I'm-
from that being a wildly fucking Western chauvinistic,
Well, I'm just saying like economically similar countries. I don't know the
it doesn't
right
matter.
word
Go,
for it in the
go to
moment.
France, go to Great Britain, go to Switzerland, go to
And
any
they're
country.
gonna have likely. I think they all have less knife crime than us.
I'm glad
Not
they're
for-
successfully
not for-
dealing
not
with
for-
their knife
I'm
crime.
pretty sure per
Oh
capita.
wait,
That's the
they're
only way
not.
you care about those
It's
things.
rampant.
What? But it doesn't
But
matter.
people
Per
aren't
capita
getting
still-
killed. That's the whole point.
It
Yeah,
Like,
doesn't
the
people
whole
are getting
matter.
killed.
It doesn't matter if you're
isn't.
getting killed. If the outcome
does
results
matter.
in death. No. It doesn't
In
matter.
other countries,
no.
this does
It's not
not
a-
happen.
I know
We
we're
wanna
focused
preserve
on the
human life.
outcome, but these are split decision. These are
They
split
aren't.
decision
They aren't.
scenarios that people have to
They are
make
not.
in the
They are
moment.
not. We see millions of humans, police officers around the country, make these same scenarios, deal with these same scenarios without death consistently in every other country on the planet.
Give me a
They're
scenario.
arguing
Give me a
for part.
scenario. Give me a
What do you
scenario.
mean?
A singular scenario. Give me, I'm not even asking for a lot. Give
even
me
here
a
you're blowing
scenario
that
that
up that
happened
perspective.
in London. Give me a
In
scenario
London,
where
happens
we
every
hear it
time
often.
there's a
Yeah,
specific
and give me a
police operation.
scenario. Give me a scenario.
You want me to go find a specific
Yes,
article?
please.
What
Please.
would one anecdotal evidence? What would one piece of anecdotal evidence change about the statistics of their police in general? That's
This
the
is
entire.
Find me
good.
the least.
My
Find
point
me the.
is, go ahead, Azzy. I don't want to
Find
cut
me an
you off.
example where it's not the best case scenario where everything is done according to procedure.
these
They
are the
disarm the
best case
person.
scenarios.
Find me something that was similar to this scenario.
Brother.
Find me
What-
something.
Think about what you're asking me for right now. The entire reason you're asking me for this.
Because I'm
is
trying to compare
Well,
the
you consider
decisions of the
the
cops
situation
made.
unreasonable.
I'm trying to compare the decisions made
And that's
by
the
the
wrong way to
officers.
look at this in the first place. We're looking at how the police respond to these scenarios and the equipment they have, and whether or not it leads to death, and whether or not police should be authorized to use lethal force.
That's
We look at pol-
good. That's all. That's good and all. That's dandy. I need you to
Not
find me a
dandy.
similar scenario, and I need to compare the decisions made by the law enforcement to see whether or not the law enforcement in this scenario was the decisions they made were egregious.
Yeah, you can't just say something like the actions you did were unreasonable.
Yes,
have
you
Well,
can.
look,
Yes,
No,
you
you
can.
can't say it
No,
without
because you're
without
comparing
showing that there's a
general.
better.
You're making general.
Without
You're
like
making
a
general
real life
comparisons.
example of how it could have better it could have better played out. Like you can't just say
Look,
like
real life examples of
hypothetically.
police
I
I
can't
have to
argue
make this
ghosts,
point
Griffin.
for you. I have to make this point
You're
for
giving me
you.
a you're giving me a
Because-
gro-
because
So
you're
show
making the idea
I'll find
that
it myself. I'm Thanos right now. I'll do it myself.
So from
Like,
what we're looking at,
oh,
the
you're
United
you're
States
making
for knife deaths is at 114 in the entire world, sandwiched between like Turkey and Israel. Whereas at the very bottom of the list, tied, Monaco, Oman, Tunisia, and United Kingdom at the very bottom for knife deaths. Japan right above that. So apparently their policing works and they don't have firearms on them to intimidate people into complying. They're able to use their procedures effectively and fewer people are dying. So apparently we're doing something wrong.
Wait, are you just looking at raw numbers?
I'm
That's all
looking
that
at
matters.
the per capita of stabbing deaths globally.
Okay, per capita numbers.
But that's all
Look,
that.
I still think you're blowing
Well,
this
no, the damage
out of
numbers matter
proportion
way more than
because you
raw
take a
numbers.
look at if you were to break this down into the amount of knife deaths, but if you're going to general numbers here, just based off of people who were killed by police between the time in the year 2022, which is last year, by police was about 1,200 out of 330 million. Well, you're blowing this out of proportion, like they're just going out here and they're on a firing squad with people every time they come into a person, and according to the FBI crime statistics, they come into contact with at least 7 million crimes a year.
This is the
At
most
least 2 million of those are violent crimes, and you're
doesn't
only
matter.
getting around 1,200 deaths as a result of that. That's blowing that way out of proportion. It happens very infrequently, but
Who cares how
the leading thing that happens to this is how the suspects or the victims uh, react to these circumstances. In the vast majority of those things, the aggressors are not the police officers. They show up
Are you
there, and one of the
serious?
biggest problems, that, like I said, like Bam said earlier, one of the biggest problems with leading to thinking that you can become an aggressor against a police officer is how the police officer addresses the situation and asserts his position as a police officer. Clearly, they did not do that effectively enough to this woman to think
Okay.
that she could pull a knife on them.
And you know what? Here, I just found a scenario right now. Thank you, Griffin, for your help. I just found one that had just happened a day ago in Nottingham, Hampshire, and Nottingham, right? So, they used the taser on the guy with the knife, and unfortunately, the man had already stabbed and killed three individuals. Let me post this right now. in VC. So it's not some happy-go-lucky every single scenario. Nobody dies and they're able to detain and de-escalate everything.
Wasn't the point of this is that like the officers should be the ones who should tackle the problem, right? Like not that people don't die of knife deaths, because people do die of knife deaths.
Yeah, so I don't even know.
But when the officers responded, though, the officers should contain the situation rather than escalating. Isn't that what Griffin's point was?
Well, they used the taser on the guy. They bring him down. They used the taser. They de-escalated it with non-lethal taser. They brought him down with a taser.
And when that was unsuccessful, they proceeded to deadly force because
they didn't talk this man into the police car. They said, "Listen."
Yeah, but they didn't.
And they took him down.
They didn't kill him.
If that taser wouldn't have worked.
Well, of course they had no lethal. They don't. Of course they didn't kill him. They don't have lethal force. They had a taser. They used a taser on the woman, and the woman.
3 people lost their lives as a result.
So yeah, they could have tased her more, but
that was before. Guess what?
Didn't we see somebody die late? It was a black individual who died because he or she was tased too much. What were they supposed to do? Taser again?
But as if
they're concerned about her dying, then not shooting her would be the play, right?
Of course, we're in America. We're not concerned about her not dying or not. Like I said, it's legal for us to use lethal force. That's a nice point, but that's missing the point. That's missing the context.
To your point, Azzy, there was a case not too long ago of an individual police officer pulled over somebody on the side of the road, tried to be cordial, tried to give him all of his information. The individual got out of the car, grabbed the police officer's gun, and killed the police officer and stole his car and drove off.
Sounds like that cop was really irresponsible and shouldn't have had a fucking firearm.
Anyway. Oh my goodness, man!
The cop was dead.
Y'all are like killed. I want you guys to be a police. I want y'all to go through police academy, and I want y'all to go be an officer for maybe a year at least.
In the most dangerous areas. Because it doesn't matter.
Please, I want to see yours. I want to see your split reactions. I want to see how stoic you guys are. No. This is silly. This is really silly. I understand the points of we can hopefully the country is better one day and the training is better one day.
Not training.
And the methods used to de-escalate are better one day. Just let me finish. Allow me to ease your pain. Let me ease the anxiety you're going through, Griffin. All right.
No anxiety. I'm disgusted with
you. Seem kind of peeved, brother. Take a deep breath. You know what I mean? De-escalate. You know.
Oh boy.
7 seconds in, download Headspace while you're at it, all right, and hit up your therapist on BetterHelp. Anywho, listen, I hope that one day all this stuff gets better.
It's fired.
Listen, I want to, even in this scenario, in Nottinghamshire, right? They still had to use force to bring this person down. So do you agree
Crazy
that
how that person's still alive though.
I'm
If
glad
the
That's
taser
kind
would
of
have
the
worked on this
point.
girl, she would have
I'm
still been
glad you
alive.
respect
But
life,
I,
Taser
and I
don't always
respect
play out
life
like that.
too. I'm
Griffin,
glad you
Then
respect
more
life.
of
I
us
respect
need to
life too.
no, more of us need to respect
But
life
that
because
person,
but the way
who
that
at
you
the,
what do you
talking,
no,
how
no,
do
no,
you
mean?
no, stop,
What do you
respect
stop,
their
stop,
mean?
stop,
Wait,
life?
stop,
what
stop,
do you
stop. Let me
mean?
finish.
Actually,
Let me
just brought
land.
the
Let me land.
example
Let
up.
me land. Let me
Okay,
land.
okay.
Let me land.
Person's still
Okay.
alive,
Whoa,
but
whoa, whoa,
3
whoa,
people
whoa,
are dead
whoa,
as a result.
whoa! Stop. Knock it off. All right. As he finished your point, debate queen wants to jump in. Bam wants to jump in as well. Let's keep moving.
Of course, the state and law enforcement should be have a better attitude to the sanctity of life. But the person with the knife did not care about life. That person had already killed 3 individuals with the knife. This woman, now nobody died because of her, but the domestic was it the domestic abuse scenario, or what was it? What type of scenario was it? Whatever it
Domestic
was,
violence.
the domestic violence scenario was called in. She was potentially going to harm somebody. That's why they called it in the first place. The law enforcement was in their due rights to use whatever means was available to them.
No,
Okay?
they weren't.
Yes, they are.
But, I'll
Until the
throw
law,
There's a
Griffin
you
a
debate
change
bone
the
on here.
here.
laws.
He's right. They should have used other tactics. If they knew that it was a domestic violence case in the beginning, they should have showed up, and they should have been much more assertive, much more aggressive with the handcuffs at the beginning. I'll throw
Hindsight
Griffin a bone
2020 is
there.
good and all, but listen, in this scenario, and then looking at a similar scenario, I still feel grounded in my position. I'm gonna land on that.
Okay. Go
Yep.
ahead. Debate queen, and then bam.
It's a hot mess, honestly. Like like I said earlier, the way that y'all are talking don't sound like you appreciate the sanctity of life and that every person's life matters. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Because like I said, if we could do it in other countries and not kill someone, then we could do it here. Now, the person that you mentioned in this article, right, killed 3 people beforehand, okay? 3 people beforehand. There's nothing that you could have done to stop that shit, right? Okay. But
Yes,
at least
yes, we could.
he is alive. He didn't get shot. He'll face justice from the people that he has wronged and the jury of his peers, inshallah. You know? And that is true justice. Justice is not shooting someone. Justice is not the police taking in jury, judge, and jury. Like that's not the way it should be. America is fucked. Is literally fucked in the
Okay.
head from this shit. Okay, because we constantly see death and we are oblivious to it. We see death and we're just like, another person dead. All
No,
right.
this is
I
so wrong.
hold on. Sorry, we got to move on. I do want to hear from Bam, but I think that's an interesting point that debate queen is drawing on. But first, I want to hear from Bam, and then I want to try to jump on that.
Yeah, I think the concept of like I'm not in favor of the death penalty, but I think in the act of like duties, people can die. Like, and it's also weird to hear people like try to stand on this like moral high ground because after the people are arrested and like from in these heinous situations, the first thing those same people say is like whenever time to get like I don't care what happens to them, like I like f them, like they could rot for all I care. I hope they rot in hell. I don't know, like so it seems really performative. Like you can't say that like they should be alive so I cannot care about their life. I don't know. That's the other thing. But the point being, making crazy statements like there's no point where lethal force is necessary. I think that's insane. Uh, saying things like there's another way this situation like should have played out when they literally. And again, the situation way it should have played out is like I said, they should have searched her. Her handcuffs should have been behind her back. Like they should have pinned her down, handcuffed her behind her back, and searched her. But like once the situation was active, like I said, I thought we were gonna have an argument about like maybe the second cop who was the recording was coming from, like he should have helped like pin her down, like he should have like got on top of her with the other dude. That's what I thought the conversation was gonna go, because I think that's where the failure was. But the idea of like, no, actually the cops that were getting like charged at with the knife should have done something else besides shoot a taser at her. The taser failed, and then they were supposed to like, again, they were supposed to have hand-to-hand combat with. I don't know. I just think that's insane. I think that once it hit that point, there was a point of no return. Shit, like it's unfortunate, but the cops did exactly what they should have done. But I don't think we can expect more at that point.
So so I definitely disagree with you. I'm gonna try to jump in here for a bit. One, the cop who was recording the if you see the tape, right? There's the cop who's has the device on his chest, and he's recording, and he like sees the knife because like the woman is walking towards him when she first draws the knife. He says he has a knife. Then the cop behind, who was like walking them, who had the woman in he like takes her down. And the cop who called out knife at first jumps behind other cops, right, and keeps like telling them to like he keeps yelling knife constantly, and then eventually he's like, I think he says stunner, and then he says shoot or something, something along those lines. Anyway, he was a bitch, that guy, right? He was a certified bitch. So there was this small woman who, like, she didn't lunge at him or anything, right? And his buddy had taken her down, like he had taken her to the ground, and then he's having trouble getting rid of the knife, right? Like, fair enough, maybe she's got a strong grip. Well, the other cop should have gone to assist him. It's not like he was doing this alone, not like trapped alone in a dark alley with a person. I think that changes the calculation. But there was I believe there were 4 cops there total, and taking down this small woman, yeah, that's completely within their abilities. They get hand-to-hand training. They should be able to handle this much. Sometimes, yeah, people are going to have a weapon in their hand. That doesn't mean it's an automatic execution. Not at all. And it doesn't mean, though, of course, that you should approaching a officer in an aggressive manner with a weapon means that your life is safe. That obviously can't be the case either. But in this situation, as we saw, there was plenty of opportunity to take this woman down, right? But those cops, being the bitches that they are, decided, well, we're just going to end this woman's life rather than do anything else. That's a problem. That's a problem, especially when you're dealing with people who, because she must have had something going on in her head if she had done that, right? That's like a crazy thing to do. So she must have something going on in her head. But these cops were unable to deal with this. And it's like a basic situation that happens to people who are mentally disturbed. They do crazy shit, but they should be able to respond. The cops should be able to respond in an efficient manner, safe manner. So
there's no such thing as a knife fight. Like,
agreed with you.
That's unreasonable.
It wasn't a knife fight. It wasn't.
No, I was with you.
One second.
When she got back up, when she got back up, like I think there was.
Yeah. So hold on. But she's still a small woman, right?
Oh,
that
please.
No. Sorry.
She's a woman or not.
Sorry. Hold on. I'm dealing with Bam. I'll deal with the rest of you guys later. Did she hawk out when she got back up? Was she now unstoppable, or all the same physical characteristics of this altercation the same as what they were before? Correct?
No, they're worse because she's charging with a knife.
Sometimes.
Wait.
No, she was charging. When she got back up, she went immediately to a charge. It was she didn't get back up. What are you talking about? Don't mention something you don't know.
I'm literally watching the video right now. Can we go back and watch this video?
You said she didn't get back up.
Okay, so look from second 10 is when the knife is produced. The first cop, bitch mate, jumps back, right? Second cop behind her body slams this woman to the ground, right? And has his hands on her back. From every scenario you can put forward, this woman has her hands cuffed in front of her, is currently on the ground with a man at least a good 30 to 40 pounds larger than her.
Sure, I'm saying after she gets back up. Again, I agree that the other cops should have got on him at that point.
They jump away from her specifically to shoot her. You watch this happen. You watch from second 14 on, the cops have full physical control of this woman, proceed to release her, and then shoot her. There was
He didn't
no
release her. The
Look
one
at this.
cop that had her pinned down. Like again, once he starts
He
like
jumps away
flailing
from her.
when he didn't get help, yeah, he has to get away. He's
Because
not
the
supposed to
weapon-
stay. He can't just go through the knife. He's not like he's not a ghost.
Prime, you
He's-
pointed this out earlier. Prime, you pointed this out earlier. The woman gets slammed on the ground, right? Slammed on the ground. The other 3 police officers, being bitch made, do not proceed to
I'm talking about afterward. I agree. Let's get past that.
No. This is my entire
no,
point.
let him
You
say
can't
this.
say They
This is
fucked
silly.
up that they get to kill this woman. They fucked up in that scenario when they
Agreed.
should forward to not agreed. You guys can't say agreed because you were earlier stating that you fucking think it's okay.
Because
Just
when she gets
because
back
they met,
off-
no. Yes, they're going to make mistakes in real life scenario, even in
can't
training
call
with
that woman her
virtual. No, stop. As somebody who's went through junior police academy and being shown the process and watching officers in real time training, a lot of these officers don't just succeed every time they go through training. A lot of them fail on the VR. They fail in the VR. So, and then no, stop. It doesn't even matter the size argument, right? It doesn't matter if they're cowards. It doesn't matter if they're cowards. It doesn't matter if they dealt. Yeah, of course. Okay, so misspeak.
No.
It does matter in real life scenarios. Every decision you make matters. They failed multiple steps.
Yes.
So so I guess now they just deserve to get stabbed.
Yes.
I guess now they deserve to get stabbed. They failed every single procedure. They deserve to get stabbed, and they deserve the worst. No. That's what it sounds like.
Unironically, they deserve to die because of that.
Sorry, guys.
It makes
Can we
zero sense.
not do that? Can we not do that? Because obviously that's not what Griffin is
said they're
implying.
cowards.
No, that's
Yeah,
what
they
Griffin-
are
he said
cowards.
unironically.
They deserve to be
So
fired.
they deserve to get stabbed.
They
because they're
deserve
cowards.
no. They deserve to be fired. They deserve not to be on the force if they can't handle a situation like this.
That's beyond the
They're-
point. That's
yes,
after the fact.
no. Here's the problem: the cops put their lives on
on the line.
no. So I mean, like they put their lives as the
above
most
hers?
important, above everyone else's. This is what they constantly do. These cops, right? Like, yes,
That
this
is what they are supposed to do.
No.
it's
That's not what they're
No,
supposed
it's
to do.
not.
That's
and
not what they're
And this
supposed
is
to do.
fundamental.
At the end of the day, their life is more important than the
This
potential
is it.
suspect.
I'm glad you said that, right? Because this is a fundamental difference, and this helps decide where you're going to fall on these issues, right? Are cops there to protect and serve the community, right, and protect the lives of the community above their own? Or are their lives the most important? And so we arm these people, put them in dangerous situations with the rest of us, right? And since they have to protect themselves over the others, I guess they'll use lethal force the moment they feel threatened. The moment like a person approaches them
Do you even understand
with something
what the
ambiguous
threat
in their
of
hand.
lethal options are?
Hold on. Let's understand this. Like, because of the type of thinking you're pushing pace, right? But because of what you just said, right? Cops will shoot a person who walks up to them with an object that's ambiguous in their hand. They don't know what it is, right? They have no idea, and they should investigate that. Fair enough, right? But their thought is, well, that might be possibly a weapon. The guy is 20 feet away from me. I'm going to blow him away. Right? Because I gotta protect my life first. That's exactly
the
argument right now.
If they've issued an order for that individual to reveal to them what's in their hand, if they've issued an order for that individual to stop, if they've issued an order for that
this
individual
is my wallet, officer.
No, it's not the same type of scenario.
That's not the same situation.
You're making
if they issued an order, and that individual continues to walk up to the police officer without showing what that object is, yes, that is a reasonable threat because the officer has no idea what that is. The officer has no idea.
And rather than have a positive identification, you're like, it doesn't matter, right? Like, I'm scared.
I don't know if it's
excuse me.
They gave the suspect
Excuse me. I'm a bitch made cop. I don't have a positive assessment of whatever this object is, so I gotta blow them
don't
away
understand why we're moving the
immediately.
scenario.
I gotta
That's
put
what
them in
you
the
do.
ground. That's what
What'd you do?
made cops
I don't know
do.
if it's the lead or the
And
you
that's
Cuban.
didn't know what
and
it
it's same.
was.
Hold
And
up,
they
hold
coming
up,
at
hold
you,
up, hold up,
and you
hold
had
up.
you had a reasonable threat. You had a weapon on your a firearm on your side, and they were coming at you. You asked them, "Hey, I don't know what you got in your hand. I don't want to hurt you, but you're coming pretty close to me. I don't know if that you mean harm to me or not. What are you gonna do? Are you gonna let them get close enough to you, or are you going to try?
They don't
and-
even
I'm
ascertain.
about to
Last,
post a
do that.
graphic image in the chat. Just not in your chat, but in like the private chat. Just heads up.
Okay, so
This happened in 10 seconds with a box cutter. There's a box cutter. This isn't even a knife.
Hell, this happened 10 seconds with a box cutter. I got stabbed in the heart with a box cutter because I let them get too fucking close to me.
Yeah,
So
y'all
try
like
to tell me
minimize how-
I'm sorry.
I've been stabbed in the heart.
I have no idea. I have no idea
You can
why
have people
your
coming to you and you're like,
I have
oh,
no
okay,
idea
I
why
don't want
your
you getting closer.
experience.
Can you show me what you're getting closer?
Excuse
What?
me. Sorry.
Should I just sit there and let
I don't know
them
why you have to talk
say-
over me. I don't know how to why you
Come on,
talk
be
over me.
real here.
Okay.
Another human being.
I don't know. Hold on.
they
Well,
hear us
excuse
that
me.
well.
Excuse me. I don't know why you feel the need to talk over me, and I don't understand why you think that your experiences are the experiences that I'm talking about. You aren't
That's
an
the
officer.
experience
Hold on.
that is
Excuse me.
expected that people
Excuse
should be
me. Excuse
protected
me.
against.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. What I'm talking about is what trained police officers, right, the brave and the bold, are supposed to do. Not you as a private citizen. First of all, I don't think you should necessarily execute some other person, but that's not important, right? But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about police officers and what they should do. Heavily armed police officers, especially when they're in a group. Right? I've seen this behavior for myself. We're gonna go anecdotal that like these police officers, bitch made that they are, right? Immediately go for the weapons, even when you just approach them with a question. Hey, let me put my hand on my weapon. I'm surrounded by half a dozen heavily armed individual, but some person's just asking me a question. Hey, is this a threat? Are you a threat? I don't know. Maybe? You asked me a question, a simple question. Maybe you're a fucking threat. This is how officers work. Hold on. We're not talking about a specific situation. My question was about
In general?
in general. That's
Why?
the question I asked
In general, the statistics are
because
against you.
hold on, when I
waters.
expanded the situation,
are against you.
whoa, hold on. When like the problem here is that like because cops, I'm going to reiterate my point and we could start over again because maybe you guys were confused because I'm not just talking about this one case. I think, again, the cops who are prove that they're bitches, they need to be off the force without a doubt on the woman case. Without a doubt, they need to be off the force.
Get to live too.
But beyond that, right? Like, it's to risk your life, right? Because they come in these situations without any risk. And once you do that, once you come to these situations with the thought that I'm not going to take any risk, then that means I have to execute everyone else around me. Because if I don't execute anyone who is I see as slightly threatening, right? Well, then I might die. Something bad might happen to me. Me, the cop, the poor cop who volunteered to do this fucking job, of course, right? I might be hurt.
Argument
They're
I've
the
heard in my
fucking
life.
problem.
So what's supposed to happen? Are they supposed to wait till somebody dies before they take action?
No. I told you in the situation I gave you. Positively identify what it is, right? You can give a command, for instance.
It was a knife.
Hold on. In the situation I was referring to previously, like if there's something ambiguous in their hand, right? Positively identify what it is. You can say, hey, stop where you are, or you could say, hey, I don't understand like what that is. You can do all of these things to check.
Refuses what next?
And until you know there's a dangerous
get
weapon,
close enough to kill them.
Until you because that's the job.
Okay,
That's
so
the fucking
when they're
job.
close enough to kill them,
That's the fucking job.
When they get close enough to kill them, and they don't
That's
have
the
enough
job.
time to draw
That's the
the
job.
deterrent method,
That's the
dies.
job.
It just dies.
That's the job. I'm gonna keep
say it. Let the
repeating it
police
because
officer
you don't
answer
seem to
that.
understand that. That's the
Say what
job.
the answer is. Just say
That's
the answer.
the
Let
job.
the police officer
He
die.
answered, Pace. He answered. He said, "Yeah, that's the job. They're supposed to die. They're supposed to get stabbed. They
Okay,
messed up.
so
they gotta
That's
die."
not
So-
what I said.
So,
That's
so
not
when
what I
you-
said. I said you have to take the
From your
risk.
perspective,
You have to
when
take the
somebody
risk.
decides, when
That's
somebody
the job
decides
means
they
what?
want to volunteer
have to
protect
take the
somebody
ri-
else's life, they
If
need
you're
to
too much of a
allow themselves
bitch,
to die
if
before
you're
they
too
even
much of
pull
a
their
bitch,
weapon.
if you're too much of a bitch to handle it, then don't get on the force, right?
This is
Look,
such
I'm
a
not.
everyone
I'm not
is
saying
no
I'm brave.
slippery
I'm not
argument.
saying I'm brave. I'm not brave enough to be a cop, right? Maybe I can
before the
recognize I
cops
can't
pull
do
their
that. But
weapon,
these
somebody
other
has to
guys,
die.
they're
That's what you're saying.
bitch made. These bitches who can't handle it. Who cannot handle it?
There's not
They
a
shouldn't be
person
on
on
the
earth.
force. If you're too terrified, if you're too
Everyone is.
terrified of everything that's happening around you, you shouldn't have a gun. It's simple as that.
Everyone on earth is terrified of a person coming down with a knife.
Hold on. Yet police officers who are
people
trained
get
in
terrified
other
of
countries
spiders.
manage to handle this.
They're not
Manage
trained
to
to-
handle
they're not
exactly
trained to
this.
handle- they're
They
not trained to
exactly
Pace,
do. Yes,
Pace
they
made
are.
a good
You
point.
don't
Hold
understand.
on, Prime. Grown men trained to the T lose their mind when a little baby mouse show up in the room, jumping on tables, having their wives going after. People could be
irrational.
completely.
No, but I'm just saying there's not a
yes.
Hold
on. Let me land.
Understand the ability
Let me land
whether they
because
can
you
die
guys,
or not.
I know you guys are smart enough to know where I'm going with this. People who are very trained to be the most rational and stoic individuals who are supposed to live and fulfill their duty, all of a sudden in the line of action, when they have to make real-time decisions, it is very evident. We have a lot of historical data, even in wars, even in fistfights. People lose their mind and their mind goes blank and they start messing up. And like we already agreed, they messed up on procedure here. We already agreed. So now
And that woman
what is your
life?
so that woman deserves to be alive
Doesn't-
she
doesn't deserve to live her life. And that
we're not
scenario,
saying she
as we
deserves.
saw.
We're not. No. Miss me. That is a point that nobody's going to argue against. Of course, she deserves her life.
No,
So do the officers.
No, you can
Just
forfeit
because-
that right.
Just
You can
because
forfeit
they're
that
just
right.
because.
I
hold on.
disagree. Once you do that, you forfeit your right, just like Bam said.
I'm not gonna go along with the moral argument of you can forfeit your life. I can see. Matter of fact, you know what?
Right
I don't
I can
believe
see
it's
it.
the
No,
moral
hold
argument, it's the
on.
legal argument.
Let me finish. Golly, man, y'all are a little too gung ho on this. Yeah, I hope none of you guys are trained to be officers. That's why they got Griffin over there training in the middle of a forest fire. And guess what?
Don't bring up Griffin's traumatic.
Griffin doesn't. I guarantee you, Griffin still doesn't want to be in front of somebody, even with a knife, who's like 10 feet away, 10 steps away.
But you know,
Doesn't matter how
Point.
extreme and premier your training is, and you still have to make real life decisions, split decisions in real scenarios.
All right, go ahead, Griffin.
The training, what we do in order to for civilian, we are given shields and batons. We are not given live firearms or even simulation rounds. Even us as the military understand that the appropriate way to respond to the scenarios is not with immediate lethal force. Why is it that our basic police fail to do
Because
that?
they don't have shields. Okay.
lethal force.
Give the
Come
police
on, they went
officers
to the
shields
taser
and
first.
batons. Stop. Give the police officers shields and batons, just like equip them like they equip the army. Is that what you want? We want to militarize our police, right? Give them shields and riot gear.
Take your gun away and give you a shield or baton is direct.
Well, that's what they did. That's what they did in Nottingham. They were the individuals who it's not regular police. It's the riot police. It's the.
But you notice how your one anecdotal scenario does not change the fact that statistically.
It's not anecdote. This is No. This is empirical. This is a real.
This is literally an anecdote. That's how an
What are you
anecdote
talking
works.
about? This
It's
is
one data point.
this is a article
data point is
that
called
a single data point. I could bet you I can find 10, 20 more.
Great.
No, but it will still be.
And, but the point of the data point, I'm sorry.
You need to look up the definition of an
I have to show
anecdote.
you a whole archive.
Yeah, you need to look up the
UK
definition of an
scenarios.
anecdote because that's an anecdote. Like that's
No, an
it's simple.
anecdote.
Works.
That's so silly, bro.
Oh my God.
Y'all don't. I didn't know we were now fumbling on the English language now.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Google. I'm actually using the Google AI. All right. So what is an? You have to sign up to do. We will do this anecdote. Okay. All right.
You got it. Okay. Bing is more accurate, bro. They have 3 choices. Precise.
Sure. An anecdote is a short story that is significant to the topic at hand.
They don't
Anecdotes are usually told through speech rather than written down. Anecdotes are usually about a very specific subject matter and often. Okay, that's not important. That's the other.
Exactly.
No.
Keep going.
Hold on. That's a different version of the same word. Right? You're talking about a humorous anecdote. So the first thing that I read is the thing that matters. I was just reading this whole thing out loud.
The first thing is nothing
it's
that I did.
It's a single data point. That's what you gave us.
Reread.
I'm
pretty sure it said story.
I feel like you're comparing
like
hypothetical.
story experienced and like.
It's a short story that you gave us. Yes, that's what you gave us.
I gave you a whole article, a data point. I didn't give you a short story.
It's just not knowing what the word means. I think you think anecdote means hypothetical situation, and it doesn't. An anecdote is a real situation. It's just like it's saying that like it.
Yes, anecdotes are like my experience that I experienced with the police.
No. I understand what you're saying. Okay, I get it.
In the heart.
There's personal anecdotes, and then there's anecdotes. There's single data point. Okay. Yeah. But I guarantee you that we can find multiple. No, the only reason I brought this up because you guys brought up. Oh, there's plenty of other countries where this stuff doesn't happen.
Yeah, there are plenty of other countries, but what they don't bring up is that those other countries do not have the same rights and freedoms. For example, America, if you take a look at the top crime statistics, America being as free as we are, the freest country on the face of the earth, we are in like I think it was 120th place in terms of crime statistics versus Singapore, who's at the very bottom of the list with only 0.2 in their crime statistics. Singapore citizens have literally zero rights to the presumption of innocence, to the presumption of being able to protect themselves from anything.
Don't they, like,
you protect yourself, and it causes somebody to be assaulted. You're prosecuted. Different scenarios, because your solution would be that we should have less rights in America in order to be like these other countries.
Pace. You say we're the freest country on the planet? Do you understand that we have
in terms of the rights that we have?
We don't.
We are.
We have less freedoms than so many other countries. We're literally ranked like 25.
All of the
no.
You're gonna get into positive rights versus negative rights.
Specifics. No more generalities, because you guys are muddying the waters with all these generalities.
Like even our freedom of speech is very unique.
Specific data points.
All the
police officers are so successful. Please give
all of the countries that you compared us to earlier in their statistics have less rights comparably to the American citizens.
Okay, sorry, I don't want to get. We're gonna get in a long conversation about like how many rights, and we would all of us be talking out their asses because we don't know the exact like governmental situation, policy situation.
No, it's too late. Y'all already are.
No. Wait. Bam! I want to engage with you. Okay, Bam. So, do you think? I will ask you. Do you think that a police officer should prioritize the lives of the citizens around them, or just people, not just citizens, of course, but the people around them in their community, or their own?
It's a trap.
It's both.
It's like when you have to weigh it out.
It can't be both. It literally can't be both, right? It has to be one or the other.
Well, it all depends on the situation. Like say for example, like if you're a firefighter and you're getting people out of the home, like you want to try to get as many people out as you can, but saying that there's a person in there and the home is going to collapse in 2 seconds, I'm not going to say that firefighter has an obligation to run back in. Like there's going to be diminishing returns where
if the firefighter dies, everybody dies.
But in general, right? When in most situations, right? Because most situations aren't that a police officer faces.
So you want to remove the humanity of the police officer?
Sure,
they're
whatever.
robots.
You're not even listening, Pace.
I can't hear what he's saying.
You're not listening, Pace. But anyway, Bam, like in most situations, what should be the balance there? Should
For sure,
they
yeah.
prioritize? Yeah.
They should surprise, yeah. In most situations where it's reasonable to do so, yeah, they should prioritize other people. But that, like I said,
Okay.
I think that you can cross that threshold.
All right.
whenever
So
someone
reasonable
pulls a
to
weapon
do
on you.
so. So we gotta hone down again. Reasonable to do so. What is unreasonable? So if
When your life is an immediate threat.
immediate threat. What is an immediate threat? If a person,
come
for
on.
instance,
So regressive.
if a person is has a weapon, a knife, no, if they have a gun, right? They have a gun, and they're several feet away, and the gun is not like drawn, they have it in their hand, but it's pointed to the ground, right? They have not raised the gun at all. You commanded them to drop the weapon. Drop the weapon. They haven't dropped the weapon. They're very agitated. You can see that. But they refuse to drop the weapon, but they haven't pointed at anyone. Is their life in immediate danger?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. See, this is the issue, right? Like,
What
and
issue?
like
Explain.
Griffin, I think you can understand here
What
as
is
well.
immediate danger?
Like, this is not immediate danger.
Not-
What?
Yeah.
This
Someone's
per-
I
got a
can see
gun,
if the
an
no, hold on. I
unholstered
can see if you
weapon.
said. I can
So-
see if you said the gun had the safety on and the
Nope.
finger wasn't in the in the trigger and they were just holding the.
I can speak directly to my training in this scenario. We walk through ETS simulators, right? Where we are in scenarios, we have little makeshift electronic air rifles and shit, and we patrol hallways, all that bullshit. You know, every time you fail the scenario, if you ever pull the trigger before you see a person raise a weapon at you, you fail immediately every time.
I didn't say you could hit the trigger yet. You asked if their life
No,
was
no,
in
no.
He
immediate
asked if
danger.
their life is in
When a person
danger.
raises the weapon at you, if you
Your life is in
Wait.
immediate danger. You can see they
not-
absolutely be seen as a threat.
No.
No.
If you can't identify the
No,
weapon,
No, Griffin, 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 get it out.
If you are in a scenario, say you are, this was literally the scenario they gave us. So we're in the Middle East, right? There's fucking
Wait, this is new
insurgents everywhere.
military.
So these are literally terrorists, right? So you walk around the corner, you see two people in a hallway. One person has an AK-47, and the other person is just standing there, right? If that person does not point that weapon at you and you fire at them in a scenario in which you are not actively in a shootout, you have
Duh.
failed.
You're not
Of
listening to the
course.
you're not
Of
listening to the
course,
conversation that
no.
was had.
That's my entire point. is
Prime's
that
question. Wait, what do you think Prime's question was? Because you're
Prime's
speaking of something that's irrelevant right now.
Is a person you are trying to actively disarm.
Are they
pose
an immediate threat?
to you if they
Correct.
have not pointed the firearm at you.
Correct.
in
if they're
the
still
arm-
holding the firearm, they're
I
immediate
didn't say
threat.
I didn't say you shoot them now. I didn't say you immediately pull in and shoot
Okay,
them.
okay,
I'm saying
hold
you
on.
are prepared to.
Okay.
Okay, Prime,
You're not saying that like
Oh,
I can't have my gun aimed
hold
at
on.
them.
So then there has to be a second question here, right? So I'm saying this person in the scenario that I drew is not an immediate threat. You think they are an
No, they are
immediate threat, but now you're adding something else. Okay, you're saying they are an immediate threat, and as you said before, once that happens, the
life is more
officer
important than
prioritizes their life rather than the life of the individual. So what does that mean to you, Bam?
That means that now I'm in a position to end your life. That means like once you're doing that, I'm telling you to calm down. I'm not saying I'm shooting you, but now I have a right to put my gun towards your chest, ready to put two in your chest, one in the head.
Yes.
Can I ask a clarifying question
Sorry,
for Kai
hold on.
and Griffin related to this
This is
hypothetical?
not
before
the
we move
important-
forward?
But that's not the important part. Hold on, I'll get to you. I'll let you ask that question in a second, Azzy.
Because if it was a
But
person with an
Bam,
ice cream cone, it would be crazy to have the gun
Bam,
pointed at them.
They could. The idea of being ready to kill someone is not what I'm asking, right? Like you have to have fast reflexes because anything could happen, right? In that situation, anything could fucking happen. So of course, the person has a weapon. You gotta if Griffin, like in the scenario he was talking about, the AK-47 in the hallway, right? Of course, he has to be ready to execute that other person. Right? And in case they do raise their weapon or something else happens, right? Of course he has to be ready for that. That's not the question. The question is, when do you use lethal force? Right? Obviously.
No, wait a minute. That's the only thing that matters is what we're talking about right now. Is because you if it was a person with an ice cream cone by their side and you told them to put it down, it wouldn't be reasonable to have your gun aimed at their chest, ready to put two in it.
Yeah, and no one would say that. I don't know why you bring that up.
I'm bringing it up because when you say when do you prioritize your own life, I'm saying that my life is committed is considered an immediate like you're a threat to my life, so that means I'm prepared to end yours. That like if I'm prioritizing other people's life, I'm not in a position to end
This
theirs.
is okay. This is my fault for how I phrased it, because apparently this changes things in your mind, right? Lethal force. Okay, so lethal
When do you
force.
shoot someone?
When do you use that lethal force? The guy, again, we'll go over that scenario very quickly. Agitated person won't put down the gun. The gun is never drawn, never put in your direction. When do you use lethal force?
When they move.
When they move. What does that mean?
I'm saying that like if they can communicate, if they can like if there's a moment of rush, whether that be running towards you or raising the weapon, you shoot
So
them.
they're running towards you and they don't
Even
raise
if
their
it's still
weapon.
down. If they I'm because I'm not talking about like a thing, but if they're standing still, you tell them put the gun down, their fingers on the trigger, it's aimed at the ground, and then they take off. I'm shooting you. I couldn't.
No.
I couldn't
So when they
100%.
point at it, yes. Point.
No, whenever if they charge at you, I'm shooting it. I'm shooting you, and you're 100% in the right. There's no reason to believe that they weren't a threat to you at that point. That they couldn't have killed you. Absolutely. If they charge at you with a gun, shoot them. If they charge at you with a knife, shoot them.
Okay. Azzy,
It's the
you want
only
to
way
ask?
you can be a human.
Azzy, you want to say something?
So in this scenario, according to your perspective, if you don't have a gun, right? You're the police officer and you're in the scenario in the UK where you don't have lethal force, and somebody has a gun, and they have it pointed at the ground, and they're but this is before the charge. I'm gonna ask a second question. They charge you with, you don't have lethal force, right? To defend yourself. Is your life in danger?
So can I respond with a British police
Is
action?
is it in danger or is it possibly in
Can I
danger?
respond
To
with the
clarify, not even
Okay.
not even in
No, I
danger.
want Prime
Is
to
your life
engage.
possibly no, because this is the mistake that Prime made. Is your life at possible risk that
Come on.
somebody
It's-
who has their gun drawn, though is
Whenever
pointed
there
towards
is
the
a
ground?
weapon, when there's a weapon, there is an increased risk. Obviously, yes, I
Oh
understand
yes,
this.
obvious.
There's
Okay.
there's an increased risk at that point. Like if they didn't have a weapon, they were charging at you, your life might still be at risk, but it'd be at lower risk. Obviously,
Is their life more important than yours at this point? Are you saying that like I need to if I should die so they can live?
I don't even need to. I don't even
that's
think we
never
need
that's
to
never
ask
been
that.
my argument, right? My argument is
You
that you take
prioritize.
you prioritize others' lives,
Correct.
right?
So
But
I
that's
should
not the
die
same
so
as
they can live.
saying
That
that
really
like
was your argument, though.
no,
because
it's
you
not the
said-
same.
Because
That's-
you said the job of the officer is
to
die.
prioritize. Nope, no, hold
the
on. See,
life
this is
of
the
everyone
problem,
else
Pace,
over
because
there.
you weren't even fucking listening. You were so far up in your fucking emotions that you didn't bother listening to
asked
anything, right? So
specifically,
instead,
what
what you
no,
did,
Brian,
so
do?
no,
And you
I
said
get it, I
that
get
that's
it.
the
No,
police
I know,
officer's
no,
job
that's
is
all
to
right.
die.
I'm gonna correct you,
that
Pace. No problem. I'm gonna correct you because that's not what I said, right? I said that you have to prioritize their lives over your own, right? That's not saying the officer has to die. That's different, right? These two statements are different. Prioritizing the
their
lives of
life is
others
more
or the
important
than
officer
their
has to
own.
die.
Hold on,
These
Pace.
things
Yes, that is.
aren't synonymous. If you think they are, then you're not. Then you can't possibly follow the rest of this conversation.
But Prime, me who was listening in totality, who was perfectly calm, I said to you the very same thing. And not even that they lose their life, but I said, hey, this person charges at you with a knife, and now let's add your scenario with the gun. They charge at you, or they raise the gun towards you, and there's at what point do you still prioritize their life over yours, or do you get stabbed or shot?
You see, here's the problem, right? Like,
There's no this answer.
No,
You can
no.
tell me the problem
an answer.
after you
Yeah,
answer.
no, because here's
Tell
the
me the
problem.
problem.
Because
No, I accept there is a problem. I know there's a problem. Just tell me your answer.
No, I'm not going to tell you the answer.
Hold on, no, because you did the same thing to Tuna Chip. You did the
you
same
don't
thing
get
to
to
Tuna
dictate
Chip.
my words. I guarantee you don't get to do that,
You
right?
did the same
That's
thing to
not a
Tuna Chip on
privilege.
another panel I was with you with.
Hold on. I'm going to answer the fucking question,
Okay.
but I'm going to
that's
be
all-
able to
that's all I
speak my
need.
mind. Excuse me.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't want to hold your tongue. brother.
So, the problem with the scenario as you presented is that once this person has charged, right, that the result is that the officer dies, right, if they don't take
No, I
an
didn't
action.
say that. I said get stabbed or
but
shot.
you said sorry, excuse me, stabbed or
say
shot. All right,
die.
no, you're right. You didn't say that. You said stabbed or shot. That is how that ends. Absolutely, that is not how that ends. In that situation, you can charge in the direction of the officer with the gun and have no intention of raising that gun. That's the scenario.
You're
right?
adding on. That's not my scenario.
Hold on, because that's this is the
You're not answering the question. It's a fine answer. It's not answering mine.
Okay, whatever. This is the heart of the matter, right? Because in these situations, we don't know what's going on. You can't assume that this person is going to execute
There's
try to
never
kill
any
you
certainty.
when they have not raised their weapon. They have not raised a weapon. You can't assume that, and you can't assume that there is no other way to deal with this issue. So in this situation, when they're charging you, no, I don't think they should allow the sons to get stabbed or shot.
You're
right?
not answering the question.
I'm answering the question right the fuck now. They shouldn't be stabbed or shot when they're being charged, right? Instead, they should try to take down that individual if they're charging directly at
Charge
them.
No. Stop.
Hold on.
Prime,
Have
you
they
have
raised their
failed the
weapon?
SATs,
Have they raised their weapon?
You have
No,
failed the
so they can't
SATs. I
actually
asked
shoot
a
them.
very direct
Correct?
question.
All right,
No,
ask your question again. Ask your question
you can't
again.
answer it.
Ask it. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I will ask it again for you, buddy. I said, hey, you don't have lethal force. They raise the gun to you.
Oh no, you didn't say that.
Or they
You did not
charge
say-
you. Yes, I did. I said because you don't
say
need to
it, but-
charge with a gun. I said they charge at you with a knife, or they raise the gun to you. Do you
Oh,
still at this point?
if they raise the gun,
That's
then
why
it's
I
different.
just asked you to just answer
If
before
it's-
you
if
say, because
they
you're gonna get
raise the-
lost in your.
If they
your,
raise the gun,
EPs.
hold on. That's a complete. I don't even know why you're bringing up this scenario. Obviously, because when I said before, this is a point this question asked. Because when I said before, when they raise the weapon, it's different. When Griffin brought up as well, when you raise the weapon, then you are in immediate danger, right? Then you can respond. That's what they trained to do in the military, and that's what they should do the cops as well. So that question was already answered. I'm sorry.
That still doesn't answer my question.
I
I
assumed
said-
you were asking me something that was actually relevant and hadn't already been answered. Sorry, that was my fault for assuming that of you.
Answered. I asked you, do you prioritize your life over there? I didn't say respond because there's a multitude.
And once
a
they
plethora
raise the
of ways.
gun,
Hold on,
once they
Prime,
raise the
because
gun,
you're
they
doing
can't.
what Pace is doing. I
Okay.
don't want you to fall into
Okay.
that same trap.
Okay.
All right, take a deep breath. We definitely
Okay.
need some better help in here, man.
Okay.
Sponsorship or something, bro.
Okay.
Listen,
Go ahead. Finish your
listen.
question.
Do you prioritize? I didn't say respond, right? You can respond in any way you choose. But do you in that moment? I could say put yourself in the scenario. Are you now prioritizing your life at the point of instance that I described? Are you now prioritizing your life, or are you prioritizing the aggressor's life?
When your life is an immediate threat in that situation, yes, you're prioritizing your own life.
Thank you. That you can add any word caveat, doesn't matter.
But we
because
already
this is
answered
the
this
very
question.
scenario.
I don't know
because this
why.
is, but this is the point. Because this is the very scenario that took place.
What?
It did.
I mean, she
Are
did
you
have
The
a
Charged-
woman is
she did
charging
charge with a
with
knife.
a knife,
Dude, are you being real right now?
and
So-
it doesn't matter
It's
if they had
unbelievable.
lethal force,
It's
several
unbelievable.
guys, or
Yeah,
I
yeah.
know you can't believe it. This
These
is a faith
situations
issue.
are the
This
same
has
in
to
his
do with
mind.
logic.
A
You
person
just can't- you
charging
just
with
don't
a
wanna believe
raised
this.
gun, right? A man charging with a raised gun at an officer, or a small woman handcuffed who has a knife in her hand,
matter their
surrounded by
size.
4 officers. These are the same thing. Good work, Cassie. Thank you for all
It doesn't
that.
matter
I
if it's a
appreciate it.
child. A
It
child
doesn't,
can
it
kill
doesn't
a
matter if
grown
it's a child.
adult.
That's right.
A child can
execute
kill
the
a grown
8-year-old.
adult.
You're exactly
If-
right.
if you
Execute
give
the
a child-
8-year-old. You can't. He said it. He said it doesn't matter if it's a child. So if it's an
doesn't matter their
8-year-old with a
age,
knife,
size,
I love it.
weight.
I love
It's
it.
an embryo with a knife.
Execute
I don't know
them.
about that, Ben. We
Execute
don't gotta.
them.
No, Ben. we
This is
don't
what I'm
have to do
talking
that.
about.
We
This
don't
is what
gotta
I'm
go
talking.
insane. We don't
Azzy,
gotta stoop
thank
to
you for
Kai's
proving my
level.
point. Azzy, thank you for proving my point. You said whether it's an 8-year-old, whether it's a 5-year-old, it doesn't matter. They got a knife, and the bitch-made officers can't handle it.
Yes,
then they immediately gotta kill them.
Yes,
they immediately have to kill them.
Prime, it doesn't matter.
There we go.
No, Prime, because you're not taking a point. Their state of mind. No, hold on.
Why am I catching straight?
I win.
What's
Prime,
that?
I agree with
win.
you.
Thank you.
They were. I'm sure you won the game of checkers, but we were playing chess.
5-year-olds with knives.
You won checkers.
I'm finna
We're
go on a
playing
kill
chess,
streak.
my brother. Listen, you're not taking into account their mental state. You're not taking account
giving you
which
UAP.
you already agreed to the point where the person is charging at you with the knife that you are going to prioritize the individual, the victims, or it doesn't matter what job they have. They are now going to prioritize their own life over the aggressor. You already agreed to this. It doesn't matter what scenario.
I didn't
what
agree
age,
whatever
doesn't
the
matter
fuck
what
you
height.
just said. I'm sure of that.
I didn't give you age. I didn't give you height. I didn't give you gender. I didn't give you ability. All right. I didn't give you sex. I didn't give
Because
you religion.
guns
I
are
didn't
the
give you
same.
none of that. None
And
of
guns
that
are the
matters.
same as knives, correct? Right? Guns are the same as knives.
It's probably worse.
If a 5-year-old
They're
charges at
definitely
you
not.
with a knife and stabs you in the leg,
Bam. Okay,
and you
all right.
bleed
Let's
out
have a fight, Bam. Let's have a
from
fight.
major artery,
You bring the knife,
you're
I'll
going
bring
to
the
die.
gun. All right?
put me in
You'll
a
have the
10 by 10.
advantage
You
over
just
me.
wanna argue.
No,
No,
you
no,
put me in my
You don't
Bam,
wanna argue,
Bam.
Prime. You
You'll
don't
have the
wanna-
advantage
you don't
over me.
wanna-
Oh, sorry.
you don't wanna
Excuse me.
secede any of
Excuse me, Bam. You're gonna have the advantage over me, right? I'm gonna
Griffin will be
borrow
more
one of the
reasonable.
rifles from my friend Griffin, right? And you bring the knife, and we'll see who has the advantage there. Because those are the same, correct?
Prime has
Correct?
Prime.
Put us in a
Talk
10
to
by
your
10
therapist
room,
after
and you
today.
at a disadvantage.
Griffin,
You have a
Griffin,
rifle.
I would. Sorry, I wouldn't because I wouldn't do that. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Not So Erudite's crew, for being here. But anyway, I didn't.
Boy,
He's
y'all
in
just
his
came into
fifties,
some
sir.
nonsense.
But absolutely.
He's in his
Look,
fifties.
if I had
You need to talk to-
Because you had the knife, right? Like, knives are well known for winning gunfights. This is well known. This is
Again,
common.
they
taught you that, Griffin. They taught you that in basic training, right? Knives are well known.
I don't care, bro. Not
bro,
everybody
no,
is Jet Li.
this
This
is
is not
this is
anime.
literally-
I know y'all love
this is
anime.
a moment of y'all
Okay,
don't know
where
anything.
nobody is
This is
dodging.
a gap in knowledge.
And a 10
We
by
need
10. You said 10 by 10
In a
space,
10 by
right?
10 space.
Since,
A 10 by 10
since
space.
you
I'm
were
still
mentioning
killing
it,
you.
Rifle.
I'm
I
still.
demand
have
to
a
be
knife.
able to speak.
I'm still killing you in a 10 by 10 space.
No, hold on. Let me
I
ask
am
Griffin
absolutely
next.
doing that 10 by
No,
10.
what?
Kai has
You've
showed
been-
his
If you
true
are in my
mentioning
personal
me all
space
the
of a
time.
knife,
What did I say?
if you are in my
I feel I
personal space
deserve
of a
to be
knife,
able to
if you're in my
Kai's
personal
Kai.
space of a knife, then yes, you're about to kill me, right? In that situation, you've got me. If I have a rifle and you have a knife, good, you got that. But 10 feet away from
Thank
me
you,
is not
Prime,
within
for
my
being
personal
good.
space. And
Do you
yes,
know how
I can
short
take a
10
person
feet is?
out.
Look, Prime.
Prime is gonna turn. He's gonna turn it. He's gonna turn it.
probably your
Hold
bet. That's
on,
probably your
bam,
bet.
bam. You don't need to
Look,
argue. We won.
look,
He's gonna
Prime,
turn it to
I got-
Dave Chappelle. He's gonna get.
I
Hold
got
on,
two-
you argue
He'll
to killing
get his
8
buckshot.
to 5-year-olds.
Bro, that person
Prime.
wins.
Azzy, you argue to killing 8 to
things.
5-year-olds. So, like, I don't want to
No,
hear it
No,
from
no,
you.
no.
Two
I didn't
things
say
that I
to
wanna
kill
speak to you
5-year-olds.
about.
No,
Two
I was
things
talking
I wanna
about the
speak to you
scenario,
about real quick.
and that you're
If you
going
don't
to probably
mind.
no. My point
give me
wasn't
some dog
to
tags,
kill.
kill
Hold
confirmed.
on, bam. My point wasn't to kill and use lethal force and to retaliate. That wasn't my point. I literally said to you,
Prioritize their own life.
You can retaliate in any form of fashion that you want with any tools that you have, Prime. You can have lethal force or
defend
not.
yourself,
I asked you if you had a gun or not. That was my scenario. My
Little
point
baby
was
can have
that
clouds
you
on
are
their
going
t-shirt.
your mental state in that point.
Your point
which
was
I
to kill
already
8 to
agree with Griffin and them.
5-year-olds.
Hold on, it doesn't. Y'all can
No,
be
that
moral.
part matters. No, it does
I'm
matter.
glad you're being as
Prime, I
moral. You can
demand
morally.
to be able
You're
to
not
No,
going to color me.
yeah, I'm sorry.
You're
Yeah,
not going
I
to
think
color my
that,
argument.
I think
with your
that
moral
grown
factors.
men, right,
My
have
point
the arm
was-
grown men shouldn't kill 8-year-olds. I'm sorry. I know.
I
Like,
agree with
it's
you,
kind of like a
Prime.
basic
I agree with
bitch.
you on that,
Like,
Prime.
I agree with you, Prime. It's a very easy point to see.
I don't think you do.
Good job. Here's your cookies. You know, you did a good job. My
I
point
agree.
was that
I agree with
if
you
somebody
unless
is
that
anybody,
8-year-old is named
hold
Uncle
on,
Ruckus.
Pace, hold on. I agree with you on all those silly points that you're bringing up. Of course you will. They're easy to agree with. My point was, which you just have the lack of ability and faith to agree with because you just want to be so uncharitable to it, is that if matter of fact, you know, it's funny because you already agreed to it. Because if anybody is charging at you with a weapon that is lethal to you, doesn't matter what size they are, your mind in that point, you are going to prioritize. And I hope to God that you have the strongest mental ability. You have a steel trap inside of that cranium that you will stay stoic in that instance. Because a lot of people are going to lose. A lot of people are going to lose. They're going to mess up. They're gonna
Exactly, they
crack
shouldn't
and
be
they're gonna
cops.
fold.
And
guess
if there's
listen.
5-year-olds, they shouldn't be able to. They should be able to handle that.
They're gonna fold.
Oh, okay, so Pace, go ahead, and then if Griffin wants to jump in, then
Well, Prime 2 points. First of all, historically, if we want to talk historically here, more nations were genocided due to sharp weapons than guns. That's historical. And secondly, Prime.
No, let him finish. Come on, just let him
And
get his
secondly,
rocks off,
Prime.
Let him say his piece.
Wrap it up, Pete.
yeah, let him get it out.
And secondly, Prime, I want to respond to one of your commenters. And you should thank this commenter because I'm going to do something that I was never going to do because you haven't supported Trump. Right now I'm going to buy 10 subs for you right now.
Okay.
Because
I'll take that.
You got this guy Hookup in your comment section here that says that you're all racist. And
this is true.
I'm going to say this here.
How about a white woman?
First of all, I wouldn't be on this show if any one of these people here were racist. I wouldn't call any of these people here racist, maybe except for Joe Lewis, but he ain't here. But but you know what? I'm not even going to throw shade at Joe like that because I don't believe Joe is a racist either, though he says some stuff that makes me wonder. But none of these individuals are racist. Having conversations about Black issues, about being able to have a debate panel amongst your peers about things like this does not make them racist. And though leftists have ideals that are tantamount to racism, they are still not racist. And so because of that, Prime, I had to take this opportunity to spend $50 on you today.
Get that train running, America.
Because of this individual, because I love. Hey, you know what?
Let us speak. Go ahead.
I love Black people more than anything, but I have a higher standard for Black excellence than Prime does, obviously. And that standard refuses to allow me to let this person call Prime and this panel racist when none of you are racist. And so I had to clear that up, and I'm going to toss things back to Azzy to continue to attack Prime on his ludicrous remarks about self-defense.
I got you, brother. I got you, brother.
And thank you for that. That's seriously, it's all
the mighty have fallen
10
today.
Subs. Guys, it'd be great if we get a hype Trump going. Hype Trump. Yes, for our friend Pace.
Hype Trump be a Trump supporter because our deal was I would sponsor Prime for the rest of his life if he votes for Trump in this election. And this is proof that I will do that, Prime. Don't you disappoint me.
I won't, certainly not. Guys, help us get a hype Trump going by subs to the channel, gifting bits, gifting subs. Amazon
I love
Prime
how you did a double negative
here.
there, because so you're pretty much telling me that you are going to disappoint me.
I know, I won't. I said I was going to do it, but
you said you won't not disappoint.
I didn't say
when y'all stop hugging, so I can get Griffin.
Mordecai, thank you for gifting the sub.
Him the full
and thank you, Isaro. So I'm saying your name wrong. I really apologize for that. But for the 100 bits, and which has gotten us started with the hype Trump. Excuse me. We are a level 2 hype Trump. 65% done, 35% left. Can we get to a level 3 hype train?
No pants. Easily Prime could be bought.
Stars and stripes.
I'm a very cheap whore.
He's one of them sellout Negroes. Come on.
I'm the cheapest of whores. 100 bits from No Pants Kyle. Thank you also for being so kind to help us out. We're at 67%. Help us get to level 3. We do need your help if you like the content, right? Like us going back and forth at each other. Here, getting highly animated and help us out. Or if you're on YouTube, super chats are also welcome on YouTube. So like if you're there and you want something to be read out, then you can. That's an option there. I'll ask your question to the panel. But yeah, if you also if you're sending out subs too, I can ask a question as well. So like if you have a question, put it in the subs there. We'd love to have it. Thank you so much. All right, so we're gonna continue on. 3 minutes left on that clock. Help us get to level 3. Hype Trump. In this case. All right. I said.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna ask him, but Griffin, yeah, he's gonna fold next. Y'all so lucky this hat isn't red. Like, the Lord really needs to protect me in these streets for the streets y'all advocating for. Griffin, can you answer? Can you deal with the hypothetical and please answer without getting all anime emotional over here, man? You know what I mean?
My Shindiru.
Go ahead. Is this for Griffin?
Depends on the
Prime
and how reasonable it is.
Yeah.
Well, the same one he just described the Prime. He doesn't have to walk through it
The
again.
very same one.
If they raise the gun, who's
do you remember it? Do you need me to restate?
I already told you my response. I know from how I feel not only morally but my training is that if a person hasn't actively shown that they're intending to harm me by raising the weapon or
no, they have raised a gun. That's
they have raised it and they're charging at you.
Yeah, in that scenario, that person has shown themselves to be a danger, and if we're talking about me being on deployment, yeah, I'm probably gonna pull the trigger. But the most important part about this is that when we talk about police here, they approach this entire scenario from the wrong way in the first place. They shouldn't even have firearms.
Oh, that's a lie.
That's not a lie.
They should have firearms because you never know what you're going to encounter.
It doesn't really matter if they have firearms or not. All I know is Griffin and Prime would fold and they would attack that person. They would get stabbed or shot. All right, and God bless them because they're doing their duty. They detained that person. They did what they were supposed to.
I'm pretty sure after that first cop body slammed that small woman, the situation would have been fine.
And apparently, her muscle density was a lot stronger than she could handle a few slams because she got right up and she charged that man.
But Griffin, I'm
14 in that video.
Yeah, back your boy up, Prime.
Griffin, no, but I'm gonna ask you then, right? And we have 90 seconds left of the clock. Help us get to level 3 hype train. Sub to the channel, get bits or give subs, guys. That's how it allows me to do all this.
I'm feeling generous.
That would be really nice. Oh my god, especially all my opponents.
It looks
if
like
all my opponents gifted to me, that'd be really interesting.
I'm out here funding the enemy. All I know is when my enemies
I'm gonna take my subs back. Can I do that?
No,
we don't refund.
But you know what? Before you go, Prime, I gotta say this. I want to try to bring some clarity to the show. You, Griffin, I appreciate, despite that you're on the wrong side of this opinion, I appreciate how honorable you are as a human being, that you would put yourself in life in harm's way, to make sure that the person that was charging you was carrying a weapon before you capped their ass. I have to appreciate the honorability of
when those child soldiers run up on you with a grenade.
No pants.
Bring a little clarity to the show.
One second. No pants, Kyle. Thank you for the 300 bits. We're at 75%. Help us make it to a level 3 hype train. Subs to the channel, give bits, give subs.
Off, those kids weren't running us. We gave them the guns in the first place.
Griffin's gonna let that child run up on him and pull that clip off that grenade.
20 seconds left. Someone save the hype train.
He's gonna throw his gun to the ground.
Somewhere.
I don't think that's
open on the hype, and he's gonna say
save the hype
train. I think Griffin is a pocket conservative, and he's going to pop the trigger.
I just wanted to ask. I just wanted to ask Griffin. Griffin, you said the cops in America shouldn't have guns. Now that's a different position than what I have, right? Like I hate guns. I despise guns. I think by now you should understand that. But the fact is, they exist within America. Like we're submerged to them. How are cops supposed to respond to the situation when a gun does appear? They'll never know when it's going to happen. So how should they respond?
Well, I mean, it depends on the exact scenario. But if we look around the world at the way other countries have, the average beat cops don't have firearms, even though
the average citizen doesn't have guns.
Stop.
If we talking about the Middle East,
first off, let's not bring up. We can't bring up countries that we've toppled in the last fucking 30 years, and they're in the middle of like.
We didn't topple the entire Middle East.
I'm not talking about that. What are you talking about? I just don't even. That's not even worth getting into. I just want to talk about the idea. You're saying that like other countries don't have.
No. Yeah, geopolitics is a thing, of course, Griffin. Geopolitics is a thing, of course. Yes, of course.
Are you going to deal with that?
Are we going to deal with it?
No, I'm saying, are you going to deal with the idea? You said that other
Prime, I think you should really take it. Other countries take control of this, Prime. We're running out of time here. We need to move to the next topic.
Oh, we're long past moving to the next topic. I mean, like we just like
Yeah,
ran
we did
past.
that. I noticed that at 9. I was like, okay.
But no. Just look at Switzerland.
Azzy,
right?
thank you for the 10 subs. You're amazing. Thank you,
Switzerland
seriously. It's
citizens
really
don't have
kind.
I did
guns like
10. My
America has
bad.
guns.
I was just
Yeah,
that must have been the
No,
spirit.
they
I
don't. They
clicked
got
the
like, they
5
got
gift
like a
sub
third
twice.
of our number per capita.
My
No,
bad.
Switzerland has more
Give me my
guns than
money
it has
back.
people.
Give me
It's
my
crazy.
money
Switzerland
back.
doesn't
I
have more
need
guns
money
than
to
the
buy
US.
me a gun.
They're like the
It's
closest,
not
but
safe
they
in these streets.
don't have more guns than
You
Switzerland
just
has like
defend
10
yourself
guns per
against
people.
Sorry,
crime.
let's let Griffin speak. Go ahead, Griffin, please.
Nah.
Switzerland's like 10 guns per people. I'm not wrong on that. They're one of the highest rates
Sure,
of gun
but we're
ownership
like
on the planet.
120.
Wow, Jesus, it doesn't escape the fact that that's but what I said was a true statement. But look around the world where places where military service is like mandatory, so like a large percentage of the population has firearms, like Sweden, Norway, fucking anywhere in
None
comparable
of them have
economic.
guns like America. These are these
It
are
doesn't
it's-
matter.
It
It
does
does not
matter. It's the
No,
only
no,
thing that matters.
Let Griffin
But-
finish.
I got 2 guns next to me right now.
Good. I have one.
Don't brandish them. You don't
I'm
get us
not,
messed
but
up.
I'm just saying. It's
The fact that we have firearms, the fact that those
I think
countries
I'm the
have
only one
firearms,
in this group that doesn't have a firearm, except for maybe Prime.
Go ahead,
You
Griffin,
No,
got, like,
please.
none-
I don't have a firearm either, so
Go ahead, Griffin.
anyway, the presence
Okay,
of
so there's
firearms
3 of us.
anything. We as a society understand by mimicking these other nations, we can
4
have
of
more
us.
outcomes. We just know this. We understand that we can
Watercast got lightning and
overall
thunder.
gun ownership.
Please, please,
With
brother,
gun ownership
please.
law. We understand that we can reduce the amount of violent interactions with the police if we switch the way we arm and equip our cops. We go
you
from
can't
wearing
change the police
black
until
intimidating
you
colors to
change
bright
the
Yeah,
city.
y'all let
Oh.
this man. Y'all are so rude. Maybe y'all need to
No,
go.
I'm
y'all
actually
need to put
I'm not
y'all
cutting
life
them
on the
off. I'm
line
engaging with
because
them.
y'all
We're
are
having
putting
back
your
and forth
life
right now.
before Griffin's.
I
Let
thought I
Griffin
was
finish his
speaking
point.
quietly enough as not to interrupt. I'm sorry,
I'm
Griffin,
not
if I was
interrupting.
being rude.
Y'all would have did the same thing. The
I
way
feel like
y'all
what
treating
you're doing is
Griffin,
way
y'all would
more
have did the same
interrupting.
thing these cops did. Go
You know
ahead,
what,
Griffin.
Azzy, I'll correct myself. I'm sorry, Griffin, if I was being
seriously,
rude.
Me
I
and
thought I
Griffin
was
were
supposed
actually
to
having a back and forth. I'm saying
That's
that
hindsight.
You can't,
Go
Okay,
ahead,
yeah,
Griffin.
sorry. We got to let him go. So,
Yeah.
Bam and Griffin.
Yeah, you
So-
can't just take the guns without like first equipping the citizenry. Like Americans have way more guns, and we have them at home in our possession, and that's a very, very unique thing globally. You can't. There's not. You don't forget the other country you want to throw in. It doesn't exist. So like I agree with you if you said that like okay we're gonna take we can't take all, but I'm gonna be we'll keep it realistic. If you could take like 80% of the U.S. population's guns, you would probably have a stronger argument for like, oh, okay, this is where we can now reduce the police.
You'd also have a civil war on
don't
your
have-
hands,
no.
too.
First off, that's like rule number 1 as a communist, right? You can't disarm the proletariat. I'm not arguing for taking away America's guns.
Then shut up. I'm sorry, that was me. I don't mean shut up. I mean it, but I shouldn't have said it.
I think
should've-
the only
No.
communist here
You
is
understand
Prime.
my point.
The way y'all treat Griffin, I know y'all would do the same thing to this.
Griffin,
this
you're
poor unfortunate
a
woman.
communist.
I would
Yes,
not. I would not shoot Griffin. Griffin is a nice person.
No, I know y'all don't have self-control. That's what I'm
Griffin
talking
would
about.
happily say
In the
something
very
wrong.
scenario where y'all supposed to have
Azzy,
self-control. No, it is your
Azzy,
job to wait your turn.
As
You've
you
been
know
trained.
what? I'm going to
You've-
pull a Prime here. I have self-control. I let myself get stabbed in the heart because of self-control.
Here we go.
Ah,
You should've-
okay,
you
I
should've-
see.
you should've kung fu'd
So
them
what
off,
you're
Pace.
saying is, Pace, self-control got you stabbed, right?
Exactly. I should
You
have.
could have died.
You should de-escalate.
Should have pulled the trigger.
You should
Yeah,
de-escalate.
okay. My
should've
10
talked them
subs
down.
has brought clarity.
Hey man, take it easy, brother.
Mm.
Let's just talk about it. It's just a little knife. That's what you should did.
Juneteenth is
Y'all-
around the
y'all
corner,
getting-
brother. We gonna eat out. I know your auntie. Relax. Ah!
Then in Prime would have
Y'all
called
are
you a
being
pussy.
so unrealistic
He's
about
like,
this. That's how
scared 'cause
99% of these scenarios turn out, and you know it.
Ah!
The reason these other countries have decided like they can have police officers that don't have firearms,
They
even
don't
when
have
there's a
guns.
danger of other dangerous weapons, is because they understand that you don't have to respond with deadly force in the beginning, and that when you bring that level of escalation and don't have any level of de-escalation, all you leave for is for someone to get hurt. This is something that I thought we'd all agree on as common sense. But we
But
They got me.
I would
They
love
got me.
that
Call him back
for
up.
Even
me.
Prime agrees.
be
with
the
me
We need to
case.
Prime
de-escalate.
When you
is-
take
Call
a
it
look
the mental
at
health-
America's statistics versus the crime statistics of these other nations, that's not the case.
You thought knives were a bigger killer than guns. Stop talking.
Call him a mental
America,
health
No,
clinician.
America-
I've been
America
stabbed.
does have
of the
way
other
more
nations-
crime, though.
of the other nations that you mentioned, America is ranked significantly higher than those other nations when it comes to violent crime, when it comes to crime in general. So I would love for that to be the case, but it's just not going to be the case because America has afforded too many freedoms to its individual citizens in order for that to be the
Very
case.
repressive. Pace, do you know what percentage of the world's prison population America has? A quarter of all the people in jail are in jail in America. You can't tell me that we're a free country and we don't repress people. Come on,
Hold
man.
on, hold on.
Well,
Before
there
you
are
go,
more people that should be in prison than there are not.
okay, before you go down that route, like I hear what you're trying to say, Griffin, in terms of like the armaments that you bring to a situation, like help dictate how that situation will play out, right? And that if the more heavily armed you are, the easier it is for this situation to escalate, right? Which is why I don't think like everyone should have a gun, right? Because a lot of arguments would otherwise either end with yelling, end with maybe a fist fight, or just hurt feelings, end up with people dead once you put a gun to a situation. So I hear you on that. And so, well, when it comes to cops who, or police departments who are heavily arming their cops with like military technologies, right? That changes things. An example of this was when Brown, what's his name, died. Michael Brown? Yeah, Michael Brown. Michael Brown. Like the police showed up there, with where the protests were happening, right? They had a whole bunch of black people there. They showed up there with like one of those MRAP vehicles, those armored vehicles, and they had a sniper rifle, right, pointed at the crowd, Just because they had it, right, allows them to use it. Like, oh, well, you never know. We might have to like snipe the public here, right? So I hear you on this, that like this escalates things. However, being that we are in the States where we are submerged in guns and with people in all kinds of mental states of agitation, it would seem to be that at least having a handgun be able to deter violence, you don't think that's reasonable. Even then, like when someone... Go ahead.
Firearms should be limited to specialists. They should be limited to specialized teams specifically there to deal with what they know to be hostile active shooter events. So what we see, what makes me confident in this, right, is we understand in all those programs I brought up earlier, they have people are responding just like in this case with this woman to domestic dispute scenarios. They have scenarios in which they're responding to potentially violent past offenders, people who have been in jail for assault, things of that nature, and they show up, but the person who they immediately see is not a fucking 6-foot thumb looking dude with a fucking pistol with his hand on a pistol. It's a guy with like a clipboard or a guy with like a raincoat and like a box, and he's like, "Yo, how can I help you with this scenario?" And this is proven. We know this statistically throughout our country, throughout all the countries throughout the fucking planet that have centralized police forces, that this approach is just statistically proven to lead to a more peaceful resolution. So it's weird to me that people argue that we should have more militarized police in the first place. And just to come to talk about guns in general, the fact that that person didn't see that firearm immediately, even if it was present and it was on a person in the background who was specifically there to handle a more violent scenario, it matters in the presentation. That's why I say the specialist team matters, because in that scenario where the person showed up with, the social worker, the person with the firearm was still on site, but they're not the person who was immediately there for the confrontation. And I think that within itself shows that the firearm isn't necessary unless you make it necessary. Now, I understand that there's outlying cases. There's going to be your fanatic fucking cult type people, living in the middle of nowhere with their guns, or they're going to be like your deranged sociopaths, things of that nature. But we understand that most murders in America within themselves are murders of passion. They aren't premeditated things in which people are trying to hurt people. They're emotional spikes. And so if we treat these people who are having emotional spikes like criminals, we're going to get criminal behavior from them.
I
So
disagree with that.
how you gonna deal with the first
100% agree with you.
I disagree with that because
you gonna say he signed
You
up for this?
disagree with statistics? Murders
no,
are
I know I don't disagree with your statistics. I disagree with the idea that that you should treat people with passion differently, because the fact of the matter is that when they decide that they want to kill somebody, they are no longer to be treated like a regular human being. They should be treated with all the force necessary for the threat that they entail.
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. We understand that other countries who don't do this have even lower rates of crime recidivism, right?
We
We
can't look at
understand
other
that you can't
countries.
dehumanize
Those other countries that you mentioned also have far fewer guns, far fewer rights as it relates to the protections when it comes to self-defense as
That's not
in a
true.
whole.
Not true.
Look, I point to Singapore as an example.
Singapore
Singaporeans
is not a
have
comparable nation economically in any way, shape, or form. No.
Singapore is ranked
You got on
one
me
of
for
the
saying that earlier.
safest countries in the world with a 0.2 crime rate.
Yeah, that's because they
Point
like cut
two.
off your hands if you steal something. Like
Singapore,
it's because they
Singapore's
like send it-
they are very strict when it comes to their laws. They're very strict when it comes to the
It
freedoms that they get to they
does
offer their
not.
individual citizens.
It does
And
not.
when you compare America to these other nations, the issue that America has when it comes firstly, but not only to the idea of death, but also the idea of due process when it comes to this is how our
It's
Constitution is
of
written.
physical
We have
punishment.
we have a right to life. We also have a right to protect ourselves, and those two things conflict with one another because how we define the right to life, how we
No,
define that
no.
conflicts with our
They
ability to
have a
define
warped view of the
the
people.
right to protection.
They only conflict if you have a warped view of what that means, in my opinion. Like when you talk about a right to life, right? A person having an emotionally charged moment, when you hyper focus this on
But that's
murder,
all it
right?
takes.
But no,
It only takes a nanosecond to kill somebody.
that's my entire point, right? Is that we approach these scenarios with a hyper violent perspective in the first place, and it leads to these more violent outcomes. And we understand from our own scientific research that not doing that limits the amount of violent outcomes. I don't understand why that's something that we can't agree
So
on.
if the
But whether the
police
cops are present or not,
police
like
went
we have a lot of people that
were
die.
differently. Like Bam said, I was about to make that point. If the police did not show up to the majority of these domestic violence incidents, would that be any different? Would this woman have
No,
not killed her spouse? And knowing that she was willing to brandish a knife in the presence of police officers, would she have not stabbed or attacked somebody with that weapon
that's a
in a scenario where the police were
no,
not present?
no
We
way of
know
you have no
from
way of
statistics.
predicting that.
We do know.
No, you
We do
don't.
know. We can predict it with we can predict it with empirical data from crimes that happen in in major cities in America. We do know that if, for example, in Chicago, we have about at least 27 deaths from violent crimes every weekend
And that
in
has
Chicago is
places
nothing
not
like
even
that.
one of the highest cities in
scenario.
the
That has
United States
nothing to
for
do with
violent crime.
Exactly.
scenario.
It's
I don't
not
know
even
why
one
I
of
felt
the
excited.
highest.
So
That's
debate,
different.
good. Griffin, get it out. That
Queen,
debate queen, she
yeah,
hasn't
it's different,
spoken in a
man.
while. So
That has nothing to do with the scenario. When you talk about violent crime, right? Like violent crime is not all the same. Its causes and the things that are related to it are not all the same. You
It
can't
doesn't matter if they're all the
no,
same. What
Wait,
matters
wait a minute. That's
is the potential outcome. That's what matters.
you
no,
said that what causes it
that's not
is
how
the
police
way
do
that
it.
we treat people.
There's a reason police and military have specific codes, right? For when they respond to a scenario, we assess the immediate danger of that scenario on a case by case basis. So you can't link all violent scenarios together in the same regard because we inherently understand that a domestic violence, there's
Yeah,
a
but
domestic
Griffin,
violence.
I agree with you. You assess that on a case by case basis, but the protocol is to assess all as the exact same thing
No, it's
until
not.
you have got there and you are
How
able to
can you assess
successfully
on a case by case
de-escalate
basis and then say all
and
are the same?
determine the possible threats. But when you if I called you on a hotline and I was calling let's do since the example is a domestic violence dispute, and I
Mhm,
called you on a hotline and I'm calling about potential domestic violence, there's
mhm,
potential for somebody to be assaulted.
mhm.
Your response should be to show up expecting to have to quell that particular type of domestic violence. And once you have got there and you have assessed the situation, when you have
Notice you
detained
said
the two individuals, then you can move on to less aggressive tactics, moving on to things.
wait,
And
but
I agree with you. I really do
the
agree with
entire
you
point is
on they did
non-valid.
not go with proper protocol here. They should
No,
have after she was detained. They should firstly her hand should have been behind her back. They should have had her detained in that way.
no.
They should have had him detained. They should have had them separated. That but you have to go in based on the assumption that because there is violence expected and because this is a country that has over 120 million guns, that you need to make the assumption that there is some risk of violence potentially lethal.
No, you don't. When that's the entire point. We talk about these police officers' mindset and the fact that they're scared, fearing for their own lives, and it's insane that you don't
Pretty sure we had
understand that
400
that
value
woman's
guns.
immediate reactions were tailored by her immediate interaction with the police. She was
You
literally
know
had
that.
one arm pinned behind her back and a hand on the back of her neck.
I absolutely disagree with that because
Yeah,
my
now
immediate
that's a reach. You
my
can't say
immediate
that she did
reaction
that because of the cops.
my immediate reaction when the police came to me when I had two swords in my hand going after a guy that tried to steal stuff from my property. And my immediate response when the police pointed their gun at me was to drop both of them and hold my hands up.
Imagine, we gotta just stop on that for a
Imagine
second.
what would happen
Imagine
if I had
that
kept
Chase
walking
is
towards
running
them
down
with
the
these guns in
street,
my hand.
2 samurai swords in his hand, charging the guy. Two of them.
Why are you
Why would
running
you
with
have? Why would you have
swords?
2? At that,
Yeah,
Uh,
wait a minute. Why did you have two?
did they
Because the
feel?
individual, let's see, this is how this is how this happened. The individual was stealing stuff off my property. I ran after them, and I got the property back. I was assaulted, and I can't remember very much of that because I suffered a concussive blow because
Okay,
they
he was
knocked
crazy.
me
That's
they
why he
knocked
picked up
me
the 2 swords.
they knocked me into the road. My head was messed up. I had lacerations on my lips. So I don't know how I got back home, but I got back home and my first response was I needed to get something to protect myself against this individual because the images that were going on in my head, because I still can't remember much because of the concussion, were that there was a silver object that I was attacked with. I remember somehow wrestling the object out of the person's hand and going back at it with him. And I remember when I called the police that I thought that I may have stabbed them with the pocket knife that I usually carry on myself because I couldn't figure out where it was. So when I came back home, I got my my weapons because I thought the threat was still there, and I was going to make sure that the threat did not come back to my home because it was literally about 20 feet from my property.
I
And I
understand.
went
I'm
back
just saying,
and I
why would
went
you
back
grab
out
2?
there.
One
I
sword
grabbed
didn't
I
have you
grabbed
feel safe enough?
I grabbed two because I don't I see I
It's
don't
a
want
dual wield.
I don't want to have to use them, but the threat of having them should have been sufficient to neutralize it because they don't know whether the weapons are actually sharp. They don't know whether the weapons are whether I will actually use them against the individual. Fortunately, none of the weapons. Well, actually, one of them was sharp, but none of them were sharp to cut. They were sharp to stab, not to cut. And so I had already called the
Me?
police. I had no idea that the individual had already fled the scene. But I went out there to secure the perimeter of my property. And when the police showed up, I called them. And I had no idea they were going to be there within 2 minutes. I walked out there, and as soon as I walk out there into the yardway, the police are already out there. I have my weapons in my hands, and the police are pointing rifles at me. And my immediate response was not to approach the officer and start slashing at them like this woman did. My immediate
Don't
response was
you?
to drop the weapons. This woman, her response was irrational in this
You,
circumstance.
you know what? You
Hugely
just convinced me.
irrational.
We don't know
Next time, if
that.
I'm ever in a home defense situation, I'm praying not. I'm going out Kimbo style.
Well, see, Bam, the difference between you and me is I don't own any firearms, so I don't have the ability to brandish a firearm. I'm like Prime. I don't own. If I want to defend myself, I go Bankai. That's how it works.
Yeah, you should have. Yeah, you should have went 3-sword style. You definitely should have pulled a Zoro.
I go Zonka no Tachi South, and that's it. Bring up the dead, and that's it.
You're speaking my language. I love to see it. Debate Queen. Sorry, I want to see if you had anything else to add. There've been a bunch of dudes, very angry dudes. I wasn't one of them who were
I love your
talking over
outfit
a lot
color,
of
by the way. It's
people.
beautiful.
Yeah, it looks
Oh,
good.
thank
I was gonna say
you,
that.
thank
It
you.
actually looks
Color
really
red
nice.
today. Me and Bam, we matching
Here.
with the color red.
It looks really good, actually. Yeah.
I also I agree 100% with Griffin, so I don't really need to add in on anything. But so Prime with the Juneteenth happening on Monday, are we holding a special all black everything edition of Juneteenth?
Uh,
I like that.
wh-
He actually pissed at us for not coming on time. Well, pissed
Yeah,
at
it's like,
y'all.
yeah, like
Oh.
it would be with white people because I know they would be there immediately. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like,
Wait, Prime, isn't the whole point of Juneteenth that white people was late to letting motherfuckers go? Wait a minute. What
That's right.
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
And we uphold the tradition by being late to everything.
Apparently.
Lavelle Crawford made a very good joke about that, about January 6th. I remember he said black folks are like, oh, that would never be us. It's like, well, first of all, I think we were invited. They said, let's be down there 7:30 sharp in the morning. In the morning, 7:30. Can we not? Are y'all still gonna be there by 12:30? Like, no, 7:30 sharp, Enos. Let's go. so we have a history of being late, and I think we should embrace it. But then, actually, I jest because I see Griffin shaking his head. I jest, but that was a good joke. Come on, if you ain't seen the Lavelle Crawford January 6th thing, come on, you need to watch it. It's hilarious.
It was fun. I've seen it. It just, I don't know. Jan 6 makes me uncomfortable. A bunch of angry white dudes storming into buildings. I don't know.
That's right.
Doesn't make me any more uncomfortable than the summer of death.
You gotta say, Griffin, they
What
actually
you call it?
did what Custer should have done, and they sent a scout.
Okay.
Rip Ashley.
So let's well, I think we've reached a conclusion here. I mean, not a conclusion.
Question here. If you can
did you want to? Did you want to go?
One more question. I don't know if y'all talked about the woman who got shot through the door. The black woman.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck her.
Breonna Taylor?
No. The one that just recently happened. The white woman who shot through the door because she was mad that like black kids were playing around her house. And the mother comes to confront her.
I thought that was a man.
Yeah, she she did something to one of her children, and the child came and got his mom, and they went over and hit the I believe that it was a son was right next to her while this happened. So she gets shot through the door right next to her son, trying to figure out like why did like you hurt my child, you know? So
this is my first time hearing of it.
yeah, like
I don't know if that's applicable to this particular scenario, though.
Well, I'm just
GQ,
saying
what's
in
your point?
general, if we ever talked about it.
We haven't talked directly about it, but did you want to say something about it, or?
I mean,
like, did you have any other point about it, DQ, or are you just asking?
Oh,
Hello?
I was just asking.
Okay, yeah, we haven't really discussed it.
Yeah.
I only have one question, Prime. If you can answer this for me.
Sure.
It's about Azzy's picture there. Who is that? It looks like Hiei, but that's not a Jagan.
That's Dai. It's Dai, yeah. From
What
DAI.
anime is that from?
Dragon Quest.
Yeah, Dragon Quest.
No.
I need to put that. I need to put that in my thing to watch because he looks cool.
No, that's Dragon Warrior. You're not gonna find it if you look up Dragon Quest.
Yeah, because I was thinking Hiei. I'm like, but that's not a Jagan Eye.
Is it
Yeah, no. If you look up Dragon Quest, you're gonna get the main character who's like the son of Progress. You gotta look
is this the same Dragon Quest as the Square Enix Dragon Quest?
Yeah. It's well, I mean, it's based off the video games. It's based off those video games, but like, is it called Dragon Warriors?
It's called Dragon Quest: Adventures of Dai.
Yeah, Dragon Quest: Adventures of Dai. Yeah,
Griffin, don't listen to Griffin.
That's the Dai from fucking Jump Force.
If anything has been proven tonight, don't listen to Griffin.
It is. It's from Jump Force. DAI. Dragon Quest.
Okay.
Griffin, come on. I
like them. I need to. I'll watch. That one.
The real. If anybody was going to be a police officer, Dai would be a good police officer, man. You know what I mean? He won't be flaky like y'all, man.
Only 20 minutes for the next topic.
He wouldn't run from a person.
Okay, so I think we've reached an end here, so we're gonna.
He ran at him with a knife too.
Oh my god. So this has been interesting, guys. We're gonna continue on with the Open Walk On panel. So we have more content for you, so stick around. We are just gonna conclude this, but like we'll have a panel where you sitting at home may participate. So we'll see if anyone wants to join. But stick around for that. Hit that follow button if you haven't done so yet. If you're new here. I came in maybe with Erudite's crew. Hit that follow button. We'd love to have you. Or consider supporting the channel, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Thank you to the people who did support earlier today. Not Bam, because Bam didn't support. Even though he was yelling at me, it made me feel real bad. But let's Bam, thank you for the kindness of being here and joining in on all this and helping come up with topics. We only use one of them. We'll push the other one off to like maybe next week or something.
Absolutely. Yeah, I had a fun conversation. Honestly, didn't even know this was going to be a topic. I ended up sending it to you like randomly, but what
I assume everything you send me is be a topic.
Yeah.
If you send me like something about like your mother in the hospital, it might be a topic. Okay.
Can we talk about the woman getting shot next week?
If I can figure out an angle about it, right?
Yeah,
like
for sure.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about Jack Harlow with the bonnet.
Oh,
Never seen that. Jack Harlow's album was straight though. It was like the suburban white kids. Like
I think next week's
Grab.
conversation should be all about how Prime is going to dedicate 2024 to Donald Trump because of my 10 subs, and Azzy's 10 subs, and it's going to be one of
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hey,
We
so
had
you
the
guys-
My
hype
10
train.
counters his 10. Please don't vote for Trump.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
it was a good time. Hopefully, yeah, like I said, we got Juneteenth coming up, and that should be great. I'm trying to think if anything else is going on. Nothing of important, not this week at least.
I
There's a
promise
birthday
not to
coming up.
have any black people in the reverie on Monday. Okay. In honor of Juneteenth, in honor of
Give us a day off.
The prime.
Yeah, this will be a day off. Exactly.
You need to take the day off too. It is a day for you too. You is black. You is still on the panel.
I'll
take the day
I'll take
off.
the day off for black people. Okay, I'll have people who arrive here on time. Debate Queen, as one of those people who are late as shit. Thanks for being around. I appreciate you, friend. Seriously, we love having you. So thank you for jumping on.
Yeah, of course. I love being here. You know, I'm the debate queen. Y'all, like I said, can just call me queen. And y'all can also follow me at the debate queen on all social media. I mostly play Fortnite, but I'm still a new channel. So, you know, if you'd like to help a black streamer out, come and help me out because you can subscribe to bits and all that jazz now. Yay!
Yay. Okay. Next, we have our actually we're gonna jump to Azzy for a second. Azzy, thank you for being around, friend. Fucking damn, where'd you get the hat? Oh my god.
He's trying to get rid of the most contentious
Oh my
one.
god. He looks worse. He looks fucking worse. Let's go Azzy. Azzy, thank you for stopping by, friend.
You know, I almost said no today, right? But you know what? Like there was like an inkling inside said, say yes. And then this happened, right? Like I'm so convinced that random things just ain't random, man. Like this was meant to be. I was meant to destroy y'all, man, to whoop y'all up, man. And then
Oh,
Griffin got licked too, bro. Griffin. Of all, he's supposed to be the next generation, bro. He's supposed to be the worst generation. He's supposed to be the he's supposed to
What,
save us all from the
I thought Griffin was our age.
he fumbling. Ah, man. Yeah, he's our age, but he didn't go through the trials and tribulations we had on this panel.
Okay. You
know what I
said
mean?
next
He came
generation.
he
I thought
came
was
up
like
after us.
18.
But you know what? I'm so glad this happened. And I just want to say thank you, Prime, for the Lord using you, you know, and bringing me here. I'm telling you, like it says in Psalms, man, when the Lord will set your table before it and your enemies will be there, man. He's gonna help you out, man. When your enemies eat, you eat. All right. Okay.
Actually,
Okay.
Brian, what generation
Okay.
are you on at this point of your stream? I know I
Yeah,
wasn't there for the first
follow
generation.
follow me on Calm Gang. Oh no, excuse me. It's Calm Kingdom, YouTube, TikTok, and
Oh, that's a
Instagram.
new
Azzy.
username.
Yeah, he's got another one.
It's the same thing. I've always
okay, sure, whatever. Azzy,
I've had this for like
the
a month.
spirited, the spirit did guide you to gift those subs. Bam, my other friend who is a Christian as well. I'm sure the Spirit is guiding him to do similar actions.
Listen, man,
Weird guys
don't.
wait till payday.
Shout out to my man Bam. Next, I'll go to our friend Griffin here. Griffin, thank you. Seriously, it was really nice to have you here again. Like you're such a great addition to this
It was
panel.
Griffin.
Yeah, like Griffin's fantastic. Seriously, like you're like
A
like-
worse version of me.
Damn.
yes, exactly that. That's exactly what was about to come out of my
No,
mouth.
he's not.
All
He
right.
light skinned.
I don't know if he's worse. I mean, Bam, you got some pretty sus takes.
But Griffin, thank you for being here, friend.
I mean, you're the one that talks about shrimp, about grits and stuff like that. You're on Kai's table there. I don't know.
Shrimp and grits. I mean, shrimp and grits is good though.
I'm
It's
a sugar
honestly
grits
it's better
guy.
than catfish and grits.
Yeah,
People who-
sugar is not a condiment.
Let this man talk. This
Oh
how
my
I
God,
know
let's
y'all
get
be
this
shooting
out.
this. I know
So
y'all
we
be
can
shooting
get outta
people. Don't
here.
become cops, man.
Griffin, please.
Anyway, like it's nice to be here. It's always a good time here. I needed to get distraction from all the smoky training I was doing up there earlier. I could place to clear my head. But you can always have me on if I happen to not be up in the middle of wildfires and shit of that nature. And I'll do my best to be more punctual in the future. Got to break them stereotypes.
But yeah, but when you do come, you bring the heat, so much appreciated, friend. We also have a friend, Lila Water Kai, who's a great supporter of this channel as well. And like we appreciate him, even in spirit. Water Kai, when he gets quiet like that, his spirit is still here. That's all that matters. Thanks for being here,
Soul
friend.
burns, man.
That fight was so hard to squeeze into. It's like, well, I got to let either one cook because this is ridiculous. Like, we actually got to a point where a couple individuals, I'm not going to name names, said a 5-year-old child with a knife poses an imminent threat. I'm bodying this kid. At this point, we have lost all reason. I'm not playing that game.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna get.
I'm not
I'm gonna
stepping
get a
into that
UAV.
10-foot box. I'm not stepping in the 10-foot box.
Nobody said that though.
well,
That's crazy, man.
Okay.
You hearing
Let's-
things, man?
I think
Let's-
Bam did say that though.
I did.
Let's
Like I
go.
said, if it was 3 of them, I'm getting a UAV out of it. I'm telling you.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Glad
Let's
to
go
be here for
to
all this.
let's go to our friend Pace. Pace, thank you for the kindness of you and Azzy for helping out the channel, supporting the channel. It really does mean a lot. But just something I gotta like make very clear, right? Our friend Bam has a gun. Was it Azzy? You have a gun?
I don't have a gun.
Listen,
Listen, I
oh no, it was Waterkai who has got a gun.
never
No, you have
dated a
gun
white
either?
woman.
Okay,
Don't
alright, so
own no gun. I'm
so
here.
So then
The Southern King.
Bam and Griffin have guns. I thought you guys raised your hands before. But anyway, but we all know, since Pace actually does have swords, that he's the most dangerous person in that 10x10
Yes,
cell.
absolutely.
That's
I'm a
right.
lethal weapon.
The
But
people,
ironically,
I mean, he would murder these other guys. They wouldn't stand a chance.
Yes,
So
yes, absolutely. I would go full Zimbon Zakura Kagayoshi.
y'all are just like
Maybe toss some Kokosui Getsu in there just for good measure.
oh my god, I love all of it. But my audience has no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Any which way, Pace, thanks for being
How can
here.
they be on Twitch and not know anime?
Ugh.
How can
I
they
don't
watch
know.
you and not
I don't know.
anime?
Audience members, you tell me. How can you be on Twitch and not know anime? Explain
you're
that to
literally
me.
Prime's fault.
wearing a-
Prime
That's
never
You're literally
wants to
wearing
talk
a
about
Black
this
Lantern
stuff.
shirt, so
Wait,
how
we
could they
can talk
not
about
know? Is it
anime.
Black
Does
Lantern or
everybody
White Lantern? I
So
gotta
Prime never
know.
wants to talk about this stuff, man. You never
Is it
want to.
Black Lantern or White
My
Lantern?
audience,
Huh?
he's not
What's Black
priming
Lantern?
his audience for anime, man.
Literally,
Well,
Prime is in his name.
Prime, before I do my outro, is that White Lantern or Black Lantern? I gotta know.
Oh, it's Black Lantern.
Yeah, see, he's a villain. He's in there for Black Hand. He wants to kill everybody and resurrect their corpses. I knew it. Liberals want to kill everybody.
I don't even know who Black Lantern is. I already
I
like
think
this guy.
I think out of everyone on this panel, I'm probably the most progressive, other than Griffin.
That's not true.
I don't know.
No way
Prime,
that's true.
What?
Prime has done some stuff. I don't know. But you know what, Prime? I always enjoy showing up here, despite the fact that you guys drive me batshit insane sometimes. But when I get the opportunity to defend you against people that think that you are a racist, I will take it every time because I wouldn't be here if you were a racist, despite the fact that you have some takes that are a little suspect. However, I will say I'm rather disappointed that we didn't get to the second topic because I had actually prepared some stuff for that one because me and the NAACP don't see eye to eye because they have done some stuff in recent
Cut his mic.
years
Cut his mic.
that
Cut his mic.
needs to go addressed. And so I'm kind of, if you're going to do NAACP next week, I'll come back. But you know what?
We will. We'll do it next week. And it's gonna be hard for me to concentrate because Final Fantasy 16 is dropping next week. But
Ooh.
we're gonna make it happen. But yeah, we'll
You
be
talking about that racist game that said we're not going to include any dark-skinned individuals because of the politics?
Well, let's be
There's some
fair
black
here.
cards that need to be cut today.
There were
bro.
black
Let's be
people in
fair.
Final
Yo.
Fantasy 7.
First the NAACP, now the white fantasy, white
Let's
fantasy
be fair.
16.
Let's be fair, Ozzy. Let's be fair, Ozzy. Final Fantasy is in a world that does not have any black people in it. It's all
That's not
Asian
true.
people pretending to be white.
Seven
That's all.
has a cussing black man in there, bro.
Oh
with
my
an
God,
Asian daughter, bro.
we are
Hey, Final Fantasy
going to
7
offend.
doesn't
We are going to
count.
offend someone, right? And before that, let's move on. Guys, we're going to go on to a walk on panel. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for spending your time, your energy, your knowledge, and your passion with my community. I know they appreciate it just as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
White.
God. All right. All right, that was weird, but yeah, whatever. So yeah, we did the thing. We did that. That was an experience. I hope you guys enjoyed that. It was great. I don't know, man. But yeah, I mean, we started late and we ended up only being able to go on one topic since that was apparently enough. Got people fired up. So, but we'll do the other topic next week. It's about Florida, Ron DeSantis, and racism, and yeah. So, but oh, I hope you guys enjoyed that. Again, we'll have a panel here. If we can get some people joining in, that'd be fantastic. And then we can do this. But yeah, consider hitting the follow button. I haven't done so yet. Hit the follow button. Make sure notifications are on so you know I'm going live. We do this all the time. And we don't want you to miss any of it. So if you enjoy what we're doing, or if it annoyed you, if it made you feel a feeling, hit that follow button. And if you are in the YouTube land, you know, subscribe to the channel. That part's free. And consider super chat if you want to support the channel or whatever, right? But yeah. Let's see. We got Azzy here. Got Isle. Let's see. Drop in, join them, have a conversation.
Hello.
Hello, hi. Hello.
I was wondering,
Okay.
have you seen any of those videos where people with bladed weapons were able to like engage like people with guns within like I think about like a 10 to 15-foot radius, like incredibly fast?
No.
Yeah, because it's been documented that at extremely close range, I agree with you. That if you have a weapon at long range, you can easily overcome a knife wielder. But like if you're like in extremely close range, like it becomes a point where, especially if they're really fast, they can disable you before you can shoot them because obviously while you have the superior firepower, the actual uh wherewithal you'll need to actually point and shoot your gun with accuracy, you'll probably be dead bleeding on the floor by then. So if someone has a knife charging you, like that is actually an extremely immediate threat, like an imminent danger to yourself, and I probably would pull the trigger if someone was coming at me with a knife.
Yeah, and the calculation changes when there is four heavily armed individuals surrounding a tiny woman. Sometimes you can simply take like this, like yes, I'm sure if you put that knife in the hands of a Marine, a trained person, they can close in on a target and hurt them very badly. That's absolutely the case. Sure, won't argue against that. But the situation we were talking about was of a small woman surrounded by like I believe four officers, heavily armed, who apparently could do nothing else but execute this woman. Those were bitch-made officers who shouldn't be on the force, and who proved that, right? So the context of the situation matters. If it's if it's
Yeah,
a
I'd say that, yeah, because I didn't get to see the shooting in question, but yeah, if it's what you said, like there was like four people surrounding this woman before she charged, I would look at those four like highly suspect that you're letting like this woman with a knife charge another officer. Maybe they wanted that officer to get killed or something. I'd be suspecting they're dirty cops.
Hmm.
Because like there's no reason why if you have four persons surrounding a woman that woman is even able to run away. So I don't know how that they foobarred that instance. So I'd say that yeah, like the context does matter.
Fair enough. Azzy, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thanks for being here, friend. Um, is there anything in particular you guys wanted to discuss? Or
Let's talk about White Fantasy 16, man.
what?
Oh, Final Fantasy 16? Yeah, we can do that. We have time. Um
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
And
because
why?
15 was the all male cast, and I remember that got a kerfuffle because they're like, "Oh, why is there no women main characters in Final
My
Fantasy
audience will not stick around for this. Some audience as small as they
Yes,
are
they
will not
will.
stick. No, they won't. They don't care. So, so
Okay, well, what other well, we only had the one topic. What was the second topic? We'll just engage with that one.
no, we'll hold on
Yeah, they're
for
gonna hold
that
that for the
next week.
panel. I mean,
Um,
why do you think they won't? Because here we go. Like if you Google it, right, it says that Final Fantasy 16 won't have black characters due to medieval realism. And they're saying that
medieval realism.
yeah,
That's
as if black people didn't exist at all during these
yeah.
times.
Yeah. Okay. So
Well, you know,
I'll engage with that part. I'll engage that part. Then I'll pass it to you, Isle.
yeah.
Because I think that part is interesting. Maybe people want to hear about that. This idea that for medieval things to be real, then they can't have black people. That's obviously complete fucking nonsense. Black people existed in Europe at that time, right? Like, well, right. I'm saying right, but people don't know that. But people, yeah, we existed at the time. Not like white people just discovered Africa much later on and decided to have open relationships. No, we had like African kings who would visit European nations. They were very much aware of us. We very much had relations there. It's not depicted in fantasy. There's a term for this. There's a term for this. It's like a fictional realism. That's not the word. But there's a
Historical
term.
Historical
realism or
fiction?
historical fiction.
No. That's not what I'm looking for. There basically it's that the narratives that you see become your reality, and that like especially when we're talking about history.
Yeah, that's
Like
fictional
people,
realism, literary realism.
no. Oh, yeah, at least I don't think that this is what I'm. I don't think that's what I'm talking about. But it's just that it shapes the
Okay.
culture, right? The people see these stories like they go to a movie and they see several movies and all they see is white people there, right? And then they assume like in terms of like the medieval times, right? They assume, oh, this must be accurate, right? Like for instance, here's a better example: pirates, right? Pirates didn't talk the way that you think a pirate talks. That stereotypical pirate sound, right? If you ask a person how did a pirate sound, they'll give you this very specific accent. But that accent has like a historic historic origin in terms of film, right? Like it's like from the very specific place in England that Shakespeare was actually part of. Shakespeare probably sounded like a pirate because he was from that very specific area. And for one reason or another, like when film started, the original actors used that accent, right? And they just got passed down, and people are still using that accent, but it has no bearing on what how pirates actually sounded like. But people don't understand that right now. So that narrative becomes your reality. At that point, it shapes how you think the past was, what history was actually like. This is the same thing we're talking about, like where they're dark skinned people in Europe. We were there for centuries, centuries and centuries and centuries. We were there, and we had relations with them. But you don't know that because it's not depicted in your fiction. All right, that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah. And so, and going off with that, I would say that yes, you have to check the historical records because, as we might know or may not know, is like when the Prophet Muhammad was doing his during his life and he was doing his ministry. He was a military commander, and they conquered all of like North Africa, and then some of his like descent. I think either his descendant, this like a line of his descendants, or maybe like one of his like generals or someone under him. They went up through the straits into Iberia, and they took off like the whole southern half of like Spain and Portugal, and they held that for like 600 years. So I mean, yeah, you could definitely have like a good like rich historically based RPG or like Final Fantasy esque narrative set in like Iberia, where like half of the country, the north half is like all white people, and half the country is all black people, and like you're a black person going up having missions in both the north and the south, and having alliances and things. I think that would be based, or at least that's what I thought until the new controversy with the Aztec game. I'm not sure if you heard about that, where like people you were playing as the Aztecs and people got butt mad because the Spanish conquistadors were named as the enemy, and so people got so mad at the publisher, so they said they had to rewrite the game to make it possible for you to join the conquistadors as an Aztec, and I think that's ridiculous.
Hold on one second. I didn't. I'm not sure if I put this before, but exclamation open in chat. If you guys want to join the walk on panel, those are instructions to do so. Sorry I didn't place that previously, but if you want to be a part of this, jump on in. We'd love to have you. And you give your
No.
opinions on all this stuff.
Yeah,
The
but
link
the-
is in the description. Jump into the waiting room and be a part of it. Hold on. I want to make sure I got that story correct. You're saying that there was a game and it didn't have the option for the natives to
Yeah, no,
join the
yeah, because
conquistadors.
it's a trailer. I think it's like Aztec X Mini or something like that, where you're supposed to play as an Aztec warrior in like the very beginning stages of the Spanish conquistadors coming over,
Yeah.
and you're supposed to be able to like fight off the conquistadors using traps and different
Yeah.
tactics.
Yeah.
But like, I think the far right got like really annoyed because they were like, "Oh my God! Like, don't they know that really the Spanish conquistadors were the good guys?" And like, the Aztecs were so brutal that other tribes like joined up the Spanish people. Like, and the outrage and outcry was so
Well,
great that the studio caved, and I think that was a wrong decision. To
um,
like now apparently they're gonna change the story in such a way whereas you can actually now choose to join the Spanish, even though you're still gonna be like a Aztec warrior. And I think that was a wrong choice to cave in that way.
well, I mean, some the Aztecs, I think, did join with the conquistadors at some point, right? Like there were different factions. They weren't all monolithic, right? Now I don't think the conquistadors were the good guys here, as they're trying to claim. And watch these people. These are the same people, of course, who get butthurt when we talk about uh, like having an accurate depiction of American history, talking about the things that Europeans and white Americans did to African Americans. They don't want to hear any of that, but now they have to defend the conquistadors and their genocidal conquest of Latin America. Like the fuck? What? Like what is this?
Yeah, I think it was a bad move for the producer, the production studio that said they're gonna change the story in that way. I think they should have like kept with their original vision and come what may. Like, I'm not someone who really likes woke shit, but like if that was the story they wanted to tell, I would have really supported it because everyone is always saying, "Oh, why do they have to erase swap history and all that whatnot? Why don't you make your own game?" And they try to make their own game, and then people like bully them into changing the story completely, and I think that's wrong.
Um.
Now,
Okay.
what I want to
Yeah.
I
Go ahead.
want to see if popular leftists are gonna be BIPOC, gonna be in solidarity with BIPOC people, and say they're not gonna play Final Fantasy 16 like they did Hogwarts Legacy. Let's see if the outcry will be the same. I really want to see.
Well, do we even know the context of the story of 16? Because remember, like, because what did the trailer come out yet for it?
Yeah, mostly it's coming out next week. Game's coming
Oh
out on the
shit.
22nd.
Oh, what's the general gist of the story? Because like 15 was supposed to be like a bachelor party that goes wrong,
No,
and so what's 16 gonna be about?
Yoshida clearly said, the producer of the game said that there will not feature black characters or people of color due to medieval realism. According to him, it will not be realistic geography wise. And yet,
But
they're
there is
running
no.
around on chocobos.
Yeah, and there's no Europe. This is not Europe.
It's
The
not
fuck?
Europe.
There's not Europe at
Yeah,
all, right? They have European sounding names like Tyler and Wade. Like seriously, I played the demo. So and Clive is the name main character, but like that's not
They got
Europe.
Murdoch. Murdoch
yeah, those
isn't
are,
like
yeah, those aren't. Yeah, I mean, there's. I mean, I'd be shocked if like you couldn't like just have, even if it's just a throwaway line like they used to do back in the day when things were actually better and not just contrived pieces of shit. Like you don't even have to like make it that hard. Like hard. You just be like, oh yeah, I'm a trader. I'm a trader and I'm a trading merchant that's just settling here temporarily, or I used to be a part of a trading merchant, but now I
Yeah.
settled here permanently because I like the culture. That's all
As
you really need to do. Just a throwaway line to
Azzy,
explain
can
why
you
they're there.
send
And
me
just
that article
I'll send
where
it to
he
you right
says
now.
this? Because
Yeah.
that's that's bullshit.
yeah, I think that's late writing. That's
Yeah,
late.
like but this is part of it. Like he doesn't like if that is his actual reasoning, right? And it might not. Because remember, we're dealing with a Japanese production for Final Fantasy 16. So like we can't necessarily put our racial lens on them, right? They might have a different way of looking at the world.
Huh?
But in terms of like what I was talking about, that narrative realism, whatever that term is, there's a specific term for this. I don't remember what it was, but like they can watch many of the same movies that we do, right? And they can think that yeah, black people were involved in medieval times. Like they had no contact with Europe apparently at all. There was simply
What?
none of them there.
Why do we always give Japan or like Asia this out?
Yeah, it's
Like
just incredibly
because
racist.
they don't see color the way we see or diversity the way we see diversity.
I'm not saying
I'm
that
like,
we necessarily give them an out. I'm saying that like we need to understand that the rest of the world doesn't look at race the same way that we do.
yes, they
That's simply the
do.
case. No, they don't.
Yes, they do. They have
They
separate
don't. They
schools for
don't.
foreigners, and they have they have regular schools for Japanese. They have segregated
Exactly.
schooling.
They're yeah
They
because
have
they're
black
an
people
ethno
in
state.
Japan. They have
Yeah,
mixed race
they're a
people.
hyper-nationalist ethno state, but that doesn't mean that they see race the same way. It's just that they have their own particular brand of racism
Yeah.
Yes, they
and
do because
hyper-statism.
natives will be structurally racist and systematically racist to people
Yeah.
of color and
We didn't say
including
that
white people
that couldn't
too.
Well, as
exist.
you would expect, really.
That's
As you
yeah.
would
That's not.
expect.
But like for instance, in Brazil, right, in Latin America, in different places, they have different racial categories, and those racial categories come with different history. Like in America, the way that white people want to get rid of black people is simply by segregating us and keeping us away from them, right? Because we were the danger after they, put uh, finished several centuries of brutality against us. We were the danger. But anyway, segregation was their answer. But in Brazil, they have a completely different history, and that to get rid of the black problem there, they decided to breed us out, and by that means like white people, specifically white men, but going and having children with black women, right? So that their kids will be lighter, and then repeating that process to eventually breed the black out of Brazil. That was their answer,
Yeah,
right? That's a
yeah,
completely way of looking at racial segregation,
yeah,
racial
and it's reflected in their
relations.
culture and
Yeah,
their art because like there's the famous art piece I think it's called The Redemption of Hagar, where it's like a black woman that's like saluting like the sun or whatever, put her hands up in a like a praise of gratitude while she looks on against her like mulatto child and like white grandchild
yeah.
and like her white son-in-law like white like son-in-law and it's like that's just what they have in their culture, and I think that that's not good. I don't think you should just like for the sake of like ethnic purity try and breed out an ethnicity you don't like. Like I think that's wrong,
Yeah, this is
and that I think that will always be wrong. So
this
I'll
is
say
a
that.
completely different, like what I just said is completely alien concept to those who grew up in like in the States and Canada and like in the West. This idea, because they are used to the idea of segregating, right? The idea of, even still, like interracial relationships are taboo to a certain population here. But that's like not a settled issue, interracial marriages. But in Brazil, they went the complete opposite. No, we're gonna super race mix. We're gonna keep race mixing until we breed them all out, until like they all have our skin color, until all the black is gone. That was their answer, right? So yes, different places look at race differently. Is all I'm saying. They have a different racial perspective.
All
Right?
right. I guess that I still feel that racism, even though perspectives are different, still tends to operate in similar, if
No,
not the same
yeah,
way,
no, we're not saying that it doesn't operate. It's just
globally.
that the way that they have racism is a little different. That's why.
And it leads them to
Because
different outcomes, right? Like they can still have
Yeah.
racism. Like, I mean, I went to Japan. I was in Japan, and yeah, they could be racist to dark skinned individuals. In fact, all of Asia doesn't like dark skinned people. And especially they don't like black people, right? It is what it is. But that doesn't mean, but the way they relate to black people is different, and like the conclusions about black people are different, and like what it means to be what is black, right? Like, or for instance, what it is to be an American, right? For many of them, it's like it's white. Like in Asia, they think white person rather than
Mhm.
a more multicultural perspective on that. So yeah, they're shaped by their environment, and their environments are different. That's it, right?
Mm, oh
and
well, of
and
course.
they also, of course, don't look, because here in the States, here's another example. Here in the States, we kind of just lump Asians all together, right? We lump a lot of people under the term Asian, but even when we're just talking about Southeast Asians, we kind of just lump them all together in terms of race relations and how we'll treat them. But among people in the Southeast Asia, they look at each other very differently. They have all kinds of categories and like ethnic hierarchies that we don't have, right? Like there are people who come from certain countries are looked down upon in a way that we don't do that here. I mean, they're just all Asians, and so like they're all the preferred minority. Just
Well,
different racial outlook.
when I look at South Korea is very bigoted. I look at Japan, I look at China. China is very bigoted. Japan, I don't know as much, but I've heard stories, like in particular yours. So I know for a fact that they may not systematically operate the same way America does and view it the same way America does, or Brazil, or any other country. It's, well, of course, it's going to be their system is Japan, but structurally, this stuff operates the same way. So they can empathize. In fact, they've heard stories. They've heard they've heard our opinions. They've heard opinions from people globally. They've heard opinions from people who live in Japan. So they know the issues. The very fact that this article came out was them
Send me the article. First of all, you
preemptively.
still haven't
Yeah, I
sent me
sent it
the.
to you. I put it in VC chat.
Oh, okay.
You want me to DM you?
I thought you were gonna DM me, but that's fine.
Yeah, I'll just DM you.
Okay.
Yeah, they preemptively put this statement out because they knew we were going to say this stuff. So it's not that they just view it differently. That's not it. That's no longer an excuse. I could see if it was the 80s.
When I say view
it's been
view
40
things
years.
differently, what do you think I mean by that? Do you think I mean that there is no racism there, or
No,
like what do you
the
think I
way
mean by
they
that?
operate their racism and the way they view racism is different from ours, so we can't use our perspective to color their perspective.
I didn't say racism. I said race. They have a different racial outlook. And
race is just physicality and class.
I said racial outlook, not racist outlook, racial.
No,
So-
race by definition is physicality and class. That's global. That's the global definition.
Okay, my point is that how they look, their perspectives on this is look. I'm not saying that like the Japanese people can't be racist. Like I just said, they be racist. The Japanese be super racist. It's a thing, right? There was, and I don't believe it's apocryphal. I believe this, from what I understand, it actually happened. Like Capcom was about to design. You remember Rufus, right? From Street Fighter 4. That dude, like, well, he was originally black. Period. He was like a black character, and then they morphed him right into Rufus. But along the way, he was gonna be a fat black character, with carrying like two chicken wings, right, in his hands. Like, yeah, that was racist, right? And like Capcom of America, like they sent someone over. I believe it was Capcom of America, or Sony of America. They sent someone over and like, you guys knock this shit off, right? Like, you guys don't seem to understand this, but we gotta explain this. If you put this out there, it's gonna be a motherfucking disaster. And
But
so they changed Rufus.
Yeah, but they do it on purpose. They know it. They do it on purpose. Because they do the same thing to their Chinese
Do you think
characters.
that? Do you think the? Hold on. What do they do to the Chinese characters? Street Fighter. What did Street Fighter do to the Chinese characters?
No, in Tekken, another game, right?
Yeah.
Namco. Even though they incorporate Bruce Lee and like the police character Lei, the what's his name? Harada is very open about his dislike for the Chinese. But and you can see it you can see it in his talks, right? I've heard it. It's not I got to look for it. And I had somebody send it to me. Like there is racism and bigotry amongst themselves, amongst different Asian groups. So it's not even just a black issue.
Wow.
It's in totality.
Sorry, I'm just reading the article that you sent me, and thank you for sending me that article. Yeah, like the idea that Final Fantasy 16 will not have a realistic feel if it had an ethnically diverse cast. Unbelievable. Like in the first boss is a Marlboro, right? If you know what that is, it's a gigantic green monster with an innumerable number of eyes and tentacles that spits like poison breath, right? But yeah, we're worried about realism. When they're got magic swords firing fireballs at this thing, right? And then in like the opening piece, right? There is these spirit summons that they have, and one of them is a 100-meter tall Titan. But we wouldn't want to be like. We wouldn't be unrealistic about things. And so, of course, we're not going to have dark-skinned characters there. No, that would be crazy. How could you get into it? How could you possibly get invested into a story if there's dark-skinned characters there? But we can have a phoenix fighting a devil-shaped fire monster, right? But, I mean, that's realism. We wouldn't want to break your immersion there. It's unbelievable. But yeah,
Yeah,
thank you for saying
it's
this.
lazy. It's
Yeah.
lazy. It's the storytellings from Seven when we had Barrett and we had all the other characters of the Resistance. Like it was just clear. Like they were just all like eco terrorists that had the same mission that they wanted to fuck up the government because the government was funding like a corporation to destroy the planet by like draining the resources from it. Like you could easily have a black character or any character of any race that has ideological or cultural roots to the other characters in some way or fashion and just get them in there. But that would actually take like time and it take some patience to actually craft some lore to why they're there, and they don't want to do that because they want to be lazy.
Mm-hmm.
Um.
It's I don't even think it's. I think they are appealing to an audience that doesn't want to see
It has. It
black
has.
people in their games
You're absolutely
speaking
dude.
with a
Chocobos.
European
They
accent.
don't use horses. They use giant yellow birds to to get around. There are no horses, but we gotta worry about realism. We don't want to break your immersion, guys.
And
We have like
it's not
we have
just
like
in this.
anthropomorphic cactuses. All right,
Yeah.
we have like little cats that
Little
talk
humanoid,
and like it's unbelievable.
humanoid dolls walking around.
We have ice goddesses, but we don't want to break your immersion, guys.
The
Yeah, I mean,
closest to the
so
black
there is a
character
thing
they
to say,
have
like,
is
about
Titan, bro.
yeah, there is something to say about suspending your disbelief and having a cohesive narrative, but just because you want the narrative to be cohesive doesn't mean that it has to be exclusive. You just have to have a good reason for them to be included, and you can just write that inclusion in any way you want as long as it makes sense with everything else in the lore.
And it's just like it's funny how we heard some pushback on Hogwarts Legacy, right? For individuals who were allies to the trans community, but there's like barely any any to none at all. There's no voice. There's no pushback to the removal of black and brown characters from a game.
I mean,
There was
Hogwarts Legacy had a trans character.
and popular leftists, Hassan literally say, I don't want to play this game because I don't want to be bullied, and it's too raw. The topic is too raw, right? And they had a trans character in the game. Now, when it's a very clearly and blatant disrespect and anachronistic use of history, there's nothing. In fact, FD Signifier appears at his house, Hassan's house, and the very same day Hassan plays the demo for Final Fantasy 16 and commits himself to the game. It's like either he doesn't know or he's being ignorant. And that's a shame. That's a shame that's the reality we're living in. So I don't understand. Are these people just being, are they just picking and choosing their politics and the stances they're gonna take, right? Because it's just media friendly to be okay and just be pro trans, but it's not media friendly to be pro BIPOC. I don't understand. I don't understand. But they'll have their black friends and say, yeah, man, and they want to have the N-word discourse every year. I don't get it. I don't get it.
Well, obviously, because it requires them to actually get off their couch and actually do something in the real world, and they can't have that.
Man, but I don't even think that. I just think they just don't care really that much. I don't even think they really care that much about the trans issues as much as as much
No, they're
as
just doing it
people
for
think.
clout.
Yeah.
They're doing it
Okay.
for clout.
Yeah, I said my piece. What do you, if you guys want to talk about something else? Yeah. Prime, what's your take, huh? You're a little silent.
Sorry, I was like looking over that
The article?
the IGN article. I was looking directly at his quotes. And yeah, it's bullshit. Like it's bullshit. Like, yeah, people wouldn't have that the dark skinned people would have broken the immersion. No, yeah, like so I want to be clear because I think we like went off on a hard tangent there. When I said before about the Japanese, we can't put our racial that they have a different racial experience. It doesn't mean that I don't think they aren't capable of racism and to be exclusionary of dark skinned people. We see it all the time in the media, right? Like not just games. We see it in their in anime, right? They're like doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it like happens in America. They'll cut black people out of that, right? Like so or just people of other races. It happens all the
Yep.
goddamn time. Or they'll betray us in an awful manner. So but they are absolutely capable of that. I'm just the only point that I was trying to make there is that we should tread carefully when we're thinking about their motivations, right? That's it, basically. Like just tread carefully there because it might be different from what you think it is. But that
I mean, I don't
anyway.
have to. It's clearly stated.
Okay, so I
don't have to fantasize.
I'm not trying to make a debate out of this. So the point is that yes, like it's a problem. And so looking at this, like looking at this response to this question that IGN gave them, yeah, I think there's racism. I absolutely do. I absolutely fucking think so, right? Like they knew the question was coming. The guy says when he starts answering the question, this is a difficult question, but not one that was unexpected. They know, right? They live in the current world. They get it. But they made a specific choice to cut out dark skinned characters and then make pretend that this is for realism, right? When the world with their literal gods that they summon out of out of the fucking ether with their magic, but dark skinned people, which would be just too much. So I totally feel you there, right? And that's all I'm saying.
All right. Okay. And what's your take on uh popular streamers and commentators not making a fuss about it?
Like was this brought to their attention?
It was it was in the discourse for like a minute. This came out November 4th. This came out last year, November 4th.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I'm just finding out about this. I don't know. So are you telling me
Yeah,
that
I'm also
like
just finding out about
Wow.
well, like I don't know why you're surprised. Like I was asking for I had never heard of any of this. I was I don't know why you're surprised.
Wow. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm just kind of just like disappointed, honestly. Not that you in particular. It's just that in the ether, in the zeitgeist, nobody really had a problem. People didn't know. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean,
So that
I
means
noticed when I
fair.
played the game, I was like hoping for some dark skinned characters because I played the
No,
demo.
you ain't gonna find them. They
yeah.
might be charred.
They might be charged. They might be charged. Yeah.
That's how.
Yeah. So I was disappointed looking at that, but like I didn't know this had been a discourse or that there was a specific decision that they announced. But anyway, but the point is, like, I'm asking, like, so you brought up, like Hassan, right? Like, was Hassan specifically this is brought up to him, and then he said something unsatisfactory?
I haven't heard anything from him. I haven't heard anything from anyone. I feel like I've only heard stuff from like black content creators on Twitch when it happened back in November. And then after a while, nobody latched on and nobody spoke out in solidarity. So like it died off. But it's still I bet you it's still in a lot of people's minds. And I guarantee you a lot of people are going to not play this, right? It won't be significant because a lot of people, like you said, nobody knows about this.
Yeah.
Or nobody wants to know, and they just remain silent.
I would love it if people had like spoken out like way back. I don't know, I think it was probably too late at that point, right? Like last year, it was probably too late to make significant changes, or maybe I don't know. They could have just darkened the character and changed the character model. Maybe it wasn't. But I'll take that back. It probably wasn't. They could just like change a few character models and be done with it. And just like slightly, right? Just change like the features of the face and like darken the skin, and then you would have been good to go. But I wish people would have spoken up about it, and that putting pressure on Square to know this is unacceptable, because look, a lot of their games, most of the games, don't have that. Like now that I'm thinking about it, like specifically Square, right? Let's not like span to other companies yet. Like there's Final Fantasy VII has Barrett. Barrett's an awful character, awful, awful character. They improved them. They improved them in the remake. But even then, not the best, right? Pretty much an idiot, a violent idiot. Just putting that out there. But like, are there others? I could be missing something. Are there others?
No, 12. Final
Oh,
Fantasy
12 had the guy with the afro and he had the bird living in his hair.
Well, Stranger of Paradise had a black character.
Stranger of Paradise. I never saw that one.
He was one of the party members.
Okay.
And there was black characters in 10. Waka had a Jamaican accent, even though he's played by a white guy.
Yeah, but Waka wasn't actually. I remember Waka, but Waka wasn't actually black, right? Like he was darker skinned and like
with a Jamaican
English,
Caribbean accent
with that English voice actor. Yeah, but like that was just a creative choice because he had because his setting was like Caribbean, like beach, like setting. Yeah, but that doesn't mean that he was black. I wouldn't count him as black. They just like oh, okay, this guy makes sense as Caribbean. Like his fake world matches Caribbean islands, so we'll give him that accent. But that doesn't mean he's supposed to be portrayed as dark skin. No.
Okay, dark skin is but black, just black and brown in general. There's plenty of black and brown characters, if not side, may not be main. Plenty of black and brown characters in other franchises. I don't understand why in this one, because there's some type of political dispute that might be taken as racism. Now they can't include dark skinned characters.
I agree. I'm just saying, yeah, I agree. I think they've done it in the past, but only a little. Even then, like a tiny. It's always just like the one, you know. It's always a token character. Because in 7, as far as I know, I don't think there might be some in the remake. There might be some dark skinned characters in the background. I can't remember. I played it, and I can't.
I still think that the bald Turk guy is light skinned.
The bald Turk guy is probably light skinned. Yeah, I agree with you there. But beyond that, there's not much there. And then for 10, no one. 12, I think it was just the one guy.
Stop saying it. Waka was light skinned, bro.
Waka was black.
Waka and his brother. Waka
ain't a brother. They just gave him a Caribbean accent and the English dub. That's it. That's all they did.
Either he was Chinese or maybe he was Chet Hanks, bro. But he was.
I don't know about that. All right, you want to give him a black card, but I'm not sure about that part.
And there was a lot of side characters and main characters who are dark skinned. Like one of the other summoners were dark skinned. She had red hair, walked around with her white husband.
And
like
Final Fantasy 10?
In 10,
you gotta give me a picture. I don't remember this. It's been a long time since I played Final Fantasy 10.
10 was the best one, man.
10 was amazing. It was one of the best ones.
The best one, bro. The best one. I remember all the black faces in 10.
10 was my first Final Fantasy ever, but like it's been a long time since I've ever played it. I played it once and then that was it. So, I remember the space whale though, like the evil space whale.
Man. Sin.
Yeah, Sin. I know the evil space whale. They had to fucking fight at the end. It was the final boss. It was a fucking space whale. And then Elden Ring did the same thing, right? Fucking space whale. That's the final boss.
Here we go, Donna. Here we go, and she looked good too.
Okay,
Donna.
Give me.
I got you right now, man. Let me shoot.
Thank you, Spaniard, for sending me this video. I'm gonna
Jecht was black, bro. Skin, bro. Titus
Uh,
was mixed. Jecht was black.
Jack. Who's Jax?
Titus's dad, bro. The one who was sent. Spoilers.
Black. Come on. All right. So I'm just like
Bro.
skipping. I'm skipping through this
Did you
video
play
that. But I'm telling you, I've not played that in many years, right? Since I was very young. So no, I don't remember everyone here. But I'm looking through 1999 Curls. So Spaniard sent me this video. Thank you, Spaniard. Shout out to you for being helpful. Trying to show me black people, and yeah, most of these people are side characters.
Hold on, let me see if I can give you an enlarged image.
Oh, hold on. Did she have a yellow vest? Yeah, this is the one I just saw. Yeah, okay. I mean, I'll give you that one.
Here we go. Here's another one. They were all over the place. They had dark skinned characters all over the place, side and main.
I'll give you that. I'll take that one. I think that counts as a dark skin character.
No, they did a really 10 did a really good job of not just having them as like this one race of with bunny ears as the magical black
the
girls.
bunny ears. Yeah,
You
that was
right?
the bunny ears one. That's right.
You know what I mean?
13 was the shitty one that I didn't.
That was 12.
No, that was 13. The one I'm thinking of is 13.
They did it again
No,
in
the
13.
online one wasn't the online one 12?
That was 11.
No. Online one is 11 and 14. But
Yeah, and that's the one with the bunny people, right?
I don't
was
know.
12.
That
That was 12 and 11, man.
Is that 12? Is 13 the one with lightning?
13 is the one with lightning. They
Okay,
had the bunny
then-
people too.
Excuse me. Then I'm wrong. 13 if 13 is the one with lightning, then that's not it. 12 is the one with the black bunny girl, which was pretty hot. It was pretty hot.
Shame on you objectifying our queens, Prime.
Oh,
See that?
like-
This is why we can't get nowhere, man. This is why you forgot Jecht was black. This is why you
Okay.
forgot Donna, bro. This is why you won't give up Waka. You
Hey,
weren't,
what was
you
that like? I
weren't
haven't
with
seen the
us,
fucking-
bro.
Waka ain't black. Fuck you.
Wow, bro. So we
Yeah, you heard
really
me.
snatching
Waka
people's
ain't
black
black.
cards away because he's not
Waka
black
ain't
enough.
black. Waka ain't black. Waka ain't black. You go-
Destiny is more black
So
than Waka. apparently,
if we designed a video game character that looked just like, we'll use Destiny, right? Just like Stephen Bonnell, and then we gave him a Jamaican accent, does that mean that character is black?
he grew up in Jamaica.
Oh my god!
I don't. If he's not,
Okay.
we're not just talking about his the way he sounds. It's the way he looks, the way he acts, you know, and coupled with the way he sounds.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, this is all right.
And his brother was darker than him.
Guys. God,
Yeah,
all
like you
All
can
right.
talk about something else.
right. There's no one joining in, so we'll just kind of end things here. Thanks all for being here. Much appreciated. We're gonna send you off to another stream. What channel we're gonna raid? Riverboat Jack is there, so we'll rate them. Follow the channel if you want or not, whatever. But yeah, we'll be back in the future on Juneteenth, but no black people.